Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the 16th edition of the NASSCOM DSCI Annual Information Security Summit 2021. We'd like to extend a very warm welcome to all of our delegates, our speakers, sponsors, exhibitors, and partners who've joined us today on our today's program. We hope all of you are keeping safe and healthy during this time of the pandemic and also, in fact, following proper uh, COVID behavior. Now, the annual Information Security Summit has had the privilege of being touted as a genuinely industry led cybersecurity conference. And the journey that was started by the summit over the past 15 years has, in fact, been marked by increasingly compelling and relevant and futuristic content that gets shaped by multiple factors and contexts and has also endeavored to cover the entire spectrum of cybersecurity and data protection. Now, the 2021 edition shall also entail deliberations organized around the broad areas of cybersecurity leadership, enterprise security strategy, securing third parties and nth relations, security technology and architecture, digital risk management, cyber resilience, expectations and obligations around data protection, security consolidation, platformization, security operations excellence, and much, much more. And the 2021 edition AISS also brings to you sectoral meetups. We bring you sub summits and parallel track sessions. Fireside chats is what is on the agenda. We have short presentations, masterclasses, and a host of other formats that are going to be on the AISS 2021. The summit should also be, in fact, hosting the 11th edition of the Excellence Awards, which have been celebrating the noteworthy contributions of individuals and organizations to the subject and profession of cybersecurity and data protection. All the information on our sessions and schedule and speakers is available on the AISS 2021 website, and you may all refer to it for an enriching experience throughout the summit. And with that, we promise you 3 days of rich engagement and full of learning and meaningful discussions. Over the next 3 days, please feel free to share your feedback on social media using the official hashtag AISS 2021. And you can also mention DSCI underscore connect on Twitter. That's our Twitter handle at the rate DSCI underscore connect to tweet about the event, about your experience and your feedback. So without any further ado, we'd like to now begin our today's proceedings. And now we'll begin the inaugural session. I'd like to quickly invite Jatin Rishi, who's Senior Manager Events DSCI, to share with us a perspective of the next 3 days. Welcome, Jatin. Over to you.
Thank you, Samriddhi. Hello and a very warm welcome to all the delegates and dignitaries joining us from the different parts of globe for this edition of AISS 2021. We are really excited for the next 3 days and hope that it is a good learning experience for you as well. With deliberations are organized around the broad areas of cybersecurity leadership, enterprise security strategy, cyber resilience, expectation and obligation around data protection, and other key contours around the security ecosystem. There'll be senior leaders from almost all technology giants in industry. By virtue of being an industry-led conference, AISS will witness 200 plus speakers deliberate on topical cybersecurity-centric themes spanning across 75 plus sessions, and technology developments in the cyberspace will get showcased by the 35 industry partners, supported by 43 sponsors, partners, and exhibitors from all facets of the IT industry. You will also experience deep dive. You would have experienced by now the deep dive workshops being hosted by the security players across the 3 days on the topical subjects. And some of our major highlights will be the DSA Excellence Awards, Innovation Box, and Forensic Sub Summit. That would be a congregation of leading experts in the digital forensics and cybercrime investigation as we trek ahead. As a precursor to AISS, on December 14th, which is just yesterday, we hosted the DSCI EY Hackathon and saw an overwhelming response from over 400 participants and 245 teams from enterprise and academia across the country. The winner of the hackathon will be announced at the DSCI Excellence Awards on December 16th evening, hence stay tuned for that as well. In addition to this, with the objective of developing women leaders in the realm of cybersecurity, DSCI, Target, and EWF, which is Executive Women's Forum, hosted a closed-door workshop. In this program, the executive gained clarity on the barriers derailing them and developed strategies to overcome the same for a robust and inclusive ecosystem. With this, I wish you all the luck for the learning experience which we have in store for you and hope that you find the discussions, deliberations, and contexts meaningful in the course of 3 days. Happy learning. Can I request the team to play the official AISS launch video.
Well, thank you, Jatin. And with that, we kickstart the 16th edition of the AISS 2021. It's time for me to now invite Ms. Rama Vedashri, the Chief Executive Officer at the Data Security Council of India, for a welcome note.
Thank you, Samriddhi, and thank you, Jatin, for really sharing the insights on what is in store for us for the next 3 days starting today. Yeah, welcome, everyone, all the delegates who are joining us from India and other parts of the world, all the speakers who have been supporting us year on year, subject matter experts from various verticals, security industry, services company, banking sector, oil and gas, academia, government. I mean, there's so many of these sectors who join us year on year as speakers to share their insights and their rich experiences. And of course, all the industry members who partner with us in helping us host AISs year on year, and of course, bring their senior leadership, their technology specialists to come and uh, partner with us in many of the masterclasses, workshops, and also all the panels that we do throughout the 3 days. Congratulations to those who participated in the hackathon yesterday. I think the winners were announced and they will be felicitated at the award ceremony tomorrow. And also for all the women senior leaders and women leaders in cybersecurity privacy domain who joined us yesterday in the Executive Women's Forum. It's a leadership development initiative of women leaders that we had undertaken in partnership with Target. So thank you all for joining us. I particularly, before I start my inaugural address, I wanted to particularly thank everybody in the security industry, whether it is services, products, global companies, and the CISO and the privacy leaders and their teams who have partnered on every initiative and program of DSCI in this year 2021. So many of you all, despite all the challenges on a personal front and the critical workloads that cybersecurity professionals have had in the year, you all have taken time to partner with us, deliver sessions, mentor startups, come on board as jury members for several of our challenges. The amount of time that you've given, even in sometimes reviewing our, contributing to our threat intelligence advisory, the amount of time that you commit to DSCI, my team and I are would like to express our gratitude at the start of this first edition of 2020 of AISs in this new decade. Uh, what we have seen, I would try to focus on the trends that we have witnessed in the year, and what is it that we are seeing as the evolving role of the CISO, and what are we seeing as the evolving role of the board and board's attention to cyber risk, and what are some challenges particularly for the security industry and the academic researchers in this domain, particularly with the pervasive adoption of public cloud, and also the future that is staring at us in terms of the future of quantum, and how is it probably going to really challenge every security technologist and user of technology on online services. What would be the shape of securing online services? This is what I would focus on in my session. And then my senior colleague and our chairman, Mr. Rajendra Pawar, would be joining me. Thank you, Rajiv, for joining us in the inaugural of AISS 2021. We were to have Dr. Rajesh Pant, but on some on some urgent mission, he is traveling to the US, so he could not join us today. Otherwise, we would have loved to have him and hear his insights at a national and government level. What are some trends that we have witnessed over the last 1 year, or maybe I would say 2 years, and what is shaping the role of the CISO and the priorities, and of course the challenges of the CISO, and how can the security technology and services industry scale up to support our enterprise customers and governments and every customer, right? So we have definitely seen a pervasive digitalization across businesses of all sizes and shapes, and most importantly, adoption of digital across various data of the demographics, right? Whether it is rural, urban, tier 1, tier 2, across all the demographics, we have seen expansive digitalization and adoption of digital technologies. And whenever we look at this digitization strategy, I think generating value not just for your employees and consumers, but looking at how is digital going to impact the way you engage with partners, with suppliers, with regulators, with government bodies. All of this has really witnessed a sea change in the last couple of years. While I think our industry and CISOs and security industry players have played a phenomenal role at the work from at home at scale, we still need to be totally prepared for this the oft used word, at the risk of sounding making it a cliche, the new normal, because it's still believed that at least 200 to 300 million people will continue to work in a remote or a work from home way. That's the prediction for the near term that we are seeing from all the analysts. So are we really, as we expand the digital footprint of the enterprise and enterprise networks go borderless, have we completely got our arms around the risks that we have opened up, and are the technology and services scaling up to meet those kind of risks? I think that is something that we have done a great job in the last 1.5 years, but there is still more risks and challenges that we as a cybersecurity privacy community or leadership need to be able to address. We are seeing that increasingly any product or service that a business or even a government is now thinking of, it is enabled and enriched by data, and it is online and maybe on the mobile first and the cloud first is something that we are beginning to see. And when we look at this kind of a footprint, the role of the CISO, where the CISO was always somebody who had a technical risk mitigation role, right? In the new landscape where digital has got expanded, probably, I mean, it is told that decades of digitization has probably happened in a couple of years, starting the outbreak of COVID. We are looking at the CISO's role being evolving from being a technical risk mitigation leader to, are they integrating with the business strategy of the enterprise of the organization that they represent, and are they driving the digital growth strategy, digital transformation agenda, which is tightly linked to the business growth agenda of that entity, right? So the CISO's role is getting challenged. We have seen that it is not an exaggeration to say that there are two professional communities who were severely challenged since the outbreak of the pandemic. One is the healthcare professionals, doctors, nurses, and all the healthcare professionals. And the second, I think it's not an exaggeration to say, the other community which was severely challenged during this health crisis, during almost a humanitarian crisis, is the cyber professionals and the cyber leaders of every organization at a country level and at a company level, right? So we are now beginning to see the board's attention to cyber changing worldwide. When we see the reports of the way boards are engaging, increasingly, is it happening across every entity? No, but increasingly worldwide, and at least in all the large enterprises in the critical information infrastructure sectors, whether it's oil and gas, banking, power, ITS, that we are very well engaged with. We see the board's attention to cyber. At least there is a designated committee or a board member with that kind of expertise helping assess and manage the cyber risk. CISOs are very closely engaging with the boards. But one challenge that we see is it is still not happening across the board. We are beginning to see the regulator attention not just to cyber security breaches, but also looking at the overall data protection and privacy, and making boards or a CEO and CXOs accountable for it. That kind of accountability is taking the attention to cyber to the next level compared to a compliance oriented approach to cyber risk. One point we are seeing in maybe still happening only in a few dozen enterprises or a handful of enterprises, uh, attention to cyber and inviting the CISO to a new digital strategy of the company or the digitization agenda. What used to be a really an afterthought, and cybersecurity teams were expected to plug the gaps after the rollout has happened. Now we are beginning to see, at least in majority of the larger enterprises, where CISO is part of the decision making of a new digital program. Is it happening across all? No, that is, I think, the collective challenge for us in DSCI and the overall cyber privacy community. How can the CISO be integrated with a new digital program or a new digital service or a new online platform that a company or a government entity is rolling out? I think we still have some work to go, but we do see a significant paradigm shift that is happening there. At least we see quite many of the mature CISOs and some enterprises beginning to differentiate between cyber threats and cyber risk. I think there is a nuanced difference which needs to be understood, particularly at a CEO and a board level. I think that we have given a lot of attention to cyber threats, which is the technical threats in terms of vulnerabilities, phishing, ransomware attacks, versus cyber risk, which is the overall enterprise business risk, risk for the business's resilience, risk for reputation. How do we assess the while we deal with the cyber threats, which is extremely important? How do we up the game at a management level, right from board, CEO, and CISO, to be able to deal with the cyber risk? And how do we force those kind of partnerships with the technology industry, with regulators, or with nodal agencies to be able to deal? They both are different. I think there has been a lot of attention from the CISO on the cyber threat and making those kind of investments. But are we doing enough to be able to assess the real cyber risk at a board and a CEO level? I think that is something that is beginning to happen. And I'm sure that with the way digitization is happening and the way where now we are no longer, I don't think it's any longer a buzzword to say we are a technology led business. I think technology is driving the business across all verticals and sizes. That's what I started my address with that. We are beginning to see that kind of attention. And one point that we see is, are the CISO scaling up? I think there's a lot of focus on the leadership training and scaling up of the CISO, and being part of driving the digitization agenda, or enabling or securing the digitization agenda of the enterprise. It needs to happen more, and we do see a significant trend in that direction. Another point that I would bring about is the way we had done investments in cyber was always probably a percentage of the technology spend in the company. That's the way it has happened worldwide. But I think increasingly the investments in cyber technology choices and early adoptions of emerging technologies that is happening. We are looking at how we link investments in cyber, both from a people, process, and particularly technology perspective, is how is it tightly linked to the business risks of a new digital initiative, and link it to cyber. And it looks like increasingly we are seeing boards being open to an evolving budgeting cycle for cyber, and not a one time or a once in 3 years or a once in 1 year. We are beginning to see that trends worldwide, and we do see, as we engage with CISOs, that happening in the last couple of years, particularly in the last 1 year. Another point that we see is the kind of regulatory and government attention. I think that's a conversation that is happening across every prime minister, president's office, and their national institutions. Some of us are familiar, like a Department of Justice in the US, which usually works on competition and other trade policies and fraud and things like that. They actually created a task force to deal with ransomware at that level, where they almost said that ransomware needs to be dealt at the same scale of terrorism, right? And the task force is looking at how do we address and mitigate the risks of ransomware, which became. So I'm just trying to see the scale at which attention of government and regulators is continuously changing, and of course the way the boards, at least now we see most large enterprises boards in their quarterly board meetings or quarterly review, cyber getting reviewed, or there is at least a committee of the board which is doing that. And we believe that is going to significantly empower the CIO in terms of their leadership role, their ability to drive and partner with the digitization strategy. We've always seen CISO engaged more with the legal, risk, and IT teams, but now we are beginning to see CISOs having to engage with the marketing, product team, services, any new service design that's happening. And we see that quite a bit of it, at least in the BFSI sector and, of course, in the ITS sector. One, as of course, for the technology industry, this is when you look at the security services and products, the fact that cloud became mainstream, I think it's no longer just a projection or a hype. It has got really mainstream, particularly public cloud adoption. Here we see some significant challenges both for user enterprises and for us as providers, where when we look at public cloud adoption, the architectures, the solution, the apps that were developed for an on-premise environment versus public cloud, are we revisiting that architecture? What are we doing? And in terms of, because unless we get our cloud adoption strategy approach and operationalization right, I think there would be a significant showstopper for digital adoption across every enterprise. And particularly in cloud, we see this challenge where as more and more workloads are getting migrated to the cloud, public cloud, what is an interesting phenomenon that we have observed in the last year and a half is security services and products getting mainstreamed onto the cloud platform, and customers acceptance to consume security technology stack and services, whether SOC on the cloud or any one of this on the cloud. In this, where we need to look at how do we, while I do understand there's a lot of innovation happening from the cloud service providers, from several startups in India that we are engaging with, which are engaged on, say, a cloud security solution, I think we still have a long way to go in terms of how do we define those kind of architectures and those policies. Are we looking at, while when we did it for enterprise applications, we've had all those processes in place where we had checks and balances and tests across all phases of the SDLC or the software development life cycle. But when we are doing it for the cloud, there's this new, there is this concept and framework that is coming as security, as as a code, right? So that even when a developer is developing a code, is it complying to the policies? Let's say you have a policy for identifying PII, and if the code that is being submitted, if it is does not comply to the policy, the code gets rejected, right? So there is a lot of these new frameworks. I think we have a lot of challenge in training our solution architects and our developers, and of course coming up with those cloud security solutions for very nuanced use cases, because I think public cloud adoption is something that we are seeing as a trend to stay, and will probably get accelerated year on year at a much faster pace for various kinds of workloads, right? In that case, how do we look at revisiting the way we develop and architect our solutions, and how do we build that kind of rigor so that the CISO is not stressed or the CIO is not stressed to make a decision? Because no longer are we looking at cloud in terms of cost or the agility or the speed to deploy. Those, I think, benefits are here, I mean, are well understood. But now we are looking at cloud as a way to come up with a completely new league of digital services to be able to reach your citizens, reach your consumers. There, I think we do have a long we do have some work to do as a security services technology startups. to be able to reassure our CIOs and CISOs that they can really bet mission critical workloads on the cloud. And I'm happy that our National Center of Excellence and our cybersecurity COE in Hyderabad are putting little attention to those kind of use cases and that innovation and nurturing and growing those startups, and also partnering with many of the cloud service providers, because it's not just a question of getting your data classification right. I think that's definitely one challenge, but apart from all of that we do in terms of classifying our workloads and our data, what is it that we are doing when we are building apps for the cloud or we are migrating on-prem apps to the cloud? That is one thing that I would see, because I think the biggest trend that we have seen post-pandemic is the public cloud adoption. The second one, probably what I wanted to touch upon, is the role of the board in looking at a comprehensive digital and cyber risk assessment strategy, so that those two go hand in glove. I think we still don't see that happening the way it should be happening. So I think here the CEO's role, or the role in partnering with the CIO and the CISO organization and enabling them to make sure that anything that we do in digital is tightly linked with your cyber risk assessment and the mitigation strategy right from inception, because I don't think we have time to be able to do it later, because the hackers are smarter than us. While we are leveraging AI and ML for all the data innovation that is possible to grow our businesses, the hackers are doing a lot more in terms of launching attacks, leveraging the dark side of technology. So I think that integration is very, very important, particularly for all the security technologists and academia who are joining us at AISS. One thing that I wanted to leave as I wrap up is, I think 3-4 years back, or 4-5 years back, cloud and AI and ML was still buzzwords, whereas now we are seeing they're so mainstreamed in every business application. AI and ML, cloud particularly is another one. And AI ML, when we look at, there's a research report that we'll be publishing during AISS, when we have done a landscape of all our services companies and security startups and products, pretty much everybody's new offering is integrated or is built and architected over AI and ML, right? Whereas it has taken us 4-5 years to get them mainstreamed and harness the power and benefits of that technology. The same thing now at this point of time. Maybe what is post quantum might look like science fiction to us, but it is not, given the number of services that, there are millions of users that are going online consuming maybe 200 300 content from 200 300 million websites, transacting on so many digital platforms including payment systems and banking and all those financial services platforms. So the post quantum world is something that we need to start thinking now. I don't think we have the kind of luxury of time cycles where the way we have dealt with challenges of cloud or challenges with any other digital technology. Here, in the post quantum world, when encryption gets challenged severely, how are we making sure that we secure services online? And here we are also seeing that standards evolution, just like we are seeing that in IoT, standards evolution has not kept pace with the innovation on the technology sides or the devices side. We cannot afford to lose that momentum on the quantum side, because how do we secure online services in the post quantum world when encryption and the public key cryptography is going to get severely challenged? I think that's a challenge for us in the as technologists, as researchers in academia. And I do hope that NCOE team will work with academia and industry to give attention to this, and of course partner with organizations worldwide who are giving attention, because I think the challenges that we had in prioritizing and adopting cloud 4-5 years back, we've had some time to make those decisions and migrate, which probably got accelerated because of COVID. But I think when we are looking at the post quantum world and challenges to encryption, how do we secure our services online? The financial services industry would be impacted, everybody would be impacted, governments would be impacted. I think we need a lot more attention so that our we enable our customers to be prepared for that world, and academic collaboration and giving that attention. I think we need a lot more attention on that. So these are two, three key takeaways I wanted to leave with: the digitization, expansion, digital footprint, the evolving role of the CISO, where CISO is no longer a technology risk mitigation leader, but somebody who's going to tightly assess the cyber risk based on the digital footprint of the enterprise, whether it's the brand reputation, whether it's the financial losses, and all that holistic perspective, and not just from an availability or uptime of the service perspective. The changing role of the board, and why board needs to partner more with the CISO and the privacy teams to make sure that whenever a digital strategy or a digital program is crafted, cyber risk, I think cyber threats are well understood. There is enough technology to deal with, but to assess the cyber risk and look at for the security services and technology product industry, how do we do more on securing public cloud workloads and applications and users working, accessing services on the public cloud. And the second one is maybe we need to give a lot more attention to how do we work in the post quantum world on securing services online, when everything that we understood about encryption is likely to get challenged. And we are also beginning to see the CISO having to play the role of dealing with very fragmented regulations, geography level, sectoral level. Even from a standards perspective, we know in quantum, maybe there is a country level standards that are happening. How do we do all of this is something that we need to focus on. So thank you for joining us. I do hope you will leverage all the sessions that our team has put together and share your insights, and do invite all your team members to join us at AISS and attend some of the technical deep dive sessions that we are doing. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Vedashri, for talking to all of us, for that great insight into the important initiatives that DSCI has been taking this year. And with that, I'm now going to move on to our next speaker. I'm going to invite Shri Rajendra S. Pawar, the chairman of DSCI, for his address.
Thank
Good
you.
morning.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Samriti. Thank you so
Over to
much.
you.
Thank you. And once again, a very hearty welcome to all of you. Rama has given a very good, not just an oversight, but I would say a detail on the many, many issues that are confronting all of us in terms of cyber, but specifically on the initiatives, on the actions that we're taking and what more needs to be done. So I'd like to take just a few minutes to give the context for a moment, a bit on what happened in this year, and then a few minutes on where we are headed. So the context, I think from DSC's point of view, we, right from the time of inception and thereafter, we've looked at what is our mission. And the mission really has got sharpened over the years, but the mission now is at two levels. One is at a global level to achieve leadership in cyber security related services in the medium term, near to medium term, and in the medium term and beyond to look at the cyber security product sector to become dominant at a global level. That's one part of the mission. The second, of course, and perhaps I should have put it the other way around, is to make India cyber secure. Now we are preparing a lot, but we keep hearing disturbing things from time to time. And I think it's accepted all over the world that in this field of cyber, the thieves are still ahead of the cops. So there's a lot of catching up to do. Now, in terms of vision, many of you would be remembering and were involved in the cybersecurity task force, which was formed in 2015 to achieve the mission that I talked about. And in the second half of 15 and throughout 2016, a very large number of people across all sections, from the government, from academia, from industry, users, were involved in formulating a kind of a roadmap for the cybersecurity industry. And this task force gave its report in 2016. And we had laid out a roadmap which talked about what this industry should become to be able to help India achieve its global aspirations on cyber and also its internal cybersecurity aspirations. And in that roadmap, of course, the most measurable component is that what should be the size of operation on cyber we do at a national level, because it points to the extent of activities which are going on. So we had said that by 2025, when the IT sector is expected to be 350 billion, the cyber sector should be 10% of it, should be close to 35 billion. We'd also estimated or made some calculation, should we say, that about 1 million professionals, cybersecurity professionals, would be involved in making this happen. So the dual agenda of a scale of operation of the industry and technology and startups and so on, and the scale of talent available to find solutions to the problem. And then the important insights that came out of this study, and I want to touch on just a couple of them. The first was there are three engines of growth, quite clearly. There is industry. When we look at industry, there are three components. There is the IT services companies, the Infosys, the Wipros, the HCLs, and so on. Then there are the startups, which is a new phenomenon, racing ahead very well. And then the global competency centers or multinationals who have put their captive capability to build cybersecurity products and services for their own use and their customers' use. But we learned a very important thing, that is not enough to build a strong industry. In the studies that we did of other countries which have moved ahead in cyber, Israel being a good example, US to a certain extent, Holland as a good example, UK to some extent, we found a very simple but important and critical architecture. And the architecture is that three players have to be working very closely for this sector to achieve anything meaningful. And those are, of course, the industry, and I talked about the three components of the industry. Academia, because a whole lot of new knowledge has to be generated. As I said, the thieves are ahead of the cops. We start responding to things that happen. We look at use cases coming out of incidents which have happened. So we are in a reactive mode. So academia has to be the frontier of creating, the fountainhead, should we say, of creating new knowledge. So industry, academia, and perhaps most importantly, government, not just for policy making, but for funding, as well as government as a customer, for us, each of us as a citizen of this country. So on all of these fronts, there is, I think, significant stuff happening. Rama has talked ably, and I'll comment on a bit of that when I look at the year gone by. On the state, on the role of government, we see a significant amount happening. I'll touch on it very briefly. The thing I want to talk about briefly also is about talent. Now, in addition to recognizing that talent causes things to happen and that we need to reach 1 million, I do want to say that there is very good progress. We are up to more than, I would say, 300,000 people, well on our way to reaching the 1 million, perhaps exceeding it by the time frame. But in addition to the talent which drives the day-to-day work of the industry, there are two other communities which we have focused on very significantly, and Rama alluded to them in part. One is the Chief Information Security Officers, the CISOs, and we have more than 200 CISOs who are very active, and a few other 100 who are in and out of being engaged with DSCI, and that's a task for us to look at. That's one large community which is engaging with the problem. The second, of course, is the CIOs. And the last couple of years have seen very active work, last year particularly, and I would say that we have now engaged about 500 people a little before last year, and then the cumulative stand at close to 600 CIOs across sectors, of which about 100 in the healthcare sector, particularly last year and a half, that's been a focus. So this is the second large pool of talent which is getting equipped because they're responsible for the information systems, and they're getting equipped to cope with the risks and the problems therein. Now, looking at last year, and a few numbers here, but I do want to say that we've been tracking for the calendar year to align it to many of the international studies, but we also have some part of it, the GCCs, the Global Competency Centers, which report alongside the NASSCOM report by March end. So these figures are more or less accurate, but a more precise number comes out in April. But just to give you a heads up, the IT services component, which was 4.3 billion in 2019, crossed 8.5 billion this year, Jan to December. That's a 40% CAGR. The products category, which was a billion point 1.02 last year, crossed 1.37, which is a 35% growth this year over the previous year. And while GCC data will come in, we expect that they would have upward of 30% growth. And in 2020, it was 4.6 billion, so it should be crossing 6 billion this year. So approximately $16 billion is the size of this sector. And I have to remind people who are involved in CSTF, the Cybersecurity Task Force, that we estimated the size that time to be 3.5 billion. And we had assumed a certain growth rate. And we said if we achieve that growth rate, we'll cross 35 billion in the year 25-26. I think important to know that we are likely to cross that number at least 1 year ahead of time, if not 2 years ahead of time, because at 35 or 37% that we are ranging at right now, we're likely to cross this number in the next 2 years. DSCI does a very large number of things. I think Rama alluded to some of them. I think the engagement with government is a very important one. And I do want to mention that there are two dimensions to that engagement. One is that with the Ministry of IT, with METI, we have set up, and that's been going for a while, the National Center of Excellence, which has seen enormous growth last year. Many new projects, many new responsibilities, many new areas being studied, and many new startups being supported. So this is about the central work and the center and its involvement in the cybersecurity, and not to mention a very good and deep engagement with the National Cybersecurity Coordinator's Office, General Pant, we talked about him, and many others who are involved there. And we've been involved in running some multinational global operations with the government and for the government on cyber in the area of forensics with a number of countries. METI is also funded and is promising and to continue the funding for these grand challenges. We just had one recently. The top winner startup won an award of 1 crore rupees. And we're going to up that amount and up the numbers. And therefore, the government involvement, as we said, government and startups and industry is very tight. And that brings me to the third leg, which is academia. So we now have, I would say, a couple of dozen institutions getting engaged with DSCI. We want that number to cross 100 in the next year. Because academia is the fountainhead of knowledge. Academia is what will drive a very large number of startup activities. And so while they're already into operation, we have a number of projects going on with some institutions, but this is going to be a big priority area as we go forward. So finally, looking at a very inviting future. COVID, no COVID, this sector is set the benchmark for growth among all sectors within the IT industry at upward of 35% growth. And we expect that this will continue, maybe even go to higher levels. So I talked about the IT services part of the business is growing. More and more of our large players are getting active. More and more of our large players are building very strong capability. The global competency centers, many more international companies have thought it to be wise to set up their security operations out of India. And many parts of the country are now seeing these new initiatives happen. So this is another activity which is going at 30%, and we expect it to accelerate. And finally, the startups, which is where we see our future. Creation of IP, creation of absolutely cutting edge areas. And I think many of the areas that Rama talked about in terms of AI, ML, those are areas where we're seeing new companies come and set the agenda. For government, we have set up one center of excellence in Telangana. It's been through its learning curves, and now we are getting ready with the blue book, or the let's say the rollout manual, which we will take state by state by state, because while cybersecurity at the center is in full speed, we have to make sure that every state also deals with its subjects, and many topics are state subjects, and it's subject to protect the citizens at the state level as well. And we expect that to be a big activity as well. So all in all, time for a lot more action than we've had even in the 2 COVID years. And I'm looking forward, like many of us at DSA are looking forward to the deliberations of these 3 days. They are becoming more and more active. We are identifying more and more capabilities and talents. And so I really want to wish this event all success. It's a very important event. Your role is very important. You're engaging, and your increasing engagement is very important. And so I wish all of you the very best in this event. Take your time to get engaged. Take your time to make some good friends. Well, much less possible in this virtual mode, but you listen to many people and you can connect up over chat and so on. And most important is think of new ideas. We need all of that for this sector to grow at 35% and beyond. All the best to all of you, and thanks so much for this opportunity to express my views.
Well, thank you, Sri Pawar, for talking to all of us here, for all of our audiences. That was Sri Rajendra Pawar, the chairman of DSCI. And with that, we have come to an end of the inaugural session. And before I move on to our next segment, which is the plenary session, I'd like to make a few important announcements here for all of our audiences. Like we've mentioned before, we have the innovation box, which is in order to provide impetus to the growth of the Indian cybersecurity startups. DSCI has conceptualized the DSCI Innovation Box. It is the 8th edition of the Innovation Box this year, and we begin at 5:45 p.m. in the evening. So do stay with us to be a part of this segment, Innovation Box 2021. And As you may also be able to see on the top right corner of your screens, we have those little coins, and they represent the leaderboard, which is on the top right corner of the platform. And you can refer to the point distribution chart on how you can accumulate these points and gold coins. And the top three winners for all of our audiences will win cash prizes at the end of the program. So you can basically compete and accumulate your points and win a chance to be in the top three winners. Also, we are virtual this year, yet that does not mean that we do not have networking opportunities. There are immense opportunities on AISS 2021 for networking. You can explore, visit expo booths from the expo tab, and also can do your networking in the lobby area. And also, do not forget to share your feedback on social media using the official hashtags AISS 2021 and mention at the rate DSCI_connect on Twitter to give us your feedback and your experience at the DSCI AISS 2021. And with that, now I'd like to begin with our next segment, which is the plenary session. And here we discuss on how to stop ransomware pandemic, the basic steps and the advanced approaches. Now, joining us for this session, we have Mr. Bob Adhar, BE CISSP, founder and CEO at Rantronics, Mr. Dipesh Kaura, General Manager at Kaspersky South Asia, Mr. Mathan Babu Kazilingam, CISO at Vodafone Idea Limited, will also be talking to us. Dr. Sanjay Behel, the Director General, CERT in, is also going to be with us on this session. He will, in fact, be moderating the session. And last but not the least, Mr. Unique Kumar, the Group CISO at CK Birla Group, will also be joining us for this session. As you may be able to see on your screens, we are now being joined by all of our panelists for this plenary session on how to stop ransomware pandemic. And with that, I'll now hand it over to Dr. Sanjay Behel, DG at CERT In, who is also moderating the session for us to take it over from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Samriddhi, and good afternoon to everyone. And first of all, let me thank the DSCI for inviting me over and giving me this opportunity to be amongst this uh, elite panelists which are there. I am looking forward to learning a lot from them. Uh, we've got a very interesting topic today. So, my initial remarks on this would be as follows. See, uh, ransomware has emerged as a major cybersecurity threat operated through a very interesting, professional, and mature transnational ecosystem. Operators of ransomware are driven by financial greed as the primary motivation. And the average ransom paid by victimized organizations has more than doubled in the COVID 19 era, reaching $312,493 last year, according to the 2021 Unit 42 ransomware threat report. These figures just tell us part of the economic story, as the cost of system downtime and recovery often eclipses the ransom payment and the human toll in which is even more dire. The ransomware operators take advantage of vulnerabilities such as exploiting poor cybersecurity posture and practices, inadequate incident detection and response capabilities, abusing the same vulnerabilities of cyber assets as misused by conventional malware, and taking advantage of poor user behavioral habits to circumvent complex security controls with ease. Ransomware attacks carried out on essential ICT infrastructure can prevent goods and services from reaching citizens, thereby impacting not just the economic security but also public safety and national security. When you look at cyber extortion techniques by malicious actors, structures have evolved from single ransomware by encrypting the data to double extortion of encrypting data and or leaking the data to triple extortion where data leaks and PIR are often used to hold victim for extortions along with DDoS attacks to stall all business of the victim. It is observed that fully automated ransomware target individuals and the SME segment, while the semi-automated or human-operated ransom target high valued victims by using different entry vectors and payloads to avoid detection and attention by security tools and processes deployed by the victim organizations. During a ransomware attack, IT administrators often struggle to recover data and restore operations, while employees are idle. Meanwhile, senior leaders engage in intense internal deliberations, debating whether to pay the ransom or tough it out through the remediation process. Protecting against ransomware is a issue for all organizations, and today's panel discussion is only the start of building a mature and resilient cybersecurity posture. It's important to remember that you can't focus on a single piece of defense. You need a comprehensive cybersecurity program that enables you to identify, protect, detect, prevent, respond, and recover from threats. So, I think the fundamental intent behind conceptualizing this panel was to think through urgent actions that may be required to fight back against the ransomware, which has assumed the shape of a pandemic and has been affecting multiple stakeholders in the ecosystem across the board and across the globe. So, with this, I am going to probably ask a few questions to our esteemed panelists and looking forward for all of us to learn from them. Uh, so, let me ask the first question to open to all the panelists. Why do you think ransomware has now assumed proportions of a pandemic? And also, how the COVID pandemic has dramatically escalated the use of ransomware attacks? So, let me start with Bob, if he's available to take the question. Or shall we go to Dipesh?
Hi. Sure. Thank you, Sanjay sir. So, I mean, coming from an endpoint background and having seen the peak of pandemics, fundamentally, what has led to the sudden rise of ransomware is that uh, the perimeter that the corporates had created around their network has completely dissolved. There is no perimeter today. So, and I mean, let's believe this, that there was no business continuity plan ever thought that we would be in a situation where all of a sudden all the rules that were created to improve and increase the security levels will suddenly be shattered overnight. So that has fundamentally taken the user in a scenario which is unprotected, and what has actually escalated the problems as per the way we see it is the lack of detection and response mechanisms, because more than 70% of the organizations were still not there in terms of detection and response, which has caused considerable amount of delay uh, for organizations to actually identify that they have been under an attack scenario, and users are not cyber trained or cyber mature about handling such kind of situations, which has only added fuel to fire. So that's the reason the entire pandemic around ransomware is directly hitting endpoints, and the conversion rate of a ransomware attack is way higher than what it was in 2019 or earlier. So that's what we see.
Matan, do you want to give your views?
Sure. So while I echo the sentiments of Dipesh, what he shared with regard to vanishing of perimeter, I would want to bring in a differentiated perspective on the perimeter has not vanished. The perimeter has actually gone around people and individually their own assets.
Yeah,
So
correct.
yeah, so the fortress that were built earlier were around corporate offices, data centers, etc. Now it is each and every individual we are expected to build a perimeter around them. So that's the first and foremost shift that has happened. By virtue of which, the other perspective that I wanted to bring was around the ransomware in itself. So ransom has not been a new ask, especially in the IT field as well. Ransom has been there for long enough. Ransom has been asked for two perspectives. One, whenever people render your infrastructure from unusable state. The second, making your information being not available for use. So ransom has been asked for both these perspectives. The difference that we are seeing now, post the pandemic era, is there is a tremendous shift of not focusing on your infrastructure being rendered unused, but the information becoming unusable. That's the dramatic shift that we are seeing, which I'm sure, Dr. Bail, you also echoed similar sentiments. Earlier, to bring down an infrastructure from not being rendered usable is to launch a DOS attack, etc. And ransom used to be claimed even for not performing a DOS or a DDoS attack on your infrastructure, right? So ransom for DOS. The ransom for information is peaking now because owing to pandemic, earlier the fortress, whatever was built around the information, which were largely isolated and kept in central infrastructure. Owing to pandemic, this information has diversified itself, gone back into historic days of pre-convergence into distributed manner that they are held today. So the threat landscape for an attacker today to find lucrative targets that are holding sensitive information is far more becoming common. So it is easy today for an attacker to try and compromise hypothetically an endpoint and presume that to be not presume, obviously by inspecting the sensitivity of the data that it holds, relatively look at as a very sensitive information and come back demanding ransom. So that's one of the trend shift that we have seen, because of which there is an increasing trend in ransom demands that are coming. On the other side, the benefit to the corporate, the way I look at it as a benefit is, given information has far more become largely distributed, you have redundant copies, if not available in the central area with multi-ord. So the ability for us to recover also has become furthermore greater owing to the expansion that has happened in infrastructure, information getting distributed to multiple devices. So those are two sides that I would want to park my views here and expand the views over the conversation, Dr. Bail.
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting. Bob, since you joined a couple of seconds late, I just want to repeat the question for you. Why do you think ransomware has now assumed proportions of a pandemic, and also how the COVID pandemic has dramatically escalated the use of ransomware attacks? So, if you would like to give your views, we'll be happy to learn from that.
Thank you, Doctor, and thank you for having me as well. I feel that there is a perfect storm leading to increased ransomware attacks, and we will see this continuing. And the reason why I say that is, firstly, there is a what I call a temporary shift of criminals from drugs to cyber crimes. And the reason for that is that the traditional drug movement routes are impacted due to travel restrictions. Planes and ships are not traveling as often, and not many countries are open. So within the countries, there is tighter border control. Even within states and cities, there is tighter border control as well. All of these have resulted in what I call substantial drop in income for these criminals. So guess what? Ransomware appears to be an easier way. I mean, you can get people who would be happy to give you $50 million, without too much effort. So I kind of see that that's one shift that's happening. The other one is that there's geopolitical, um, um, politics that's happening rapidly. So here we're talking about U.S., China, India, Australia, UK, Europe. I mean, all of them. I mean, there's substantial shift in politics, and so that's kind of creating an environment as well. And I think the third one that has been mentioned already is the lockdown and restrictions, which are forcing millions of people to work from their homes. So the traditional data that used to be locked up is now being taken away. to a home environment and used in an insecure environment. So I kind of feel, yes, that's the case.
Excellent. Unique, let me listen to your views now.
Yeah. So thank you, DSI, for inviting me on this powerful panel, and it's a great opportunity, Dr. Bahal, to learn from you and from my fellow friends. The views I share are personal and not a link with my organization. So the philosophy is all about data, as you know, Matan has mentioned, the information, right? So when you talk to the CEO or you talk to the board, the demand is today is to about the digital transformation, and it helps to have a new touch points for the business and new opportunities. And there's a huge data generation. We all know that data is the new oil. The better massage data, or I would say a useful analytics which we have, there is more opportunity for business growth and better customer experience. So if we remember that there were days earlier when we order a pizza, then we go to outlet and order, or then we do a phone call, then the mobile app came in, then you know the other channels. Now there are 15 ways by ordering a pizza. You can order through Alexa, you can order through Facebook, you can order through WhatsApp and Instagram. A lot of ways, right? So this means we are more vulnerable to cyber attacks or the ransomware attacks as well. Secondly, although with the work from home, it's a new norm. The employees when working from home, they are behind not behind the firewall as in the corporate networks, and the posture or the security I would say is not up to that level. So these are the two things which actually are contributing to the ransomware attacks.
Thank you. I'll have another question to all the panelists. Uh, in your opinion, is there a need to coordinate efforts to develop a single widely adopted ransomware framework that will help organizations prepare for and respond to ransomware attacks? And how should the enterprise go about developing a comprehensive defensive security posture? And what will be the key pillars or best practices for this? So, Matan, do you want to start off?
Sure, Dr. Bell. So first and foremost, while most of the cyber security function within a corporate has revolved around building strategy around three core pillars, right? So that has been the typical focus for most of the CISOs, which being protect or prevent, as they would want to call us, protect, detect, and potentially respond. Most often for a CISO, it stops over there. Yeah, these are the core three pillars. But from here is where over the past few years, it has expanded from a strategy standpoint to adopt what we call now as predict and the ability to recover. These two were not seen in the parlance of defending a corporate earlier. Predict was always seen from business angle. How do I predict customers' buying behavior? How would I profile my customers, etc.? Not seen from a corporate's defending strategy. In similar manner, recover obviously were seen from recovering back from overall physical events or calamities that may happen, or disasters that may happen. To an extent, it also used to also take into account IT events and IT incidents that were happening. Cyber events were not considered in large to be part of the recovery strategy earlier. So the trend shift that I would want to say what has come forth the CISOs now is how do we get ourselves into the ability of predict and as well the ability of recover as part of the overall cyber security strategy that we may put forth. Now, coming back to the aspect around ransomware, ransom is actually rendering your data in an unusable manner, right? So it is for corporate to try and see how would I recover back from that incident because the incident has already happened, right? So which essentially would mean my prevent has failed, my detect has failed, my ability to respond also has completely failed. So what are the chances do I have to comprehensively recover back from that post facto incident that has happened is the larger aspect that corporates are due to focus on. So while I state so, it is very, very critical for corporates to build a recovery framework. How would they want to recover back in business? Most often, even in the physical recovery or in the IT recovery, it has to be adopted by the corporate that you cannot come back in business comprehensively fully. Yeah, it is a stage by stage quantify what will you recover post a massive disaster or so, right? So in equal manner, even in cyber security, even including the likes of ransomware, you will have to quantify what would you want to come back first on. You can't definitely bring all your business. So sensitizing, quantifying, say 20% of my core business is what I would come back in operation on, say day zero. It might take for me a month for me to come back in operation 50% of what I was doing to taking about 6 months. So articulating this very well, because this is not going to be easy for any corporate to come back in business immediately post a large scale event like this, right? So quantifying this, uprising board, acknowledging these events, and then getting the relevant concurrence is very, very important. And thereby, I definitely feel a comprehensive framework should be developed. Is there a possibility? The answer is yes. Does it exist? Yeah, we are way too behind for us to build a comprehensive framework, sir. That's where I would allow the rest of the panel to share their opinion.
Yeah, yeah, interesting. So you diplomatically played everything. So, uh, Bob, your views on this, please.
Sure, thank you. Look, um, in addition to the measures that are being practiced today, I'm going to take a what I call an innovation that we are looking at. So I'm going to be happy to share my innovation and be happy to be challenged on this as well. Um, I'm talking about advanced protection measures. And in this measure specifically, I want to talk about maintaining the confidentiality of the data before, during, and after ransomware attack. And so we are seeing businesses say no to ransomware payments because they can restore, their systems from a ransomware attack. So they have backups and they'll try to restore. However, the criminals have taken this a notch further by displaying the sensitive data in a public environment. So employee data, salary data, health records, credit card numbers are being publicly displayed. So businesses, due to embarrassment and reputational damage, are basically ending up paying the ransom. So good privacy or security is about protecting the data in a lot of depth. And confidentiality by definition over here means that the data that's sensitive can only be viewed by the authorized person or application of the process. So the question is, how can we maintain the confidentiality of the data during that process? Now, if you look at some of the frameworks that are available, you've got ISO 27001, you've got NIST cybersecurity framework, you've got PCI DSS. So there's a number of different frameworks available that recommends taking a holistic approach to protecting your data. I want to look at the PCI model quickly. The reason for that is it's a little bit prescriptive, it's easier to understand, and it's easier for people to implement. At a high level, PCI talks about 12 things you must do. And if you do those 12 things, your data is protected. Now, those 12 methods can be summarized in kind of 7 broad areas. It talks about a firewall. It talks about an antivirus malware protection. It talks about access control, network monitoring, security policy, physical security, and data encryption as well. So basically, the standard says if you want to protect your data, you must do all of that. So what happens, if you look at those methods, the cyber measures, and you try to answer the question, Is the light turned on? Is the light off? Is it a 1 or a 0? Can I see the data? Can I not see the data when systems are compromised? You will find that with an antivirus, people can get through when it's compromised and the underlying data is in plain text. Similar comments apply to malware, ransomware type software. These things will compromise, so people will see that. So kind of when you look at all of them, encryption, on the other hand, is the only uh, technical measure that converts plain text data into a ciphertext. So some of the advanced methods are looking at making sure that the underlying data is encrypted or is another format so that when compromises happen, the data is not in plain text. So what I'm talking about over here is using encryption like an airbag in a car. Everybody's driving a car. Everybody knows they are a good driver, including myself, and accidents will never happen. But guess what? Accidents do happen. And when they do happen, you want that airbag. So I'm talking about using encryption as an added method which ensures that the confidentiality of the data is maintained no matter what happens. No matter what type of ransomware you have an attack, please maintain the confidentiality of the data. But I don't want you to just go and rush and buy encryption. Um, um, there are encryption and there are different types of encryption. I'm talking about enterprise grade encryption with access control, application whitelist, and so on. Kind of that's the advanced method, I believe, that the market is heading towards so that we can further protect this.
Thank you. Unique, do you want to give your views?
Yeah, thank you, Bob. I agree with your viewpoint, and that is absolutely very important. So, framework for ransomware protection eventually is must to have, Dr. Bahal. And as a standard, most of us follow ISO 27001 NIST framework and somewhere PCI DSS. But assuming if there is a standard which can help organization and the controls are put in place, there's a proper audit, proper the 6 months review, the certification, then the steering committee can also focus on, which can help actually for the information security teams to get some budgets on the technology or the people processes skill set, which are very important. Second is, if we have a certification body which helps in certification, that you have the standards follow. Again, you cannot have the 100% assurance, but there is a baseline which will be set up. So the approach for the ransomware is very clear. Like, we cannot protect 100% assets. So it is always better to have a identification of the critical crown jewels of the organization, which are important for business, and we can see what kind of data exposure do we have. Is it a healthcare data, or is it a data related to the PII, the SPI, and then put a strategy to safeguard that data. Secondly, I would also say, the strategy based on the budget, because the budget is also limited based on the organization, the organization profits or organization capex which is available for that. Third thing, Dr. Bahal, is the cyber security culture, which is very important, because training the human firewall plays a very important role. And I'm emphasis on point number three, because attack starts when someone unknowingly click on the malicious link, and the injection start from the day one, and slowly, gradually, it spreads over. And people are ignoring simple basic multi-factor authentication, changing the using the default passwords. So I mean, that framework is really helpful.
Great. Dipesh?
So I completely agree, especially the last few points which Unique pointed out. But I think while we do need a proper framework, and there has to be steps to what should be done, like a playbook. But then till the time we get there and we get that level of cyber maturity, I think few things uh, which could be done at a basic cyber maturity level for an organization. While what I completely agree with Unique, my only couple of points that I wish to add, and this comes from things that we've seen when attacks happen. Uh, Once the attack has happened, and once they've recovered from the attack, no matter how good or how bad the recovery was, uh, I've seen that these attacks are forgotten. I mean, we don't see customers or the affected parties going back revisiting what went wrong and how to fix that and learn from that, and get that improvement moving. I mean, Sanjay sir, you would be party to so many discussions where the same company gets attacked 3 times a week. I mean, that is such a bad situation to be in. You did not fix it the first time, you did not fix it the second time, and you did not do it on the third time as well. So I think that is something which organizations need to learn. Mistakes will happen. It's just that one time. That attacker needs to get in, but at least we should have mechanisms, methodologies, and the maturity that we don't let that happen second time and third time in the same scenarios. So I think revisiting an attack and learning from them and creating your own remedy mechanism because you've learned from an attack, that is something which is being consistently and continuously being missed. I think that is something which people should work on, because tools are tools. They can only facilitate to an extent. Somewhere it is the learning of the individuals that is also important. I think that is something which I wish to add on this.
Excellent points. So I think you made some crucial points, and based on that, I want to pose a question to you. Since you are a global organization, so what are some of the similarities and differences in approaches and practices in India and the rest of the world that you see?
Um, Similarities, the way I have seen is, or the improvements also, even we've also seen improvements in the similarities. So I think VAPT practices are getting more use case intense, which is a good thing to see. We are also seeing exercises specifically in large enterprises where organizations want to consider red teaming, blue teaming, even purple teaming kind of engagements. We've also had last, I think, couple of months back, we had organizations who had approached us for compromise assessment, which was a very welcome thing to see, where people invite us and to test their environment and see how what is the cyber situation they are into, if at all tomorrow something bad happens. So these things are which is an upward trend which the industry is accepting and following, uh, which is getting better. The other thing which I have noticed now, which I have not seen earlier days, is people are mindful of doing backups now, which was not being considered, because of late, not very recently, infrastructure was a separate team and security was a separate team. So you don't enter my boundary and I don't enter yours. That is the way organizations used to handle, and I can already see Matan smiling on that. But I think now with this convergence coming in, people looking at collaborating between teams to protect the data in whichever way they can is a welcome thing. It's being done at various levels. People are also deploying advanced tools like EDR, and while the products are moving in that direction where detection and response and all those things are being considered. Also, threat intelligence now is also a very widely accepted, and if I can use the word, in demand service, because it is one of the very few predictive technologies that exist for cybersecurity today. So these, I think, are the similarities. uh, Differences specifically, that, like I just pointed out, we need to learn from the mistakes. I think our side of the world is not doing it, other side of the world is doing it. That is something which needs
Yeah.
attention. How do we fix that? How do we, what is it that we missed, that such an incident happened, and how we can make it better going forward? That is something missing. Second, I also very, very strongly believe the general awareness towards cyber security is still living in two different worlds. So the enterprise class customers have a different level of cyber maturity and cyber acceptance. But if you step down from the enterprise class and you enter the mid market and the SMB market, uh, there is still this very vague belief that it will not happen to them. We are small. It will not be my organization, but it will be someone else's organization. So that culture in the mid-market segment is missing. That awareness and that acceptance and the belief that you can be affected has to come in the mid-market. So I think another couple of years, maybe that awareness would come in, because just like the other pandemic, this pandemic also is getting more widespread and more impactful. So I'm sure this will take, the SMBs will take consideration to it, and they will also start imbibing a culture of cybersecurity. So I think these are the differences that I see right now.
Bob, do you want to add something to this? Because you also are seeing things at a much larger scale.
Look, I mean, there is similarities. I mean, and I even look at Australia and India. We are all getting ransomware attacks as well. Certainly the incidence appears to be higher than Australia, where some of the stats 68% versus 45%. But that attitude that Dipesh talked about is here as well. The attitude being, it's not going to happen to me until it happens, and then they will go and take some firm actions. However, what we are seeing is that, like India, there is a DPA. We have Data Privacy Act over here as well, and that has real fines attached to that. There are C-level executives that can potentially go to jail and be challenged if there's a data breach. So that has an effect where organizations, like in India, we've seen as well from here, and in Australia, taking basically affirmative action to protect the data. What we've also seen is that the government is actually, so for example, in Australia, the government has put out a ransomware bill, which basically states that if you are suffering a ransomware attack, you must report, and there are fines if you don't. So I think these are some additional things that are happening in Australia, and obviously the same is happening in America. Already has happened in America, and this will, I believe, will certainly get people to take quicker action.
Yeah, they're very crucial points, and legislation and regulations need to be looked at. I agree. Unique, Dipesh mentioned or alluded to red teaming, blue teaming, etc., and all that. So, what drills are modern day enterprises conducting to battle test their respective organizations, risk management, and response to cyber events or incidents?
So one is the incident management, and it is must to have. Second is, as Ritesh mentioned, the red teaming, blue teaming, that activities the enterprises are performing. Along with that, the tabletop exercises. So who will do what in case of ransomware? One is the technical, and another is the non-technical. Who will inform to whom, and what actions are required to be taken care when the insurer will be involved, when the IR team to be involved. So these are the steps. One another, the wishing exercise we are also doing, the phishing simulations, that drills we are conducting on regular basis to see the strength, and the weaknesses as well. And based on that, we take the appropriate action.
So, Martin, do you want to add something to this? Because I think
Yeah,
you have a bigger footprint with Vodafone and Idea
Yeah,
now.
true.
there are two aspects to it. In fact, continuing both the conversation from Dipesh, Bob, and as well parallelly with Unique, there are two aspects to it. One, obviously, in the ransomware part, we are forgetting the involvement of a supply chain ecosystem that we have. In today's context, especially India has, at least for past as many decades, has been safe haven to variety of technology firms, which are largely looked at as outsourced co-development, co-hosting environment, and that exists for even domestic customers like us. So, majority of the ransom events that you would come across the impacted party would be party A, but the breach possibly would have happened from a supplier ecosystem or so. So, in whatever we do, if we are not taking adequate aspects to put them as well, the supply and the connected ecosystems to test, it will defeat the purpose of whatever we land up doing. While I heard Unique suggesting that the readiness for the corporate is being put to test, at equal levels, we will have to include the
Supply
supplier
chain.
and the support
Yeah.
ecosystem as well to be tested as adequately. That's one thing. Most often companies take it as a oversight. That's something that I'm trying to put it in practice. Just because you highlighted that we what are we doing? That's one area that we are making some amount of trend shift towards addressing. How do we recover back from should an event like this were to happen, right? So that's one. The second, as a telco, it is also important for us to look at our enterprise ecosystem for the set of traffic that potentially passes through us. So largely, and I have come across these events when Stuxnet happened across the globe, right? So as a nodal need, what is crucial for us as a country is also to look at patents that are getting built over, even if it is smaller enterprises, and India is rich with as many small enterprises that we have. So the ability for us to fingerprint some of these events as it happens live across enterprises, smaller enterprises as well, is very, very crucial for us to accomplish, Dr. Bell. So those are two thoughts that I thought I should share over here.
Very, very interesting. So, I think I'm going to ask you a quick question to you and Bob is on, do you think there is any role of the law enforcement in these sort of cases? And has that been effective? So, Martin and Bob, if you would like to quickly give your views, because we've got just a couple of minutes left.
Definitely. I mean, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Now, Martin, you are on mute.
Sorry, Bob, after you. No problem. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Bob.
Oh, okay. Definitely. I think kind of my personal views is that we consider this to be a pandemic right now, and we all know what needs to happen to protect the data. But there is some reluctance of the industry to go and do that. Like any pandemic, and COVID is a good example. When it did come, there was a focus, and vaccines were developed in rapid time. So I think the framework is needed, and the government needs to put legislation in place, like what we've seen in America, like what we are seeing a bill in Australia that hasn't been passed. I believe businesses, will go to a country and do more business in that country. And I'm talking about outsource to India, for example, if somehow businesses feel that there's a higher level of data privacy and security. So I think law plays a very important part, and it spurs the industry and the businesses to take affirmative action to protect the data.
Yeah, Martin?
So I think definitely there is a need from a law enforcement coordination standpoint. While corporates may, at an initial point of view, take that no ransom, but if you look at today, the way it has changed as a stature for the corporates is from no ransom to provisioning, at least from an insurance standpoint. How do we cater them? Right. So the stand has evolved over a period because this is the reality that we live in. So an adequate guideline around how do we report back to law enforcement, because there are lot many industries in India that are fairly unregulated. So while there are regulated industries like telecom or banking sector, there are still a lot more that are fairly unregulated. So they are becoming safer havens for, say, a ransomware team to try
True.
and target them. So
True.
having a countrywide, large-scale regulation around how it should be reported is definitely a need. Yeah, but will that serve the purpose is something that we'll have to keep a watch through. Yeah.
So I think I'll thank the panelists for educating us, and it's been a lot of learning for me. I'm sure for the audience as well. But we've reached the top of the hour, and I would like to thank all of you once again, and thank DSA for giving us this opportunity to share our views and listen to all this. Thank you very much, and over to the organizers and Smriti.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Good connecting with all of you.
Well, thank you. With that, we come to an end of this plenary session on how to stop ransomware pandemic. I'd like to thank each one of our panelists who shared with us those valuable insights. And we now move on to our next segment, which is the key address by Mr. Marco Rottini, the Chief Technical Security Officer EMEA at AISS. And he, in fact, will be talking to us about security automation for the digital journey. Over to you, Mr. Rottini. Welcome.
Good morning, good afternoon. So should we start?
Yes,
with...
you may. Over to you. Over to you, Mr. Rottini.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So good afternoon to each and everyone, and thanks.
Okay, sorry. So Vineet, I think now what I'll do is I'll keep refreshing right before I have to go on air.
Okay. Thank you, and good afternoon to each and everyone, and thanks for having me here today. I'm here to talk to you about what security automation means in the strange times that we are all living. My name is Marco Rottini. I'm Chief Technical Security Officer for EMEA region at Qualys. And today we'll be starting our own journey in this presentation. Let's start by giving a look to this changing IT security landscape. We are living strange times. There are megatrends that are affecting all of us. And when these megatrends clashes, they may even generate something that I call the perfect storm. So let's give a closer look to what is this changing IT security landscape and why security automation is so crucially instrumental to this moment in time. We have seen several megatrends happening. The first one, which started a few years ago, is actually digital transformation. But digital transformation is here to stay, and actually it has been accelerating recently due to some events like the pandemic that we all know, which caused or forced organizations to get even more acquainted with their digital transformation projects, like cloud adoptions, for instance, or productivity spreading across employees. Second megatrend has been the shifting working paradigm that the pandemic brought. The remote workforce, people that started to work at distance, or people that started to smart work, so to say. But these two megatrends of accelerating digital transformation and remote workforce clashing, they caused an even more increase in the velocity of the challenges that organizations may face. Third, but not least important, is the skill shortage, which again, it was a megatrend that we saw in the past, but it has been changed and augmented by the recent happenings, because the skill shortage is not anymore a lack of resources only, but it is the lack of that specific skill that is dramatically needed to manage security challenges at scale and with the fragmented environment imposed by the pandemic. So the combination of these megatrends created a kind of a perfect storm and a macro challenge set for all the organizations across the globe. That's why we need still metrics. We need metrics to measure the effectiveness of our security programs, of our security challenges. And one good metric that is resisting the time is time to remediate. I'm not talking here about mean time to remediate. I'm talking about developing abilities to measure repeatedly and precisely the time elapsing from when an issue is spotting in our digital landscape all the way through its final remediation or mitigation. And this should be repeated for every environment in what I call our new digital biodiversity. That's because at the end of the day, we are facing a race here. On one side, there are the defenders. We are the defenders. We need to be right all of the time in protecting our assets, in protecting our people, in protecting our data, in protecting our perimeters. On the other end, there is the attacker or the attackers. And they need to be right just once to wreak havoc, to disrupt our integrity, to steal our reputation and data, to cause financial losses. And how do we win this race in the challenging times that we are living and with the megatrends that I have outlined? We do not need a bag purse of tricks. We do not need a box of tools that we need to put in place. We need well-oiled, well-orchestrated, well-defined solutions, which needs to cover end-to-end our landscape and which needs to develop or help us developing fundamental capabilities. When I'm talking about capabilities, I'm talking about visibility. How do I know what I have in my new fragmented, geographically spread IT landscape? We need observability. How can I aggregate data to understand what I need to track? Think about the recent ransomware issues or the recent Log4j issue. How do I know instantly where are the assets that are affected? How patched are they? How vulnerable are they? How compromisable are they? And we need these end-to-end workflows to deliver the refined information with the right velocity. So let's talk about this solution. Let's focus about ransomware, for example. And one thing that we all know about ransomware is that we need to mitigate the risk or remediate actually the issue. So how can we remediate ransomware as a risk? We need to act at 4 layers. First, we need to build, strengthen, refine, or empower our idea of digital inventory. What do we have in our digital biodiversity? How many species are there? How many assets? Where are there? How many assets are in cloud? How many mobile devices do we use? How many of them are active, or how many of them are not checking in since probably 1 month? What is their vulnerable surface, which is not just the infrastructure vulnerabilities or the software vulnerabilities. Most of the times, the vulnerabilities are coming from the misconfiguration. And detecting them, it's just the easy part. Because at the end of the easy part, we will realize that we have a mountain of vulnerabilities and misconfiguration. And probably, very probably, our ability to tackle or to tear down this mountain is comparable to a tablespoon. So how can we tear down a mountain with a tablespoon? It's rather difficult, right? That's why prioritization matters. And contextual prioritization matters. Threat intel prioritization matters. We need to understand that or set our mind that the real question is not how long will it take me to tear down this mountain, but where do I start from, or what do I begin with? What is the most relevant set, the most urgent set that I can take down and which is at my reach? And patching is the fourth stage. We need to close the gap. Having a well-prioritized set of vulnerabilities is definitely not enough. We need to continue with our velocity all the way through patching and remediation or final mitigation. That's why we need to have a platform. We need to understand, for example, which are the 100 plus CVEs that are relevant to me, and what are the misconfigurations that I need to tackle. What is this important set? And patch it, and remediate it, and deploy the needed compensating controls. This should be done with a platform because we need consistency in the information across all the stage, from the inventory to remediation. We need security automation, which doesn't mean API and scripts, because scripts are temporary solutions. Scripts needs to be maintained. Scripts need to be changed when the solutions are changed. Security automation means having a set of well-specialized applications to tackle well-defined problems which are working all together, which are tightly integrated so that the same data are dispatched and processed by each of these applications. And the response automation matters as well. Although there is a huge fear to break things, right? Every CISO, every IT manager, every SOC manager, when they automate, the next possible thought is, what will I break? Well, things may break, but we need to balance the risk. Is it better to be preventively secure? Should I proactively work to mitigate my vulnerable surface so that it doesn't become an attackable surface? Or do I want to be running after the anomalies whenever they spot? I need to balance risk with volume. The higher volume with the low risk should be my priority, as well as concentrating the few resources that I have on the most relevant one. Because complexity will grow up, resources will go down, the world will never go back, and we need to adapt to the new normality. We need to partner with IT. Security and IT needs to partner as departments to implement good testing, good health monitoring, so that I can implement a risk-based, a risk-aware automation. Then things will not break. It's better to be proactive versus being running after anomalies. Think about the Patch Tuesday. What if we could say, after every Patch Tuesday, I will remediate all the high volume, low risk vulnerabilities on browsers, applications, on workstations automatically, because there is not huge risk of disruption. While I'm doing that, my specialized testing and monitoring resources will concentrate on the servers that matters, on the servers where disruption is indeed possible, and we need to give all our attentions. But all the rest, let's insert the autopilot and full steam ahead. So how to go from this beautiful theory to a more tangible practice? Well, you need a fixed mind shape that is grounded on 3 pillars. First, develop or strengthen your inventory. Second, act preventively to mitigate the risk. Detect wounds and misconfigurations and prioritize them with contextual threat intel. That will mitigate with patching the risk preventively. Of course, we need to be ready with a swift detection and a fast response for anomalies that will escape our preventative efforts. But you need all of these 3 pillars solidly grounded into your capabilities, into your tooling, and into your platform. You need a platform because you need to collect good telemetry across your digital environment with specialized sensor. And you need a platform because you need to transform this telemetry into well-refined and actionable information that is dispatched to a set of integrated applications to strengthen your inventory, to preventatively reduce your risk, to swiftly detect anomalies, and to react fast, keeping compliance under control, because compliance is just another standpoint on your data. And of course, this platform needs to be built at scale. It needs to resist the challenges of these new times. Numbers and size matters. Geographically dispersion on the planet of data centers matters. The ability to process trillions of data points into queryable information matters. You need, so to say, to build a security automation as a process that is end-to-end, grounded on a platform, delivered by a set of integrated applications. Across all of this, Qualys may be a valid point of help. I thank you for your time and your attention, and I wish you a very good continuation of this beautiful event. Thank you.
Hey, hi Samriddhi. You can please proceed ahead with the next set of keynotes.
Right. Thank you, Jatin. We have next Mr. Terence Gomes, Country Head Security Microsoft India, who will be talking to us about the top 5 cybersecurity resolutions for 2022. Mr. Gomes, over to you.
Thank you, Samriddhi. Good afternoon, everyone, and happy to be talking to you here today on this forum. And a warm welcome, and hope you have a good, insightful session today. As I was preparing for this keynote, I was thinking about what are the learnings based on our interactions with various security practitioners, various organizations across India that we could bring together and share with you in terms of the top themes that they are taking forward in the next year. I so call it the security resolutions for 2022. And that's where I said, let me actually bring that into a consolidated platform that I can share with. So let me bring up my screen here for a minute and we should get going. Got it. Awesome. I hope all of you can see my screen and I'll get started. So as I was preparing and I speaking to a lot of practitioners, I think the most common things that came up in various areas, I kind of compiled that together and said, if there were top 5 improvement areas that practitioners wanted to go and do and fix in their security program for 2022, what would they be? And let me start sharing with you, and you will probably notice a common theme and may relate to this as well as you move forward from 21 to 22. I think the first and most important point, and there is no denial, I think every practitioner, every officer that we talk about kind of have shared the same feedback that today's reality, today's way of working, the distributed, the hybrid, the rapid digital transformation, while that has really helped our businesses get back and be agile and be open for businesses, from a security standpoint, that has actually opened up a lot of doors and entry points for attackers to come in, right? And the whole, I would say, thought process around span of control or having a tight, control of what's happening on the enterprise has kind of put our security practitioners again to really think about how well have we managed our attack surface, and the whole attack surface has significantly kind of changed with the new rapid digital transformation that has happened. So I think one of the top, I would say, themes or learnings that a lot of security practitioners, irrespective of the size or industry, have constantly come back and shared and said, "Terence, this is top of mind for us. And then we are constantly looking at how do we reduce our attack surface and how do we manage that. And this is a challenge. This is a pain point that we need to do much better in FY22. Right? If that was one challenge that kept them busy and thinking about security, the other challenge, of course, was around the whole volume, intensity, and I would say the quantum of attacks that have increased in the past couple of years. We all know the dark web and the cost to acquire and track service in the underground web is extremely inexpensive and cheap. And that creates more problems for defenders like us to keep up and keep them out. But it's not just the volume of attacks, it's also the sophistication of the attacks and the variety of attacks that have that our practitioners are seeing in the last 12 months, right? Earlier attacks used to be predominantly at the endpoint or at the identity layer, and we were dealing with the challenges of malware and now of late ransomware and coin miners. But we are also seeing attackers pivot to other devices in the environment that we would probably not always have on top of our mind. We've seen breaches starting off with printers being compromised and OT and IoT devices, especially IoT devices and connected cameras being used to kind of break in and then pivot from there into the organization. So a lot of our defenders and practitioners are coming back and saying, hey, while we had our eyes set on the most common points of an attack, like the identity and the endpoint and the email, but now we've got to really relook at it because the attackers are coming from a very different set of entry points that we hadn't planned for. So at one side we have the attack surface that has significantly grown, but the other side we have this huge variety and range and quantity of attacks that are literally hitting our organizations. Now that's the what of the story. As security practitioners define that this is the problem that we're trying to address, and as they get into the implementation phase, saying, hey, how do I go fix this and how do I go make my organization secure and resilient. As they start looking at ways to deal with, they start realizing that security is not that simple, and the number of vendors, number of products, number of controls that are out there to really manage all these challenges under one roof has significantly made it more and more complex for them to really have a tight security program. On top of it, the number of alerts, false positives, and the noise that a lot of the security tools create is just made it very difficult for them to really manually manage all of that alerts. And then to top it all is the shortage of security skill staff that we are dealing with as an industry, and as a sector, right? So at one hand, we have all these problems, that and learnings to kind of take forward and address in the new year, but it's also still the traditional approach, of the point tools and point products and trying to make that work continues to be an area of concern, and complexity that practitioners are looking to solve. So when we put all of these together and kind of say, hey, what should be the top 5 projects or themes or areas of improvements that we should go and fix in the coming year? These are the top 5 that kind of consistently came across, no matter who I spoke to, and these are the top 5 initiatives that they would typically want to go do in the new year, right? So attack surface reduction and management, that continue to be top of mind. uh, Protection, from not just identity or endpoint, but end-to-end protection, so that they have a tight, secure organization, and security is all up and not just working in silos. The third, of course, the thing that they want is, how do we manage all of these complexity? Because if it is too complicated, you will never be able to be on top of things. And simplification makes security more robust and more, I would say, complete. And complexity brings in gaps and silos and shadows. Right? So those are the other. That was the other theme that emerged. And the other two was around, how do we just improve our detection rates? How do we keep the false positive downs? How do we improve our after we detect, how do we improve our response and recovery times so that we can get back to normal? So these are the top 5 themes that kind of consistently came across from various practitioners that we spoke to as the areas of improvement for FY22. Now, as we speak about these, and these are kind of seem to be the top 5 themes, just wanted to kind of spend a few minutes telling you about how is Microsoft helping our practitioners and our customers, in India, to kind of go and address these and solve for these as they ring in the new year. So the first point around attack surface reduction and attack surface management, I just wanted to kind of bring this up for your attention. I think two things. One, of course, the company that Microsoft acquired recently in this year, Risk IQ, which is a leader in attack surface management and threat intelligence. I think that's something to watch out for. And we're working with a lot of customers globally and locally to help them manage their attack surface. Whether it's an outside-in view, whether it's a simulation view, whether it's a view about how can somebody break in spite of having tight controls. This is one of the areas and technology initiatives that we're taking up with a lot of customers in India and globally to watch out for. The second one, of course, which is already part of the Microsoft platform, whether it is Azure security or whether it is Office 365 or whether it is Windows or identity, the secure score or security posture management tool, which gives the customers insights into what's implemented and what's not implemented and can put them at risk, like a control matrix view of the best practices and recommendations for their environment. So this is one way that we are helping customers manage their attack surface as they move forward into next year. The second challenge, of course, is dealing with complexity of threats, dealing with sophistication of attacks, and really trying to have a comprehensive security program which is end to end across their enterprise, identity to IoT, and nothing's left out. And that's where the Microsoft integrated unified threat protection platform is what a lot of our customers are looking at, are actively in either in deployment stages or optimization stages. And this covers all key components of the house, right? This is not just on-prem, this is not just cloud, this even extends to OT and IoT environments. And then, they're all integrated by the same backplane. So you get an XDR, unified experience. And then you can extend it not just to the Microsoft ecosystem, but to other ecosystems and other clouds as well. So that's another way that we are helping organizations manage their requirement for protecting everything end to end, and not just looking at challenges in isolation. The third challenge, of course, where we're dealing with working with a lot of customers, is how do we simplify the complexity that is already created. And there's a lot of projects that customers are looking forward to in the next year, where they're looking at consolidation, because there's a lot of security controls that are available as part of the platform, whether it is the Microsoft Azure cloud, or whether it is the Office 365, or the Windows platform. Different security controls that an organization will typically end up doing with 40 to 50 different products. A lot of them is already available as part of the platform. So this helps our customers not only implement the security controls they need, but kind of reduce the overheads, consolidate a lot of them, and kind of use the built-in functionality to keep their security program up to date. And then the fourth and the fifth point, these are the other areas that again we're helping customers go do in FY21 and in FY22. The whole challenge about looking at the signals, looking at the events, narrowing down the high fidelity incidents, and not just having analysts manually look at the alerts, right? With advanced analytical tools, UEBA models, machine learning models, and the Microsoft threat analytics platform, is where we are helping customers actually move from left to right, and really focus on the most significant security fidelity incidents, rather than having to sniff through millions and billions of events and alerts to kind of get there. So that's another area that Microsoft is partnering with a lot of customers in India. And finally, the move from not just detecting threats, but it's also the last mile in terms of how do I respond to them faster, and how do I recover from them faster, and how do I really use the advantage and the power of automation, because given the shortage of skilled staff, and the amount of alerts that will always be high, we will never be manually possible for us to touch every single alert or every civil incident manually through a human intervention. So how do you try and automate as much as possible to help you respond and recover faster, and get your security program back on track? To kind of sum it up, and kind of just bring everything together in terms of learnings, best practices, and go do's for FY22. These are again kind of a quick recap of what we are hearing from customers, the areas that we are working with customers to go and enable them to get these results and drive these outcomes in FY22, and these are the top themes that we're constantly seeing for the FY22 or for the coming year. So if I have to sum it up, my top 5 security resolutions and my go-to with a set of customers that I work with would basically be summed up into this slide and into these top 5 points for today. With that, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and look forward to interacting with you not only during the event, but even post the event. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gomes. And that was our keynote on the top 5 cybersecurity resolutions for 2022. And we now move on to our next keynote address, which is by Mr. Dipesh Kaura, the General Manager at Kaspersky South Asia. And let me now invite Mr. Kaura on stage. And I'll hand it over to you, Mr. Kaura, for your keynote.
Yep.
Yes, thank you. We have with us Mr. Kora. Over to you.
Okay, just give me a second. I'll share my screen. Yep. Is my screen visible? Okay. It's good. Good to go? Is the screen visible? Hi. Okay, good day. Good day to all of you. Hi, my name is Dipesh. I am the General Manager at Kaspersky for South Asia. Thank you for taking the time to join us in discussing this very important topic on reinforcing the cybersecurity strategy. Uh, it is inevitable that things are changing daily and evolving rapidly at a rate that we may not be able to fully comprehend. This also holds true for cyber criminals. In fact, let's just say that the bad guys are hard at work, putting people and your companies at risks, and we need to stop them, and we need to stop them together. Today, we would like to share a tip or two on the best practices of how you can reinforce your cybersecurity strategy. I am not sure if the slides are moving. Something wrong. Okay, I have mentioned that things are changing daily and rapidly, and we have come a long way since this has all began. So let's talk about connectivity and how vastly connected we are in the digital world today. Uh, this evolution started in 1979 from 1G and still continues to technologies such as 5G, Wi-Fi 6, and we are still growing. In fact, the aim of wireless communication is to provide high quality, reliable communication, such
Kora,
as, yep.
could you give a cue to Jatin after you're done? So, because he's handling the presentation.
So, how do I give the cue?
You can just tell us once you're done.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I will suggest to move to the next slide then. Okay. So, like I said, I mean, the evolution started in 79 and we started from 1G, goes on to 5G, and now even 6G, 6 Wi-Fi 6 for that matter. The aim of wireless communication is to provide high quality, reliable communication such as optical fiber. Each new generation of services represents a big step, and the leap is getting bigger every day. Cell phones received their first major upgrade when they went from 1G to 2G. And I did not add 1G to this slide because ideally 1G is analog technology. And the phones generally at that point in time had a poor quality of voice. The calls used to drop often. Not much security and absolutely no streaming was possible. So what changed when we moved from 1G to 2G? 2G was digital networks. And the key word here is digital. This is when data comes into play. When it came to 3G, it had multimedia support services, and capabilities were mainly around streaming. And this was the phase when streaming was becoming more and more popular. Moving from 3G, we went on to 4G, which is a very different technology if you compare it to 3G, as it could provide high speed, high quality, high capacity to users while improving the security, reducing the cost of voice, as well as the multimedia services. And at this point, we would all assume that, could we go any faster in terms of speed? Now, as you know, 5G is already under development, and that is intended to improve on what 4G has to offer. So 5G promises significantly fast data rates. It offers higher connection speeds, higher connection density, much lower latency, among most of the other improvement that 5G offers over 4G. In fact, some of the plans in 5G include device-to-device communication, better battery life, improved overall wireless connectivity. And the maximum speed of 5G is approximately 35.4 Gbps, which is almost four times that of, or rather five times that of 4G. 35 times of 4G, sorry. So from 1G, we are moving to 1 Gbps transfer speed, we are moving to 35 Gbps of transfer speed. And in fact, when it comes to 5G, it's not mainly about speed. Here, it's more about latency. And latency is a major upgrade for gamers, doctors who are doing online surgeries, or rather remote surgeries these days. Uh, the future is of self-driving cars. Many other devices or many other applications, many other real life use cases where technologies or the entire decision making is dependent upon the latency of a technology, where you would need to take split second decisions, uh, which is where the entire game of latency in terms of data speed transfers would come into picture. Latency accompanied with accuracy is what um 5G can offer. So now, if you look at these faster technologies where internet connection would become embedded within our lives, we would have Internet of Things, we would have cars, uh, connected cars, mobile devices. In fact, being in a cybersecurity company for us means that we need to be there to ensure that our customers can enjoy these technologies safely. So today, if you look at it, how connected are we? The number of devices would definitely increase over the years. Several companies have already predicted that approximately 75 billion devices would be connected on the internet by the year 2025, and that's not far away. In fact, looking at futuristic technologies like Internet of Things, we would have devices such as maybe suits that are able to provide us accurate data of our health, or maybe we would have applications at our fingertips that could give us accurate health data. And now the situations, given the pandemic, health technologies are gaining momentum and are being pushed into rapid evolution, as per the given scenarios of the pandemic today. Uh, as for me, I think I'm quite optimistic. Maybe the future has flying cars. Uh, in fact, smart taxis or flying taxis are being developed and tested in countries like China, Japan, Germany, and I think it's only a matter of time where this would be a reality. GPS information, decisions for pathways of the cars, payment information, and many more would be the data that would be processed through the cloud. So, most importantly, all these devices will be connected, and there will be a massive flow of data through the internet. And all this data will be driven through the cloud, and all these devices will connect to each other through the cloud. But like I mentioned earlier, we now have 5G coming up. In fact, we also have Wi-Fi 6, which is already on its way, and the amount of upload and download speeds and the amount of data that we could upload and download with these technologies would be massive. Now, this data is something that needs protection, because this data will also be exploited by the cyber criminals. The amount of data that is being transferred among devices will only grow, and it will be more crucial for us to protect this data and to have a holistic approach towards cybersecurity, which is where we come to the aspect of, how do we reinforce the strategy again. So are we looking at cyber security strategies 2.0 or things like that? In fact, there is no hard and fast rule, and there is no instruction manual that you can follow that would magically provide you with a cyber security strategy. It involves a lot of hard work. It involves a lot of updating yourselves with the current changes of technologies that will happen in the cyber world. But nonetheless, there are a few things that you can do for yourself and your organizations to keep in pace uh, with this dynamic changes of cybersecurity, and reinforce your plan and strategy again. So the first thing I would suggest would be building a strategy, and a good cybersecurity strategy is a collective effort. It is not possible for an organization to do it alone. We would need access to a lot of information. We would require a lot of interactions with experts in the cybersecurity domain. We would need to bounce ideas with each others, complement one another, challenge each other's concepts and ideas, and that is how we see the growth in the cybersecurity domain. The positive thing here is that there is already a lot of increased awareness within the society and within the enterprises around cybersecurity, and I think that is a good start. Kaspersky has been approached, in fact, by many companies to consult on how to improve on their security, what are the aspects that need to be considered or reconsidered when they are considering their next stage of cybersecurity, and the kind of strategies that they need to follow to select their new age cybersecurity vendors as well. And it's been a very interactive uh, community discussions which we've had with customers and like-minded vendors as well, on how and what could be a possible framework that we could look at, which could at least create the first level of platform for organizations to move in this direction. Uh, there has been a lot of increased awareness in business sectors. So beyond BFSI, we've seen a lot of manufacturing organizations, ITES, and other small and medium enterprise organizations also taking this approach very seriously and constantly engaging in meaningful conversations, not only with us, but getting us as in Kaspersky as one of the cybersecurity solutions provider with the pool of security providers that these organizations want to work with, so as to ensure that there is seamlessness of integration, and the expected end result is what they have imagined to be would actually see the real light of the day. The second aspect I think that needs to be considered is around digital trust. When choosing a service provider or a cyber security service provider, if I can be more narrowed down in my conversation, one of the things to figure out is whether the methodology of the cyber service provider or the cyber technology provider is in line with your aspirations as an organization's moving forward for cybersecurity. Um, are your vendors or your cyber vendors in sync with the corresponding changes and developments of the cyber world, as well as the industry standards and best practices that can be followed. A better way to do it is the way we normally suggest, and when I have conversations with my customers or with my partners, usually I suggest three things. One is, whenever you're getting into these kind of scenarios and upgrades and movements of development, it's always good to engage with experts. Engage professional entities who can help you do this in a more structured, in a more organized manner. Why experts? I think the answer is very simple. It is because I would say experts improve the efficiency. Let's use business as an example. We come across many such conversations where business owners believe that they have the capability to do everything, only to realize afterwards that possibly they don't. And that is the time they regret that, they should have taken consulting, or maybe they could have taken the advisory earlier. Others, I think there have been many situations where I have personally realized that people are so reluctant to seek external help, and this is what they are missing as an opportunity. And I think it is quite alarming, but an expert can make a difference between a success and a failure of a project, of an organization, of a security roadmap. Second, second step that you should consider, according to me, is considering the complexity and the nature of your business. Check on the reputation of the service provider, the partner, the technology provider, because trust is an important side of cybersecurity. Trust is also an important side of the discussion for the entire deal which is being structured. You need to consider a vendor whom you can trust, who will be able to provide you with the right consultations, right advisory on how to protect your data and your businesses as you take this journey of transformation. Finally, obviously, it is important that you look at the certification and the accreditation that these vendors or technology providers, like even for that matter, Kaspersky carries. Do they have internal processes which are being properly lined up? Do they have enough expenditure patterns where they invest back into their teams? Is there enough training and development that happens for the teams internally for these organizations? Do they have recognition from third parties like the IDCs, Gartners, Canalises, AV tests, and there's a bunch of people who do third party verifications as well. And this would help you more taking an informed decision about the company or the partner that you wish to engage in. The whole idea is, it actually doesn't matter who you choose. It's about how you choose, which will make a lot of difference, because then your expectations and your understandings with your service provider or your partner or your technology provider is in sync with the expectations that you wish to seek. uh, the other way of revisiting your cyber strategy is to possibly invite uh, people or experts from outside to test scenarios that are within your organization. Now, you could be a service provider, it could be a technology company, it could be a product manufacturing company for itself. So, if I give examples from my own organization, Kaspersky, we engage a lot in bug bounty programs. In fact, we've had this engagement with the most leading bug bounty platform provider, which is known as HackerOne. We've been engaging with them since, I think, now 2016, 2017, and in fact, over the last year and a half, we've managed to figure out, or rather, I would say, uncover about 20 bugs uh, inside the product itself, and that has helped us improve the kind of steps that we need to further strengthen our products. In fact, we've gone a step higher where we've increased the stake, or rather increased the rewards by a huge margin to encourage people to look at Kaspersky and try and figure out what is possibly that is happening, which can be improved, so that when we reach out to our customers, Our products are much more solid, much more tested, much more protected, and can stand the dynamism that the cyber world has to offer today. Uh, the other trend which we are looking at today is the way cloud is moving. So I was just going through a recent report. IDC mentions that the cloud spending is forecasted about $1.3 trillion, which is by the year 2025. Which again, I think it's not very far away from now. So Kaspersky has gone ahead and acquired this organization called Brain4Net. Kaspersky aims to now completely get a new SASE offering to the market with a unified platform. So we will combine the best-in-class Kaspersky offerings, best-in-class technologies with Kaspersky, and collaborate and engage with Brain4Net's network and manage the orchestration and the control capabilities that Brain4Net offers. So, in particular, just to raise the curtains on this platform, the future SaaS or the SASE offering will eventually include a cloud access security broker, which is CASB. We would also be offering cloud security or cloud secure web gateway, uh, cloud workload protection platforms, cloud security posture management, zero trust network access, and other services which are completely moving into the cloud now. So this acquisition with Kaspersky is will help evolve its existing solutions as well into a full-scale extended detection and response mechanism, the XDR term, which is widely being accepted in the market today. In fact, SASE brings very, very obvious benefits to the XDR offerings, and with XDR and SASE coming together, we would be able to collect the telemetry not only from the endpoints but also from the networks now, and we could be able to capable we would be capable, or rather efficient, more efficient, to detect and stop attacks at the network level as well as the endpoint level and anywhere in between. So this will also add a flavor of simplification of orchestration that will happen between technologies by giving you a single dashboard window to look at the entire security landscape on a single glass pane. So these are things that we are trying from our side to bring to the end user and make cybersecurity as simple and as accessible as possible. And that's the way we are trying to restructure and reimagine this entire cybersecurity strategy going ahead in 2022. So that's from my side. That's pretty much what I had to share with you all. And thanks for sparing your time. Thanks for sparing your attention. Hope to see you all soon. Thank you so much.
Laura, that was the presentation by Kaspersky, and we had to also join us the keynote sessions as well as the plenary session. Before that, we did our inaugural session. We'll now break for a lunch, maybe a 15-minute break, and try to resume by 2:15. And if it's for our audience to join us back at 2:15, that's when we are going to resume our program. Thank you.
Hello. Um, Good afternoon, all. Welcome to day one of AISS 2021. Today we have a panel discussion here on stage two. The title of the panel discussion is DPO, Roles, Responsibilities, and Organization Culture. Our moderator for the event is Mr. Srinivas Pusarla, Senior Vice President and Chief Privacy Officer and DPO, Infosys Worldwide, he has over 11 years of experience in privacy. Over to you, Mr. Pusarla.
Hi, everyone. Am I audible, Anisha?
Yes.
Audience, yes. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this panel discussion. First of all, thank you, DSCI, for inviting me to moderate this session, and also the participants, all the participants who took time to join this. I would, before I invite the panelists to the stage, I would set a little bit of context about the topic. See, and in fact, the topic about DPO is the very apt for discussion at this very juncture when the data protection bill of India is almost around the corner, I would say. We know that the privacy is gaining significant prominence in the recent times in the hyper-connected world due to the technological innovation and the myriad ways in which the data processing can happen by the various controllers. So the mere potential that exists among the entities which capture data to glean the data together, to draw profiles about people and draw inferences can completely intrude into our lives in day-to-day life and cause different kinds of agonies and distress if we are not able to control the way the companies operate, and we put some boundaries on what can be done and what can't be done. And rightly so, the regulations have caught up in the last few years, and they make the organizations accountable to to see that they follow the regulations, to respect the choices that choices that people make, and at the same time ensure that the people who provide their data are informed and can actually exercise meaningful choices in the way they can share the data in the ecosystem. Because in the end of the day, all this is a lot to do with increased digitization, which helps people, the society. Eventually the rewards for the digital society are immense and huge. So there's no way we can keep privacy as an excuse for not going forward in the digital world. But very important to see that we balance between the extent to which innovation is adopted and how it is embraced, at the same time balanced with the privacy aspects. In this entire game, the DPO plays an extreme role. We have a data protection authority defined, which will, once the bill comes, will be the one which will ensure that the regulatory compliance is driven well in the country. But at the same time, the DPO, Data Protection Officer, is an extended arm of Data Protection Authority who plays the role in a company to see that these interests of people are balanced with the innovation, etc., which the company has to embrace. This is the first point of contact, and it's an extremely important role. But if you see, this role is quite new in the space of digital corporations as well as the companies. In the last one decade, we have come a long way. In fact, when I took over this role in 11 years ago, particularly in this part of the world, it was almost unknown what is data protection and data privacy officer. People used to confuse with security. But we have come a long way, and today the regulations in many parts of the world mandate you to have a DPO, particularly when the processing exceeds certain thresholds, and it makes sense to have a DPO. In this 40-minute session, we will explore the various challenges that are being faced by companies, by the DPOs in the company to play effective role. What does it mean, etc. So I have a very eminent set of panelists here. Maybe I'll quickly introduce each one of them and then go with the questions. Hina Mukadam, who is Data Privacy Officer for Society General, based in India, and she is experienced in information technology risk, data protection strategy, and data privacy risk management, with special focus on banking and financial services sector. Welcome, Hina. We have Sunny Atwal, Chief Privacy Officer at HCL Technologies. She is also a Magic Circle qualified lawyer with extensive in-house experience in risk and compliance of digital technology in the financial services sector. Welcome, Sunny. And last but very important, Vivian, very distinguished global leader in privacy space. She's a senior data strategy and policy advisor to the Center for Information Policy Leadership, CIPL, based in London, non-executive director of Global Legal Entity Identifier Foundation, advisor and ambassador to privacy culture, chair of the International Regulatory Strategy Group, Data Working Group, UK, and is vice chair of board of the IAPP. And she's also OBE, officer of British Empire, very, very distinguished designation accorded in UK. So welcome, Vivian. Can we have Vivian? Yeah. Once again, welcome to all of you. I'm delighted to have you here and look forward to hearing your views. So first, I'll start with Vivian. Vivian, you know the role of DPO is relatively new in the space of the digital world, and it's evolving as we speak. And the challenges that I spoke about, privacy itself taking evolving and taking a different shape in the digital world. How do you see this role evolving into what it means for the corporations? And while we have this role, we also see that organizations before had a role called CPO, Chief Privacy Officer, or equivalent privacy officer, and then these regulations mandate you to have a DPO. Some organizations combined it, some kept it different. I would like to hear your views about. Do you think it makes sense to have one? Is there a requirement to keep different? How are the organizations looking at, particularly in Europe, based on experience?
Thank you very much for inviting me today. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and absolutely my favorite topic, having been a CPO in 3 different organizations myself. We live in a digital and data-driven world, and I think the role of the data protection officer is only becoming increasingly important for all organizations, not just big global organizations that process a huge amount of data, but for small and medium enterprises as well. Because if there's one thing that we've learned from this global pandemic, it is that we need to embrace technology to stay functioning, to remain interconnected, and to enable our economies, our education systems, and our societies to continue to operate. And all of that involves data. So I think the role of the data protection officer is evolving quickly, and it's evolving in very significant ways. When I think of the role of the data protection officer, I think of it in 4 different ways. I think of it in the advisory role. They need to advise in relation to the relevant laws. And remember, those laws are multiplying. 2/3 of the world now has privacy laws, and that is increasing. It's not stopping, it's speeding up. I estimate that within 5 years, you'd be hard pushed to find many jurisdictions that don't have privacy laws. The other aspect of the role, of course, is operational and compliance, ensuring that there are policies and processes in place, measuring compliance, and then operationalizing that actually for the business so that you can actually physically do privacy as opposed to have it just written on a piece of paper. Advocacy. I think it's often underestimated the importance of the role for advocacy of the data protection officer. And what I mean for that isn't just internal advocacy in terms of the importance of data, but external advocacy. Having a voice, speaking with government, speaking with regulators around how privacy laws and regulations and guidance is evolving is really important. Learning those lessons from other jurisdictions so that you can do it better in your own. And the final role, I think, is as a strategic partner. as a strategic partner to every business line. What's fascinating about the data protection role is that you mentioned combining it with other roles, whether it's a general counsel or a CISO, etc. They tend to be quite siloed. And we often think of the data protection role as yet another C role, and that we think of it as a vertical. It isn't. It's a horizontal. And that's the mindset that we need to change, is that the DPO is a horizontal. Every element of our business involves data. And what's fascinating is that the Chief Privacy Officer or the Data Protection Officer, and I'll talk about how those roles I think are evolving later on, for each one of those roles, they need to be, whether it's in finance, in HR, in your CRM database, there is data. And so they need to be engaged with each and every aspect of your business and your business line. So your data protection officer of the future is integral to everything that an organization does, whether you're an SME or larger. I think you can combine it with existing roles in SMEs because of the limited size of certain organizations. But I think increasingly we're going to see data protection officers with multiple people and multiple skills in every organization.
Good. Good to know that. A very good perspective brought up. We'll take this forward for discussion further. So coming to Sunny, I think you are in a position where in your organization, I think you kept the roles of DPO and CPO separate, if I know correctly. So it'll be good to hear your perspectives on how is it benefiting when you keep these separate, and uh, how do you draw the boundaries, particularly between the two?
Sure. Thank you, Shonagas. And I would agree with what Vivian has just said, right? The role of the DPO and the CPO cuts across the organization. And one of the main, I guess, deciding factors for us to have a separate DPO and actually an external DPO is, given that we are an IT services company, a lot of what we do requires our customers' trust and transparency. Having someone who is external and is truly independent, right, outside of HCL, independent, can give that oversight and unfettered compliance is a real differentiator for HCL. And apologies, I've lost my voice, so I'm a little bit croaky this morning. But that was one of the main decisions and deciding factors why we decided to go with an external DPO. I think gives organizations a little bit more credibility, validation, and we have found, at least to date, is customers quite like the fact that there is someone external who's coming in, a bit like having an auditor or an extended arm of the regulator, which is effectively the role of the DPO, right? They are an extended arm of the regulator. They are there to acting in their duty and capacity to the law and the data subjects. And having someone external to fulfill that role has added value to our organization. But, you know, DPO and CPO, very similar roles, I would say. The way we and every organization will structure, you know, the roles and responsibilities of their CPO and DPO slightly differently and uniquely. The way we have structured is very much the oversight and compliance aspect of the role is with the DPO. The CPO, my position is pretty much what Vivian was talking about, the advisory, the operational, the advocacy, working with the business, raising education and awareness, all of the, I guess, the kind of the soft skills, the relationship building sits within the CPO role, but we are joint at the hip, right? We have regular communications. Our DPO also, as required, especially as we know under the GDPR and many other regulations, has a seat at the table at the board. So they have direct line into the board, and we have actually we've had our external DPO come in and do a presentation to our board, and it's working very well actually to date.
Yeah, but to for a DPO to play effective role, I think one of the requirements for the DPO is to be aware of the risks in the company, and all that requires them to have complete knowledge about the operations, what processing happens, and what changes we have made. So So it will require a good amount of communication between the organization and DPO, and maybe through you. So how does that work? The communication between the DPO and you, because the DPO is particularly external. They don't have day-to-day visibility into the changes that happen. So how do you bridge that gap?
So communication, like you said, is critical to the success of the DPO role. So we have multifacets and channels of communication. One is our DPO came in and spent, I think, at least 6 to 8 months understanding our business, working with our stakeholders, meeting our business leaders, reviewing our ROPAs, our privacy impact assessments. They've built relationships, their own independent relationships with our senior stakeholders, our work council, our employees. As we know, DPOs have to have a direct line. Data subjects, employees can reach out to the DPO at any time. So we spent a lot of investment in that, in creating lines of communication, and for them to truly understand our business so they can fulfill their role.
Okay, good, interesting. Uh, Hina, I had to ask you about a little different aspect, which is because of the role you play. You work as a DPO in India uh, for a company which is global. So, what challenges do you see? And a good amount of DPOs now, I'm sure many will be in the participants also here, face this situation where a company is global and the headquarters are outside India, and they will have a central data privacy structure somewhere in France or US or somewhere in UK, and the local DPO needs to drive the aspects agenda here, both to abide to Indian law as well as to ensure that the data that comes here is conforming to all the international laws which apply to GDPR, etc. Right? So, how do you play that role, particularly when in a country like India where privacy is at very early stage? Hopefully, it will change once the bill comes, but the cultural aspects are very different from what it is in France or Europe and vis-a-vis India. So, what challenges you see, and how do you bridge that gap?
Thank you, Srinivas, for this question, and hello, everyone. So, like you said, that yes, playing a role as a DPO in a global corporation has an added responsibility, not just to committing to protect the personal information of your employees as an organization, but also back to the entities and the community of DPOs globally. And what I believe that works for me in my experience is transparency and continuous communication. So if I happen to work in silos in my organization, trying to build a privacy culture in India where we still are awaiting a data protection bill, it won't help. So it's very important for me to pass the message in my organization, the upcoming importance of privacy, upcoming importance of data protection laws, right? And so that's my starting point. That was the very first challenge that I had seen, that we lack to have a bill, right? We lack to have a law in India, which then brings in a different culture in the organization. So it's very important that you treat that first. You make your organization realize, you make your employees realize that we're part of a bigger global entity, right? And a commitment is far bigger as we do business with global stakeholders. So it's very important for them to be made aware that what's relevant. Okay, that's one of the challenges that I see, that it's very important locally to make sure the employees are aware, make sure the management is aware what is their obligations, what is that they need to be following. At the same time, there's an equal responsibility of me with the DPO community of my organization, to be communicating with them, to be having to inform that yes, that we've not had a law, although we are aware what are our obligations as we do business with you. We understand privacy is evolving for India as well, and there always is, what I understand, is there a dilemma that what may happen when the draft PDPB bill gets passed. Will it impact the existing business? Will the culture change? Will it get more stringent? So as long as I have a continuous dialogue with the DPO community of my group, it's good to exchange them. It's good to give them updates of what's happening locally. When I happen to attend industry peer conferences, what are the approaches that other global corporations are taking? It kind of rest assures them. It's a lot of brainstorming, that this is something that we anticipate. This is something we could think of it tomorrow when we continue our business globally. So these are the two key things. It's about trust and it's about communication with your employees at the same time with your global DPO community. So that's how I see it.
Sure, thank you. So coming back to Vivian, Vivian, one of the important considerations for DPO or CPO to be effective in organization is to see that they have direct access to the top management. Preferably, they report to the top management, to the board. Although no law mandates it, they encourage that kind of structure. Rightly so, I believe also. So because of the situation they are in, where the data processes are right within the company, and if they are able to influence you, then you will not be able to play the role effectively. But in reality, what we see mostly is that the DPO is not actually directly reporting to the board. In many companies, they are maybe at least two levels below, or some companies would have classified the CRO or GC as the DPO in a double role, two roles. So, what would, in your view, based on your experience working with many companies, you see is the right thing to do for effectiveness? Should it report to board? But you cannot have too many roles under the board. The board has a lot of things to do. You cannot have everybody, and particularly when the board is small, if you don't have many board members, that becomes a big challenge. So, how do you think what is the right structure for DPO?
It's an excellent question. Thank you so much. I think different organizations need to put the data protection officer role in different places depending on the nature of the data that they process. So if you think about the big data companies, the chief privacy officer role is right up there. It's an executive role. And it does report to the board because they really focus on data. They appreciate that their business is data. And as a result, they give it the importance that the role deserves. For the rest of other organizations, it's a bit like we were, say, 20, 30 years ago with technology. Technology was merely seen as a function within the business. Yes, it was growing, but there was no need to have a person on the board who actually understood technology. And it was only when technology ended up being a huge item on the P&L and on the balance sheet, when the number of people employed in technology ended up being so significant, when the reliance on technology was one that created risk within the organization as well as opportunity, that we now see very few boards wouldn't have somebody that actually understands technology and is able to assist the business with a strategic view in relation to technology. And I believe that data is on that same journey. I think it's going to be a much shorter journey. It has to be a shorter journey because data is very much the lifeblood of so many organizations. There's organizations that are focused on data, but the reality of the world in which we're living in now is that we're seeing an exponential increase in digitization. We're seeing a digital transformation taking place. We're seeing a shift from the industrially based economies that we have to digitally based economies. We see these big dialogues globally about digital taxation, about how do you manage it, with the tools that we currently have designed for the industrial world, how do you manage the realities of digital when you can supply services electronically as opposed to actually tangibly in the way in which we have done before? You think about, the transition that we've made from news. It used to be you'd hear it on the radio or you'd read it in the newspaper. Now you can download the newspaper. Why do you need to get your fingers dirty when actually you can just look it up on your screen, and have the news far more instantaneously than you would if you'd waited for the paper in the morning or in the evening, as the case may be? So I think the role of the data protection officer is working its way up the chain within organizations. Isn't it interesting that those who write the legislation have indicated that this ought to be a senior role that actually reports into the board? And that's because those writing the legislation understand the importance of data. But I think organizations are still catching up as to where exactly that role needs to sit. And I think that within 5 years, we'll start seeing board members who are properly and enabled with regard to data At the moment, there's very few, if any, that are actually enabled and skilled to understand the full spectrum of data, including personal data. But I think that's going to change. So the role of the data protection officer, yes, it needs to be senior, but I see it as part of a journey, and we're going to get there.
Yes, I agree fully with you. And I think a lot depends on, of course, it depends on the nature of industry, whether you are a data processing industry or data happens to come incidentally. But it also depends on we DPOs, CPOs, how we position our role, how we take up the challenge of balancing, making it a positive sum game to help the business leverage the personal information in the right way rather than shutting out everything. I think we have to position ourselves, and this role I see increasingly as an independent function, as a subject matter expertise, who's not somebody who goes to their board member or whoever it is day to day matters, but only for governance purpose. You need to have access to the board. I think my view also here would be that we should all make this. We have a long way to go, and we ourselves have to do a lot to see that this role becomes significant and important, recognized by the company. Sunny, the important consideration that we come across in DP today is very, very serious issue has become for all of us is, particularly in India, I see, is the skill shortage. As you know that you don't get resources in the market in the data privacy field, and probably we are going through what cybersecurity went 1 or 2 decades ago, and then there mushroomed a lot of curriculum on MTech and Masters of Cybersecurity, all that. Maybe privacy will also become one day like that. But it's not yet clear to people that should it be a technological skill? Is it a legal skill? We saw it evolved to begin with. It started under legal. Obviously, anything to do where regulation needs to, the regulation is the cause reason for it. It starts with legal, but slowly people realize that it's not just legal, but it's also technological, heavily technological today. If you don't understand technology, then you probably cannot implement privacy. Today we are at that stage, or even recommend right architecture for privacy. So, what do you think the industry should do given the skill shortage? First of all, should it be technology or legal? What's your view? What's your experience? And what should be the way we should tackle this skill shortage issue that's bugging the entire industry? Not any company, almost all companies are struggling on this. Over to you.
Yes, and I think we can all feel that pain, and it's a relatable issue, especially in India, I think, because the data protection talent pool is so nascent and it's very limited. So I'll do the technology and legal question after the first one. And I think given that we know the talent pool is so limited, we've been forced to think outside the box, right? So one of the things that we have been doing is really thinking about how we can grow talent internally, because looking at talent internally is always a bit more of a safer bet, at least in my opinion. And my personal view is that every single person in your organization should be a privacy professional or a data protection. Well, I don't know if I want to use the word expert, but everybody in the organization should know about privacy and data protection, right? Data, like Vivian said, cuts across the whole organization. And forget about organization, even in our day-to-day lives, right? Data is what we live and breathe every day. So if you don't know about it for your job, at least have an understanding in your personal life. When you're downloading an app, whatever you're doing, nothing is ever free. You're giving data away. So I think that's the first, is a baseline education for all of your workforce. Everybody should know about data protection and privacy, right? Regardless of what role they are. Then the next level is role-based training. Make it targeted. If you're a marketing person, you should know about consent, opt-in, opt-out. If you're HR, you should know about, employee monitoring, etc. Take it that one next level. And then one further level from that, and this is something that we have found has been quite successful at HCL, is we've been training what we call our privacy champion community. So getting them IAPP, CIPPE qualifications. We've had 400 champions trained for CIPPE. To me, that's my next talent pool. So if I need people, I know they're invested, they're interested, they've done the training, that's where I can look to, who I can then skill up, right, to support us in our global privacy office. So I think that's one of the ways organizations can think about how to tackle this lack of talent and pool. Another thing is also, your trainee programs, get privacy in there as a subject matter expert for your management trainees. The trainees that are coming into your organizations, make sure it's part of the program. Everyone is trained. And also don't be siloed in your thinking. And that comes to your latter question, technology and legal. My honest opinion, I don't think there's any domain where privacy and data protection can't be leveraged, right? You could have legal, technology, you can have HR is a huge skill set as well for privacy. Engineering, there's so many different facets of the business, I think, where skill sets can be leveraged for the privacy space. I don't think we should set any limitations. Yes, historically, I'm a lawyer myself, and most of my counterparts of lawyers tends to have privacy experts have come from the legal profession. But now I'm seeing is that it's coming across different educational sectors, audit, security, HR. Don't limit yourselves. I think if your people have the interest, they're eager and willing, just invest, and then you have a bigger pool, hopefully.
Sure. So, Vivian, coming to an important aspect of privacy is culture. So we see that the culture plays a very important role in privacy, because privacy is viewed as a human right, and different societies have grown in a different way. The priorities are different, and it's rightly so that every country views it differently. And some are in the path where they will be few decades from now, they will evolve to a different level of privacy compliance. But regardless of that, I think the regulations are imposing certain minimum set of standards because of the fact that data is floating boundaryless. That there's no concept of data in one place. Data is everywhere. So you have to have a minimum set of laws, in at least in all the democratic countries and countries which respect these laws. And most of the countries are evolved into that. So what do you think as a DPO or CPO has a role in the culture aspect, and how they can ensure that the impact of cultural variations is not impacting the regulation? There's a minimum impact of that.
Thank you. It's a topic I'm actually very interested in, is the cultural dimension, because often what we focus on is the difference in the laws, and we look at the laws and say, my law says this and your law says that. Is it equivalent? And it'll never be the same. It'll never be the same, because you have common law jurisdictions, you have civil law jurisdictions, you have those who have constitutions and not. Every jurisdiction has evolved in different ways, and how they choose to govern, and the intersection with other laws. So one of the biggest challenges for a DPO or a CPO is managing all of those different legislative aspects, and then you add into that culture. And culture is how it feels, it's the perceptions. If you ask somebody in North America, are you comfortable with this particular type of marketing behavior? And they may say, yes, I think it's wonderful, I love to have personalized communications. You ask somebody in a different jurisdiction, are you comfortable with this sort of marketing behavior? They say, oh my goodness, that feels so intrusive. That's just, it doesn't feel right. And so they're very different perspectives based on history, culture, politics, laws, religion, all sorts of things that define how different jurisdictions and different peoples respond to privacy. So I think there's two things we can do. I think the first one is stop comparing the laws and start looking at the outcomes. So we will articulate things differently, and we will have a fundamentally different legal basis for privacy in different jurisdictions. That's just a reality. So I think what we should do, though, is look at the outcomes. What are we aiming for? What we're aiming for is transparency, data subject rights, fair processing, and the opportunity for recourse if things don't go well. How you articulate that and how you achieve that will vary. But what we should be doing is actually focusing on outcomes. And the other part of it is organizations can't can't be a different thing to everybody, but they need to work out internally what is their culture with regard to privacy, and how will that interact with the destinations and the customers they have across the world, and find a level playing field within your own organization. And I think the discussions and the evolution around ethics and around trust is where we need to be focusing, and adjusting for certain jurisdictions where there are significant cultural differences. But you need to know, as an organization, what is your culture with regard to data and privacy? And how does that translate into those areas where you are looking to do business and engage with your customers? And I think it's very much around working out what you think is a transparent and a fair and an ethical way of doing business and treating the data that you hold. It's a tremendous responsibility and a privilege as well as an opportunity. But you can lose that trust in a moment, and it takes years to build up. So I'm delighted you asked the question about culture, because often that gets ignored. And it is that tangible sense and feel of the words may say one thing, but it feels very different when you actually put it into practice. And that's something that we all need to be conscious of, is that we look at data and we look at privacy through different lenses and from different perspectives. And that needs to be honored in our approach to our customers and how we handle data going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, very, very interesting perspective you brought. I think I fully agree with you, Vivian. So, Sunny, what's your view about this aspect on culture, particularly in a company which operates globally? The There is a huge amount of cultural diversity among people, businesses you deal with, clients you deal with, and as I said before, that the headquarters, the processing headquarters would be somewhere else, whereas the clients are in a different region. People could be in a third region. So, how do you balance this cultural diversity?
I think, like Vivian said, there's no one size fits all, right? Each organization will be unique, have its own cultures and ways of working, and even one level down, they might have, like you said, one culture in, let's just say India, right? Because I had one culture in India, then you have a culture, and we see this here, culture in Europe, a way of working, which then, the balance is always slightly off, right? Europe, oh, they're too strict, they're too stringent. India, well, we want to do business, we want to do things that way. Is trying to find that balance, and trying to understand, like Vivian said, your organization and what will work for your organization. Some organizations, setting the tone at the top is crucial and fundamental for driving change, right? And setting the culture. And that's what I found here, is the setting the tone at the top and it trickling down is a great way for some organizations. For others, it's, hybrid, tone at the top and at the bottom, work your way up. I think it very much depends on the way your organization is structured. It also very much depends, like with personal data, right? Where are the decisions being made, right? Are your personal data or privacy decisions being made centrally? Or is it, hybrid, hub and spokes? Is every geo making their own decisions? And then you have to tailor your approach depending on your business. So you could make, for example, key relationships with leaders in each of the geos where you have a presence, and then obviously also focusing on your HQ, making sure that, like we said, privacy is an integral part of every single person's role, and their position in the company. But I think it's really difficult to kind of give a one size fits all. You really have to make it dynamic based on your corporate organization and the current culture. Right, trying to trying to do change is always difficult. I think whatever culture you have now, use that to your advantage.
I agree fully. Yeah. I think a lot of awareness needs to be also created, baseline awareness. And one other thing companies could do is also go for one of the standards, PIMS standards, if you implement, which will ensure that there's a baseline set of data privacy implemented across the world. And then you have those delta, which is required for Europe vis-a-vis South Brazil and all that stuff. Hina, one of the points that comes to our mind when we develop solutions, platforms, solutions, etc., is that traditionally we have been used to privacy being something thought about as you do a check, you do an inspection at the end and say that, hey, people come to you and say, hey, DPO, can you check this? Is this fine? Ready to go to the market? Uh, it comes more as an afterthought as opposed to the privacy by design culture, which is increasingly being realized by the world. And the idea was floated decades ago by Dr. Ann Coaker in Canada, but we have come a long way. Today, it's part of many frameworks, and privacy by design is increasingly being part of the regulation today. So, what do you think can be done, and how are organizations doing ensuring that privacy by design culture is part of the DNA for the organization?
Thank you, Srinivas. That's a very great question. So, what I believe, like Sunny also said, it's the awareness from the top. If you set the tone of the organization that as much as we are invested in security, in measures, it is it's equally important to kind of reiterate that privacy needs to be taken into consideration, right? And we've had a lot of legacy applications and legacy processes where privacy was not the first choice for everyone. It was security, it was all about security. But as long as you're trying to create that, just as much as security is important, also is privacy, because here we're trying to process so much information and the impact it makes to the individuals whose data is being processed. If you're able to have that message passed on to the businesses, to the innovators, right, they do seem to understand, yes, it's very relevant to consider this subject in the very beginning, because that is the prima facie of what they're trying to do. If they're trying to work on personal information projects and it has certain impact on individuals in the long run, their commitment to the clients, right, it's very important for them to realize. And it's all about having to make them more aware, having to make them tell what can go wrong much later than when it really comes to last minute sign offs. So that's how I see it.
Sure. So I think since we have 1 or 2 minutes left, I would put one more question, which is I think when you spoke about and we did take it forward, is that the dependency on various functions, which are the teams we work with. So we know that unlike in case of cybersecurity, where the entire company is focused on an unknown enemy called hacker, either nation hacker or a criminal. So the entire machinery is one. They all want to defend that enemy. In case of privacy, however, the adversary is often within the organization. It could be your marketing department, HR, CTO, CIO. They would like to embrace innovation in a manner which is very important for the organization, obviously. And me, all of us, are seen as one who spoils sport. We stop the showstoppers. At the same time, there is a need for collaborating between various functions, particularly cybersecurity, CTO, CIO. So there is a balance between conflict resolution and collaboration. So I just want to hear your views, Vivian, Sunny, any of you can quickly give your perspectives.
Oh, that's terrific. I'm happy to start. I think that the Privacy Office needs to not be seen as a hurdle, but to be seen as a compliance enabler. Not a business enabler, which lets you do whatever you want, but as a compliance enabler. We can help keep people out of jail, and that's where we really want to be. So however ambitious and fantastic the business idea, it has to be one that's going to work, and it has to be one that's going to work with your customers. Nobody wants to do anything which is wrong or illegal or is going to breach the trust of your customers. And I quite like the idea of this evolution of the privacy function into trust. And I think if you articulate it and think of your privacy team as that group that helps to maintain the trust in your organization, then I think it changes that dynamic from we want to do this, but you don't want us to do it because you're providing a hurdle, to actually let's build trust together. So we're in this together. And I think that's why it's so important that this function is integral with the business. I mean, your CISO should be your best friend for a start. If you're not getting on well with your CISO, then there's something seriously wrong there. But the DPO and the CISO need to be best buddies. But I think if we focus on trust, then we'll head in the right direction.
Sure. Sunny and Hina, you want to add anything?
Yes, I completely agree with Vivian. Trust is paramount. It's the key. I think the biggest value and value add, right? Relationships and value add. What are you bringing to the table? We don't want to be a stopgap, a blocker. We want to add value. And how do we add value? Like Vivian said, trust, transparency, right? Understanding the business, telling them, okay, well, you can do it, but maybe you should think about doing it this way, right? That is definitely one area I think we should think about is value add for the business.
Sure. Hina, you want to add anything?
Yes, I agree with both of them, and I'm glad that Vivian chose the term compliance enablers because, like she said, that is how we should be seen instead of, being a roadblock in their way to innovate, in their way to do more business and expansion. So, as long as we're able to translate these privacy laws to telling, employees, our clients, and customers that it's all about you and it's all about protecting your data is where, they're actually going to also reflect on what we're trying to say to them.
Right. Thank you. And I see that one or two questions have come very quickly. We can just take two of them and then close the session. So one is, if we see the role of the DPO as a private regulator, according to you, does GDPR provide necessary power or resources to perform the role? GDPR doesn't provide resources. They ask you to provide resources. But Vivian, Sunny, anybody of you can take the question quickly.
I have to say I'm not that fussed about the term private regulator. It's I think we just had the discussion about culture and trust, and I think that's where we need to be positioning the role. The legislation is very helpful, as you say, which is it requires the DPO to be appropriately mandated and resourced, and that's fundamentally important. And that goes back to the conversation we had about the board. But I think we need to be seeing that DPO role in a very positive light within an organization rather than being an internal policeman.
Right. Anyone wants to add? Okay. So the last question is this a full-time activity or can it be done as shared mode? I can answer this. It need not be full-time activity. The DPO can be we can have subcontractor part-time, and inside the organization also DPO can play the role along with another role as long as it doesn't conflict. Most regulations allow that. So I think with that we'll bring the session to an end. We are already late by 3 minutes. I would like to thank all three of you for sparing this time and bearing with me on this panel. It was a very fruitful conversation, and thank you all participants in DSA once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
everyone. Bye.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Arun Krishnan. I lead privacy and public policy at DSCI. I'm very happy to introduce our next session on privacy compliance, on functions, automation, and process revitalization. We're a very distinguished panel of speakers to dissect this a very relevant topic. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Loga Murugan, Head Global Privacy Office, TCS. Ms. Isabel Babra, co-founder, data privacy specialist and data security specialist from Witness Wise BV. Mr. Partha Chakravarti, a distinguished privacy professional in the Indian community for several years, currently working in the independent consultant capacity. Finally, I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Lalit Kalra, partner EY, who would be moderating the discussion. Due to certain personal exigency, Aswati is unable to join us. Now I would like Lalit to take the conversation forward. Thank you. My apologies, Lalit is facing certain technical difficulties. To take the conversation forward, I would request the speakers to introduce themselves and the organization, starting with Mr. Loga.
Thanks, Anand. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. I'm the head of Global Privacy Office from Tata Consultancy Services. It's great to be on this forum and meet you all, though in virtual world. Thank you.
Isabel?
Hi, everybody, and thanks for inviting me here. It's really an honor to be here and share my knowledge with you. I'm a data privacy and security specialist, co-founder of BusinessWise, a small consultancy based in the Netherlands. We are hired for different projects in the public and private sector. I must say the last year we worked especially for the Dutch government.
Partha?
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Partha, and I've been working in this data privacy space for close to about 12 plus years now. So great to be in this particular session, and thanks a lot, Anand, for having me, and thanks DSCI. I look forward to interacting with all of you, and I think it's an opportunity to really not just exchange views, but also to learn. So looking forward to it.
Lalit, over to you.
Thank you, Anand. I'm sorry for the technical glitch. So it's a pleasure to be on this stage for AISS and discussing my views with the esteemed panelists that we have. So Anand has already introduced the topic on privacy compliance, intelligence, automation, and revitalization. So it's been 3.5 years, almost 3.5 years since GDPR came into effect. And in those almost 3.5 years, we've seen governments take significant steps toward enhancing privacy in their respective geographies. We've seen China coming up with a new law. We've seen South Africa UAE coming with a privacy law. India, we also have a PDPP which is about to get tabled in the parliament, and the governments are doing their bits in terms of enhancing their privacy. We've also seen industry taking significant steps in maturing their privacy programs. And as we speak, in the experience that we've had with working with large MNCs and the mid level companies, also, privacy is no longer a check in the box activity. It's becoming slowly becoming a boardroom agenda, and it is on the way of a scenario wherein it would be standing along with the security that we see today. But there are significant improvements that we require for that to be taken towards. And in the last 1.5 year that we've been through in the entire pandemic situation, we've seen businesses struggle to keep themselves alive. We've seen organizations getting hacked on a regular basis. And in all these scenarios, we've seen privacy taking a backstage. We've seen some uproar in terms of organizations collecting vaccination data of the employees, health data getting compromised in multiple hospitals, and therefore emphasizing the need for keeping privacy back along with security and back on the table. So with this, I'll go ahead with my first question to Mr. Loga. So we've seen over an year of the pandemic for the entire remote working. How do you think have organizations refreshed their privacy program, and what are the key lessons that have been learned which organizations should implement?
Thanks, Lalit, for this question. Of course, none of us can forget the uh, difficulties unleashed by this pandemic, and of course, it also forced us many of the organizations to revisit and rethink on what was called the new normal, which is almost becoming the normal. Just taking a wider view, not only about privacy, but basically it started with the question which data is getting accessed and where is it getting accessed, and in that, how do we ensure that the data and privacy are safeguarded? That's a primary question that was asked. And in fact, thanks to our info security team, multiple modes and models of connectivity were brought up, considering the maturity of the technological maturity on the client's infrastructure environment. And we discussed openly with all the risks that are there in each of these models, and whatever was selected, we applied it immediately. So that is the first question that needed to be asked: what is getting accessed where, and how is it getting accessed? And the second thing is, it is not merely about the IT alone, but then every function, HR, admin, and say, for example, internal infrastructure team, we collaborated with them to understand what are all the typical things. We actually came out with a rapid response guidelines, which outlined what are the things that can be done and cannot be done at a very generic level, and then customized it to suit the local regulations and the directions and the guidelines from the privacy authorities, or even considering the local laws, especially the labor laws and all those things. So we ensured that while there is a global outlook what can be and cannot be done, it also needs to cater to the individual country, what is allowed and what is not allowed. Say, for example, in one country, the government mandated that the proximity should be tracked, whereas it was not allowed in many countries. So we had to, how do I say, customize or tailor the approach to each of these countries. Close collaboration was established, and of course, all our collaboration channels ensured that we could easily work together wherever, irrespective of where we are. And while we looked at, evaluated the policy, privacy policy, the response plan, and all those things, we also looked at what are the procedures that may need to be amended. Say, for example, throughout the supply chain, even the service providers that we employ, how do we ensure that the privacy and security is taken care of. And of course, all these processes and technologies, the other important stakeholder is people. So close collaboration, engagement with them, underscoring the confidentiality and the privacy aspects of the data that they are handling. Many frequent touch points we did. That was one major change. And of course, non-work related topics like learn yoga, dance, not yoga, I mean, sorry, photography, and even coffee chats were organized to ensure that the associates do the have the sense of belonging, and also are kept aware and abreast on what are the things that were done. So
Yeah.
close collaboration with associates, having a global outlook, but still having a pre-authorized processes, what can be collected, what cannot be collected. That tight integration with every geography was key, Lalit.
Absolutely, Mr. Lower. That's very valuable input. So, starting covering entire people, process, and technology, and also ensuring that the local flavor comes in. So, this is where I would want to bring in Isabel. Isabel, I know from if we look at it from a global perspective, there are policies, procedures that organizations bring in, but the on ground reality sometimes is different from what we see outside of the world. So how is that in the local markets? How did people adopt their privacy programs in the pandemic?
Yeah, and that will bring us to the question of how the challenges that we can find there, and there are quite a lot. And I kind of prepare myself knowing that this question will be coming, so I have like 10 points. I would like to mention number 1 and number 10 are really related. For me personally, for what I have seen, from my perspective, that I see different clients and industries in my daily practice. Um, Starting with knowing what you have. So I would say for me, something really important is what type of data do you have. That's something that I see a lot of companies still struggling with. Of course, we can like summarize with kind of data discovery, data classification is a step forward and more complex. But indeed, if you don't really know what you have and where you have it, you really cannot answer the rest of the questions that are necessary to comply with privacy. So that would be my number 1 point where I see that companies are still struggling with. And number 2, in general compliance process at the organizational level. In the GDPR, we have Article 30, where we are requested to have a summary of our processing activities. So as you will see, it's everything a holistic process. So if you don't really have an overview with the data you have, where you have it, you really cannot implement eventually at the organizational level any compliance process. And another point, number 3, and they are not in order of priority or anything like that. So please keep that in mind. But another is awareness. So a proper awareness program, something that I also see very often. It's just a training every now and then because you feel like you are obliged to do something like that. But eventually it has to be a mindset. So I think from my perspective, it's as an organization, you want to grow in maturity level, and you are really serious about privacy, and you really want to do a holistic implementation. Then you also need to think seriously about what type of awareness you want to implement in your organization and at different levels, at different times, and measuring what you are doing and seeing really results there, and not just giving a training that nobody cares, often boring, and that is not really working. And I see companies really involved in that and they're really trying to do that, but still not. Still is a challenge. And this is something that you can also link with the fact of acquiring some data minimization culture. So it's part of the awareness. If everybody has that mindset, it will come by himself. The fact that, well, we need to be mindful. Let's don't collect so much personal data if it's not really necessary. Another
That's
challenge, number 4, will be a data breach protocol. Is something that I also see often, like a paper somewhere in a drawer, but that nobody really, when the moment comes, know exactly what has to happen there. So not only from our organizational perspective, it's a crisis moment, and you need to know exactly what you need to do. But of course, if you don't have the right overview what your data is and what you have, then it becomes almost impossible to find out if you really have a data breach. And another challenge that will be my number 5 is especially from the point of view of the GDPR is to really know which ones are your processors and if they are really processors and not just vendors. This is something organizations is still struggling with. And of course, just maybe a bit more related to security, but really do some vendor assessments because it's quite necessary. And
Yeah,
that's
so
still
I think
yes.
absolutely, Isabel, the points that you've highlighted. So one thing which I can clearly see coming out is what type of data and the culture and the mindset. So moving on to Partha. So Partha, if you notice, we're talking about data as a whole. We've seen, and this is what we have also noticed within the organizations, they are moving from simply a check in the box activity to looking at embedding privacy as a whole in something which we are using the term as privacy plus programs instead of privacy. So what do you think are the organizations doing on that trajectory, and how can organizations, and some pointers maybe on how can they get latched onto their privacy plus program?
Thanks, Lamit. Um, to my mind, I think privacy, besides what Loga and Isabel have rightly mentioned, um, to my mind, I think this is pretty much a governance issue, right? And unless the tone at the top, right, I really kind of really like it because it has to be really looked as not just merely a compliance issue, a tick off the box, right? It has to be approached from a perspective of governance, because only then can it not only be designed correctly, the architecture, whatever you call it, the process, people, the tools, but also the sustenance part of it. And I say it from my experience working in corporates, and even now getting an outside in perspective, I see that organizations, for organization right now, for depending on the maturity in which scale, at what stage they are, but privacy is kind of really table stakes right now, right? It's gone are the days when people will say, okay, tell me about GDPR. Everyone knows about it. They want something beyond, right? And therefore, this is seemingly going to see it privacy as a topic. When you said privacy plus, is going to seemingly see that it's kind of really tethered or enmeshed with governance. And that governance issue in my mind is extremely critical, because it is not only a board level issue. The rationale of whether to really invest money and time in having a dedicated DPO, depending on the nature, the scale, the extent, the reach or the complexity of the business, but also to kind of really consider privacy as something which is integral, because we may not, we like it or not, but most of the time privacy could be seen as the debate could be like it is antithetical to innovation and all of that, right? That keeps on going on, right? But the question is, if it has to be enmeshed and made integral to business operation, it has to be seen as a governance issue. And to that extent, I find organizations are gravitating towards that model as part of the enterprise risk management model, and kind of really taking privacy as a matter of as a matter of their fiduciary responsibility, including the India's data privacy bill has also seen that this is a fiduciary responsibility. So I would equate that it's just like when organizations, handle investors' money, shareholders' money, it's a fiduciary relationship. It's a stewardship relationship. And in today's digital age, it's people's data, your and my data. And therefore, this is something which organizations have a duty of care, and they need to be fulfilling this job, not just as a matter of paper compliance, but as in letter and spirit, and not just as a black letter interpretation of it. So that's my viewpoint.
Thanks, Partha. If I may just add, the data governance as a critical aspect is something that cannot be emphasized enough. It is one of the core aspects of it, and the executive sponsorship, as you said. Just wanted to add a few points here. Is that we wanted to create privacy as not merely a process or not merely as a compliance, but as a culture. So privacy as a culture is what one should be aiming at, and every corner, every nook and corner of an organization, every person in an organization need to question: Am I doing the right thing in doing what I am doing? Is privacy violated? Why should I share? What should I share? How much should I share? So privacy as a culture is a culture. Those are the few points I just wanted to add, Partha.
Yeah, I think just to kind of really take that discussion a little forward, and Isabel, if you may just give me a couple of seconds. And I think, as you said, it has to be kind of made integral, right? What should the other party do? I think privacy practitioners also probably, and me included, kind of partner in crime to this, but of course, I think we also have a responsibility to kind of really be able to help businesses, right? Because I've seen in the urge or the excitement to kind of really get too many things correct, I think we also tend to forget that it is just not matter of legal compliance. Oh, this cannot be done. This is how it has to be done. We need to necessarily have an SCC in this manner only, right? And sometimes, I'm not saying it is not required, but sometimes this becomes pretty bureaucratic, right? Because you got the other compliances as well, right? And I think to that extent, if privacy has to survive, has to gain respect, it has to also see itself and transform itself from a matter of just regulatory compliance to a business enabling role. And that is something which we also talk about in privacy by design. But how do we do it? Because here we are dealing about human beings. Here we are dealing about managing people's egos, all said and done, and maybe different incentives, right? And, for a sales and a marketing person, they got to do and use that data. But then again, how do you ensure that that is being done in a manner where it's a win-win situation for everyone, right? And I think that's a kind of a tightrope walk, which privacy professionals themselves have to play for this to be sustainable and it to be a positive sum game, Loga.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think that's still a big challenge, especially. I mean, we talk here a lot about mindset, culture, but eventually, when it comes to automation, it becomes still a real big challenge how to translate the compliance legal side of privacy into really the technical implementation or process-wise implementation. And yeah, I think that besides the human side, it also requires I wouldn't call it bureaucracy, but just to implement really clear processes. Sometimes through some technology, we see it like in coding. If you implement a privacy and security code review, you are already helping us step forward. Besides awareness from the engineers, and this things that you can really do to improve certain technical processes. But yeah, I agree with both of you that the mindset is really the basis for everything in an organization. That's the first step.
Thanks, Isabel. I'm afraid Lalit is experiencing some difficulties. To move the conversation forward, I think apart from the pandemic and sort of the evolution that we've seen in privacy compliance, one of the biggest things to happen or come out of the last year is the Schrems 2 judgment and the changes that we're seeing globally in terms of data transfers, especially in the context of bilateral flows of data between countries. And I would love to get the panel's opinion on certain practical challenges and changes that we're seeing in the system. Loga, if we may start with you to give us the Indian industry perspective.
Sure, Anand. Thanks for that question. Scrums 2, as definitely kept us busy last year and this year, and I think another 1 year or two going forward. The fundamental things, apart from the additional responsibilities on the importer also to deal with data subject rights. Earlier, it was a bit conditional, or under certain conditions, the importer or the processor needs to deal with it. The key thing, apart from the modular nature of the
Isabel, if we can get your opinion on the topic.
Yeah, it's something I've noticed. Well, Logan is true. Is back. Maybe not, if you want to continue.
Yes, please, Logan.
Yes.
No, I think he's still facing some challenges. You may go ahead.
Well, from my perspective, I see clients really struggling, especially when it comes to this transfer impact assessment that they need to perform. I used to say, I mean, if you look from their risk-based approach and starting to the first point from my comment of today, if you know where is your data, with the data is really important, and then start focusing there and continue with the assessment. I mean, maybe I've seen my clients overwhelmed with, oh my God, with all the applications that we have, the US, what do we do? And so, well, focus first. Define where are your high risks. If you just have maybe a third party that is just processing data that is not really in high risk, let's focus first on the ones that are really doing high risk, and then from there take it on. I must say that the guidance, also the last guidance release, I believe from the APS, it's also a bit confusing, especially for vendors that are also they need to comply with the GDPR and when they're outside the EU. So it's becoming a bit of a struggling for the organizations to to work on this. But eventually, what I see more the struggle at this moment, or at this in the past few months, is to know where to focus. Let's put it like that, and to decide what is really risk here. How can I define what is really a high risk? It's just with some documents enough from the third party, or do I need to do something more? Not sure if Marta would like to contribute also to this question.
Yep, sure. May I, Anand?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So, and I think I completely agree with what Isabel had just mentioned. And I've had the opportunity to kind of really speak to clients in some of my earlier roles, and I think there are some tension points specifically around. It's also a kind of a perception issue into my mind. It's geopolitical in nature. But I think first things first, one has to really understand the personal data, that we are talking about here, because as much as there could be some data which is accessed here, and then the probability that it could be subjected to surveillance because of law enforcement and all of that, that can happen in Europe as well. Just my personal views on that, right? The question is whether that piece of data which organization and a corporate or a body corporate would handle, would it ever be subjected to the FISA 702? Because it's not just about any data or every data. Yes, of course, there is a probability that even US service providers located outside United States, because of the long arm effect and because of the subsidiary effect, they could be subjected to the same subpoena request that they might get, or so and so forth. But I think the question here is also to look at the practical side. What are the kind of requests that any corporate would have ever got in the past? What are their governance? And one has to also understand that not revealing that data is also illegal in the destination country. So how do we solve the problem? I think that has to be taken, again, a risk-based decision to look at the data, and if the data can be housed in Europe, But if it is to be viewed outside Europe, then of course the supplemental measures like encryption, anonymization, secure multi-party computation, all of that comes in. But again, a big but, still, we all know that anonymization is not foolproof. It could still kind of really take away, completely change the risk calculus. So I think we'll have to also live with some of the accepted risk, and that gets codified through our contracts, the new set of SCCs as you talk about. And of course, it is the EDPB guidances have been less helpful to that extent. Even the earlier ones, the European Essential Guarantees one. Of course, all of that is there. But I think here, my own personal view is that what is expected out of corporates is that the data exporter in Europe has to do a mini adequacy for a destination country, which is actually the job of the European Commission. And this, in my view, and to the knowledge that I have been kind of really, and the kind of discussions that I've been part of, is something seen as kind of really too heavy even on data exporters in Europe, because this is an adequacy test which goes far beyond the privacy remit, which means you're trying to really say, okay, what are the other legal jurisprudence? What are the warrant canaries that one could subject to, and can you do, and so on and so forth, right? And we also need to bear in mind that there are certain sovereignty that every state will enjoy. So I don't think it's a fair ask for a data controller in Europe or a data processor in Europe, whatever be the case, to kind of really do that adequacy. But that being said, this is a rule of the law, and I think this is something which we will have to really live with. But that means that organizations, again, will have that added responsibility not to take their ROPA exercises casually. They need to really do that well, because if they do that Article 30 ROPA exercise, then they probably are on the sound footing to really understand where is my data moving as the data, right from the birth of the data to the death of the data. So I call that as probably from the cradle to the grave. And if all of that is being done, I don't think there is too much to kind of really worry about. Of course, there would be exemptions where even if the data has to be seen in clear text, then of course it is an option left to data exporters to take a call that keep the data there. But bear in mind again, the same data could be subjected to the same surveillance measures in Europe itself.
Thanks, Partha. Thanks, Isabel. I think an issue which is sort of interconnected to, you did sort of bring this up while you were talking about the transfer considerations. And this is a trend, I believe, which you will see emerging. Yeah, a lot more sort of local laws have been
Welcome back, everyone. This is AISS 2021, brought to you by NASSCOM and the Data Security Council of India. Now we move on to our next session, which is a keynote session once again on disrupting application architecture. And we have amongst us Mr. Mohit Rampal, who is founder and CEO at Ramogini Technologies, who will be talking to us and giving this keynote address. But before I invite him on stage, a quick reminder to all of our audiences about the Innovation Box, which is going to be held at 5:45 p.m. This is a concept by DSCI and it is the 8th edition of the innovation box. This is for to basically as an impetus to grow the Indian cybersecurity startups. We have the innovation box. Now, also, I'd like to remind all of our viewers about the leaderboard, which is on the top right corner of your screens. The platform, the more you're active on this platform on DSCI AISS 2021, you can accumulate points or gold coins, and you can obviously refer to the point distribution chart, and the top 3 winners are going to win cash prizes. And like I said before I begin, I'd also like to quickly remind you to share your feedback and basically tweet about the event on social media using the official hashtags hashtag AISS 2021, and you can also in fact tag us using our handle DSCI_connect. So with that, I'm going to now invite Mr. Mohit Rampal from Ramojini Technologies. He's the founder and CEO, to talk to us about disrupting application architecture. Welcome, Mr. Rampal. Over to you.
Hi, Samriddhi. Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for joining us at this late lunch hour on disrupting application architecture. Just to give a brief background about the organization, I'll quickly share my presentation so that we are on the same page, right? So when we talk about a disrupting application architecture, we're talking about how applications are disrupting, the way the architecture has changed in the last couple of decades, right? So if you go back to the early stages of application and now going forward in the next stage is what we're going to be spending some time about.
Mr. Rampal, your presentation is now live, just to let you know. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Right. Now, just to share with you about the organization, we pronounce ourselves as Ramojini Technologies, and we were founded in 2012. And the aim of the organization was to look at making security simple. That's one of our taglines or punchlines. And everywhere we talk across to organizations, and we share with them that our punchline is making security simple. They actually look into it and ask us, why did we pick up this particular punchline or particular tagline? Now, I spent around 3+ decades in the security industry, right from 1990s till now, and we've grown up across different segments. I've worked across on different elements of security. Now, every time a security professional would go down to a CIO or a CISO, right, they would talk so much of technical jargon that the poor CIO or CISO or even the other people in the industry would get lost out in terms of technology. So we decided to create an organization based on this aspect of creating or making security simple. Now, what do we talk about? Our simple aim is to make as easy as possible for security to be absorbed by organizations. Just to give you an idea about what we started off in commercial activity in 2018, and year on year we have been growing up across. And in the past 2.5 years, we've added close to around 25+ people into our team. So we've grown during the COVID times in terms because the technologies and solutions we are partnering with, or the technologies we have created in India, are actually helping us to move across the globe. Just to come to the topic, what is disruption? As you understand, this disruption is the act or the process of disrupting something, right? Or you're trying to break the normal course of action or continuity in any sum of the processes. Now, what do we mean by these disruption activities? Now, if you look at the application architecture in the past couple of years, I would say in the last couple of decades, a lot of things have changed in terms. That means that you were looking at a typical LAN or a WAN architecture and you've moved on to the cloud, right? Now, this is slow. The disruption has been very slow. If you look at I would say the cloud architecture, early in 2010, the cloud architecture started taking shape and taking the physical presence and being one of the disruptive application architecture, the way it has to be deployed. Slow, steady, but incremental. We're also looking at incremental, but disruption is slow, right? We're also looking at the secure cloud environments. Now we're talking about cloud security. We're talking about how do I secure the cloud? We were used to securing our native infrastructures, the WAN on the LANs, but now we're talking about securing the cloud infrastructure, right? This was a force to look into in terms of the way the market has been moving. We also look at what are the applications. We look at application architecture. What do we mean by the application architecture? We look at all this software and the hardware components and the interactions between the software and the hardware, right? I still do call the firmware inside a device as an application, right? Because for me, that's a software which has been written to communicate with the various other elements within the hardware itself, right? Now, all these contribute to the application architecture. Now, what do we mean by disruption, right? Out here, we're talking about disruptive application architecture. We're talking about new stacks. We're talking about new creations of new stacks and new technologies, right? We're talking about, Internet of Things, which is again one of the disruptive technologies, right? We're talking about cognitive computing. We're talking about enterprise mobility. These have been changing the entire landscape, right? Connected cars. Who could think about connected cars in early 2005 and 6 and 7? We thought it's like a Star Trek movie, which is coming into reality. As you move forward, you're going to see a lot of more disruptive technologies coming across. Now, what do we mean by this word application architecture disruption? Now, the traditional ways, when we were talking about the old technologies, right, smartphones, etc., were the first one to move in. The technologies have drastically changed in the last couple of years. Now, what do we mean by changing? By changing here, we mean that the traditional technology was a client-server architecture, right? You have the typical old ways of writing your program on, let's say, Fortran or COBOL, etc. They've moved. Things like AI, where we're not talking about artificial intelligence, when we're talking about in late 90s, or not late 90s, early 90s or late 80s. We were talking about softwares like Prolog and Lisp. And now what do we hear about? Now we hear about technologies like Python, which use different AI tools like Panda and NumPy, etc. So these are all changing the way or disrupting the way the application architecture has been created right now. Now, when you combine all of these, we are looking at new technologies. Now, I was just talking to, I think around 4 years ago, my daughter shifted to the US for her higher studies, right? In the first 3 months, she actually went and bought across a 3D printer. And, it was like something different. So you could see technology is actually disruptive the way things are moving. You're having a 3D printer wherein you're creating different modules across, right? But these all are typical disruptive application architectures. Some of the technologies we are talking about trends. There are lots of technologies. You got I would say self-driven, or let's say computer-driven cars. But we're talking about more technologies which are coming in place, right? Now, all of them are what? If you talk to organizations, the way we've been speaking across to CIOs and CISOs across the globe, what I realized is that typically the digitization has moved enormously, right? Organizations are moving to a paperless office. And the past 2 years, since February, or I would say January 2020, right? The COVID has changed the scenario or the way we have been interacting, or the way we've been working, or the way we've been communicating, right? All of this has actually resulted in a new architecture, or I would say the new way to deliver an application. Now, this entire digitization and automation process has changed, right? Now, we are also moving in towards automation. We are also looking at APIs, or application program interface, or traditional ways. I would say, I'm talking about late 90s or early 90s. I would say you had to communicate or connect your desktop to a printer. You would have a driver, right? A driver to talk to that particular dot matrix, or a laser printer, etc. So those have changed into APIs. You've got more flexible APIs. Again, a couple of them. You've got 4 to 5 types of APIs. You've got a REST, you've got a JSON RPC, you got a SOAP, and you got an XML RPC. And of course, now we are also seeing GraphQL is coming as one of the languages, right? Now, the entire technology has changed. From a waterfall, we're looking at Scrum and Agile. It's changed the way the organizations are now creating applications, or consuming applications, or delivering. They've changed in the entire scenario. We're looking at data management. What do we mean by data management? How are we managing the data? I think in one of the earliest sessions, plenary session where Dr. Behal was talking about, we were talking about ransomware, and I think Matan Babu and Gentleman Bob, they were talking about how data management is important going forward, looking at the aspects of the quantum of ransomware attacks which are taking place. So organizations need to look at different or better methods of data management, so that the data is not compromised. When you were working prior to COVID, it was easy because all your employees, or all the employees, were coming into the office. And when they were coming into the office, we were looking at them, looking at their data, right? Or looking at whatever development work they were doing. So we had this sense of security that, hey, you know what? My code or my intellectual property as an organization is safe. Now that's changed. That has changed drastically in the last 2.5 years. What's happened is work from home is a culture. We don't know how long it's going to stay. But yes, organizations are looking at digitization, or looking at new technologies to be able to adopt or adapt to these technologies. Why? Because we want to ensure that all our customer touch points, or all our intellectual property is safe and safeguarded. The other major challenge which organizations are facing is digital twins. What we mean by digital twins is, before I roll out a network, or I roll out an application, or roll out any of my solutions into my into my corporate world, I would like to ensure that I'm able to test and look into them and figure out how do I prepare them in terms of, I would say, the architecture layout or the configurations, etc. It's important. I'm not talking about typically that, I need to have something. So it's important now organizations are realizing that, yes, I do need a digital twin. Now, by meaning as a digital twin, we are looking at how do I get a digital twin in place? How do I make that happen? How do I do that in terms? Because you can't create or you can't acquire infrastructure. So people are moving towards the cloud, looking at cloud infrastructure where they're creating digital twins. One is a dev server, then you have got a UAT server, and then you got a production server. So they're creating multiple architectures in that area. The other important aspect which I'm talking about is the artificial intelligence, right? AI has taken over drastically in a number of ways, right? You had AI tools to forecast a business method, right? But now we are also using AI for cybersecurity. I know a lot of organizations which have popped up, which were in AI, which were looking at more of business analytics, right? Now they're trending towards moving towards using of AI for cybersecurity. That's another important aspect we feel is happening across the globe. So AI is there to stay. One important point you have to understand is, on the first point when I mentioned about automation and APIs, right? Now, the entire transition has happened across with the Scrum and Agile technologies is that, hey, you know what? I just want to have a simple API which communicates, or it should be communicating to my backend from my front end, because I don't wish to expose too much of data. But the entire architecture has changed towards an API centric architecture. If you look into the industry right now, presently, you'll find that the likes or all the big wigs, right? They have something called an API gateway where they are helping you manage your APIs, right? The quantum of APIs with IoTs and the new technology, right? Wherein you're saying, I want to deliver something tomorrow, right? You no longer rewrite a code. You actually go onto the API, you go and look at let's assume that you're putting up an application for roads, for let's say discovering roads or for driving, right? You no longer create a map. You just go to places like Google or Mapbox, etc., or even like local Indian players, and then you pick up their APIs wherein you can get information for your mobile app or for your desktop app. Now, all these are API-centric architectures which are taking place. Finally, which is not and the last on this technology we're talking about is how are we moving towards the agile or just-in-time architecture. So transition has started happening towards more of an agile method, right? The organizations are shifting over from dev to DevOps, right, and to DevSecOps. We as an organization, we actually push organizations to move into a DevSecOps, right? As traditionally internally as a creator of a product, right? We are following DevSecOps because we've shifted security to complete left in our organization. That means every module which is created within the organization first goes through the entire security testing too, not just the functional testing before it gets into the the QA or the UAT testing environment. We want to figure out or fix up the vulnerabilities at an early stage rather than looking into it. Second, as an organization, our own history or our own story is we are API centric. We've created two technologies, but they are both API centric. Everything is an API. So we spend the least amount of time to recreate a front end or a back end. So we made them so agile or I would say independent that any changes in anything in the middleware or the front end or the back end, there is no impact on the entire application. We can do that pretty quickly. We're not only just talking about DevSecOps, we are actually practicing DevSecOps. And then last, of course, and just to give you an idea about a digital twin, you should read this book, on digital twins, which was anticipated by David Gelenters, right, called The Mirror Worlds, right? That talks about a little bit about digital twins, right? We talk about digital twins in technology. And then if you're looking at AI, again, like I was sharing, we have come across at least a dozen plus organizations in the last 2 or 3 days, where they're using AI not only to look at the cyber incident, but they're also looking at using AI and writing their machine learning models to be able to forecast when could they feel or when they could see a next attack happening, based on the circumstances. Now, what's happened in the digitization world right now? What's happening is we are no longer in C's, right? I remember the Microsoft gentleman talking about, the application architecture, and then when you're talking about the attack surface, the attack surface is no longer limited. Now the attack surface with this digitization has increased, right? It's no longer the front end and the C's, right? We have attacks happening on the back end. We have attacks with, hackers do a recon on your entire application or your entire activity, right? So it's no longer looking at the front end. They do a recon on the map. They do a recon on the back end process. They do a recon on your middleware, right? So everything is possible to be getting compromised or attacked. Then what we're looking at is what? The new dependencies. It's not just the digitization, right? The application program interface has also increased or has set up a new standard for organizations. So we've been speaking across to a number of organizations domestically as well as internationally, where they've been sensing and sharing with us, you know what, we have a problem. We have a gateway, we have an API gateway, but there is no way we are able to look into or manage our the security of our APIs consumed. And when we ask them what type of APIs are they consuming, 90% of the people we spoke to are talking about utilization of a REST or a RESTful API. A very small population, I would say 3 to 4% is using SOAP, and the remaining are distributed between another 2% or 3% is distributed between JSON RPC and XML RPC. So typically REST is there to stay. REST APIs are changing the landscape of security completely. Organizations are feeling the hit of RESTful API compromise. If you look at that, we'll just talk about it. Now, this is a new dependency on the risk, right? There have been now, it's like API is the gateway to your entire organization. Even as we speak in this 15 minutes of a presentation, I'm sure if you go back and look at all the API gateways, you'll find that thousands and thousands of APIs have been consumed in the last 15 minutes across just maybe 2 or 3 gateways. But if you look at the entire list of gateways, you'll find maybe 1 million or plus APIs are being consumed at every minute, every second we talk about it, right? Those APIs are the gateways to organizations' applications, or the gateways to your intellectual property or to the organization's property. Now, APIs are easy to deploy, right? They've actually emerged as one of the most easiest ways to get into a system. But of course, they're also the most attractive way for hackers to compromise the system. Just to give you a simple story, which is internally we have seen it, and whenever we are talking to our clients and we're talking to people in the organizations or CIOs, when we ask them, does your security team understand what APIs are? The answer is yes, they do, but they don't understand that completely. That's what got us thinking into the area of that. You know what, APIs, yes, is a clear area where organizations need some assistance on, right? Just to give you a market overview, what's happening in the market, right? You look at the Empower points out that the number of API vulnerabilities have increased by over 154% in the last 4 years, right, till 2018. I'm talking about the past. Now let's look at what's happening, right? Now the API testing market is to grow to around 2.5 billion by 2027. We've already seen a lot of traction. We have seen a lot of organizations. We've seen like people like Salt, etc. They're talking about APIs, right? But they are literally on a cloud-based solution where they try to offer, and most of the backend happens on, let's say for example, is on physical people actually testing those APIs, right? There's not much of automation there, right? Then we look at Gartner. They predict that by 2022, that is next year, the number of API attacks is going to be drastically increasing, right? They're going to be more than a few 100,000 APIs getting compromised, right? Now, if you look at IM Visions, right, their survey shows that 90% of CIOs, the major worry for CIOs is, I need to secure my APIs, right? And it also shows that enterprises are consuming more and more of APIs as compared to in the past. And last but not the least, just to share with you, in August 2021 itself, we had a couple of breaches which were on API which got reported. One of them was, I think, on IBM and a couple of other ones. Now, what are the drivers and APIs? Why do we need to talk about API security, right? Why did I take up this topic about API security? One of the major reasons is modern applications, if you look at it, they consume a lot of APIs presently. Just to give an idea, we have a product which we created, a completely different product, right? We're consuming more than around 65 plus APIs into our entire product, because for everything, we've actually made it so modular that we are writing an API for every aspect we can do. So that it saves the time for deployment, it saves the time for, you would say, maintenance, etc. It's easy, it's more comfortable, right? It's more unique, right? And then what happens right now is, of course, we are increasing the attack surface. So we need to safeguard those. Visibility of APIs. Most of the organizations, when we speak to, just to give an example, we were talking to one of the largest stock banks in the country and I would say insurance company. The major challenge they faced was always is that, you know what, the developers give us a list of APIs which are being consumed within the application. But by the time we have tested them and by the time the product goes into production, they come at the last minute and say, you know what, there's a new version, we need to update this because of XYZ reasons. That's the time most of the APIs get slipped off across, right? So the developers or the security team hardly gets a time to figure out what are the APIs being consumed. Because presently there are no technologies in the industry which help you to discover all the list of APIs. You may discover the endpoints, right? But you've got to classify or identify which of these endpoints you have are web URLs and which of them are REST or SOAP or JSON RPC or XML RPC or a GraphQL. So it's important to get a complete 100% visibility of the APIs being consumed within your application. Third, if you look at regulatory compliances and laws, yes, of course, GDPR compliance very clearly indicates that you can't have a PII information going. And since your modern applications do consume APIs, a lot of PII information goes through. Just to give you an idea, a couple of, I think a quarter or 2 quarters ago, there was some news about a certain Indian organization where or I would say global organization, where the data got leaked out. And what was the data? That was the PII information of the bank, I would say the security numbers, etc., getting leaked out. Now, that's important because now there are laws. Again, in the morning, in a Dr. Bell's session in the morning in plenary, they were talking about ransomware and they're saying, yes, regulatory compliances are driving across the world where they're saying that, yes, you've got to keep, the developer needs to keep or the application holder needs to keep. So if it's a bank, they need to secure it. Otherwise, they're going to get penalized, right? Now, even in India, I remember reading an article somewhere earlier this last month, I believe, which was an article published, which was, I think, a notification public by by the Reserve Bank of India, which also very clearly in a fine line mentioned, you got to take care of the APIs being consumed within your application. So that got into thinking, yes, APIs are there, compliances are there. The quantum of cyber attacks, we just got one of our research associates within the organization just to look at the NVD and a couple of other databases to see how many vulnerabilities have got reported in the last, let's say, 2 years on APIs. And we were actually taken aback with the quantum of vulnerabilities reported onto NVD. We were expecting just maybe a few or maybe a dozen, but the number was far larger. So we try to create a repository wherein we can look into the APIs and how API vulnerabilities are working on. And last, which is very, very important, most of the organizations we've spoken to across the globe, they confuse the OWASP 2017 and 21 with OWASP 2019, which talks about API security. They're completely different. So OWASP in 2019 took out the OWASP 2000 API security, keeping in mind that they wanted to differentiate APIs versus web applications. Of course, APIs are a part of the web application, but looking at addressing the security for an API is entirely much more different as compared to looking at the security of a web application. So we're not looking at testing of the web application for typical vulnerabilities. For example, you don't have BOLA, which is A1 in OWASP 2019 appearing in 2017 or 21, because that's a broken object level authorization, which does not exist for a web application. So traditional methods of testing out using the traditional tools which are there in the industry for checking out your security for an API does not suffice or help you out to look at the security for an API, because those are tools defined or created for web applications. Last, API security. And every time, just to share with you, it's a live example we given within our team also, is most of the security professionals we speak about, and every time we interview candidates for our products or product creation, we ask them about the types of APIs, right? Most of them just understand what is a REST API. They say REST or a SOAP, right? Some of them even say Google APIs and Facebook APIs, right? But we're talking about the basic construction, right? So expecting a security professional to be hands-on to understand how a REST API works is going to be difficult, right? It's very, very time consuming. It's not that something it's like looking into it and figuring out it's a URL or a web API or it's a SOAP API or a REST API. It takes time. You need to have a lot of experience in understanding the major differences between a REST and a SOAP, right? Or a REST and a web URL. Second, it's consuming. You can't just write 1 or 2 test cases and figure it out, right? For example, in Bola, you got to look at the object level authorization. You've got to identify the object within an API, right? Or if you take, let's say, A2, which is where you have authorization, you've got to understand the minor difference between the authorization and authentication. You've got to look into the API to figure out how you can exploit it, right? So security teams at times, because of time consumption or time, miss out or skip out here. Third, most of the developers look at Postman, etc., or you look at the Swagger formats and they say, you know what, my API is constructed as per it. When we examined a couple of APIs, when we examined physically APIs created by organizations across as a sample, we realized that most of the organizations are not following a best practice as commented for a REST API. We realized that they were not even looking at the entire flow or documentation or a lot of things, or rate limiting within their applications were not being constructed, right? So we realized that they are issues beyond not just security testing, but also best practices, which could lead to a functional issue, could lead to a security issue. So we actually spent time to understand this area. And last but not the least, we have traditional systems. When you're talking about traditional WAFs, they do some piece of job for you, but they actually do not protect, or they will not secure your API, will not test your API, right? For any 0-day or a vulnerability attack, right? They're there to act like a application firewall. They will protect something from happening if the signature is available. But it's important that you should not be just depending on the traditional defenses. You got to implement testing of every single API being consumed within an organization, looking at the OWASP 2019 to be able to forecast. Just to give a quick technology checklist, right? Whenever you're going to be selecting any technology for your API security, you got to look into a couple of things. One is, the most important thing is ease of use, right? We were talking to one of the global chief, I would say, product officers of one of the largest companies. I've been associated with personally. And the first thing he gave me as a point to me and my team was, if you're having a product, right, it's the ease of use. If you make it very complicated, it first goes against your tagline, making security simple. So you got to make it simple. You got to make it as least number of clicks. I spent a couple of years in a mobile WAS industry, and I realized what he meant by that, because click to action has to be as least as possible, right? So just to give an example, if your click to action to do a particular activity is around 3 or 4 or 5 clicks, the user who's using your technology is already averse and saying, it's a pretty complicated technology. So one of the important things while selecting anything to do with application disruption, or typically on the API side, look at the ease of use. 2 is, we realized that most of the technologies we were talking or we were examining with regard to API checking, right, API testing, some of them or most of them they were not clientless. You'd require to download a client. One of our very large customers, the first point he told us was, hey, you know what, Mohit, whenever you're looking at an application, or you're going to get us or introduced to an application, please look into the fact that it's clientless. And my question to them was, why? He says, every time you put a client on a machine, we are already struggling to have an 8 GB or a 16 GB of RAM with our developers. The client takes away a certain amount of memory and storage, right? And that becomes very, very difficult, because the systems go slow and the productivity goes down. So you've got to look at technologies which are clientless, right? The other important aspect when you're looking at this disruptive technology of APIs, you've got to have a technology which helps you to discover all the APIs being consumed in your project. It's a very important aspect. You should also be allowed to add APIs. I'm not saying that the tools or technology in the industry all will discover every single thing. But yes, of course, they're going to miss out a couple of things. So you should have the privilege, or your development team or your security team should have the access to be adding an API. You should also have access to adding your own test case, because most of the OEMs will never tell you exactly what are the test cases they have embedded inside the system. So it's always important to also import your own test cases. So this is something which is important when you're looking at a technology. The next important thing is, it should not look at OWASP 2017 or 21. It should be focused on OWASP API 2019. It should also not only look at that, but also provide you the remediation techniques. What are the remediations or best ways to protect, right? not only for the vulnerabilities, but also for the best practices. For example, your development team may not be following a best practice. It should help you to follow a best practice, tell you exactly what you need to do. And the remediations should be actually hands-on or reflecting to something on the CWE score or the NVD database or a MITRE database, right? But also tell you suggestions from the industry side. Last, which is important, all these technologies, like I shared, shifting left, right? So you've got to have integrations with ticketing systems like Jira or Bugsida. You've got to have integrations with the build tools like Jenkins, etc. You've got to have integration with Git repositories, assuming that you are looking at a complete CI/CD integration. So it's important as an organization, when you're looking into it, have a simple checklist before you decide to implement API security into your networks. Just a quick slide on conclusion. Yes, based on whatever we have spent time in the last 18 months to 20 months, we've been talking to people. We have realized that APIs have actually changed, are a very disruptive technology, which has changed the way the application architecture has moved. This in turn has added another set, or I would say another set of your attack surface, right? The attack surface is no longer limited. It's now has a new surface, which is also looking at APIs. So you've got to look at the APIs in toto when you're looking at creating your application security posture. They've changed source of risk, because risk typically you were looking at whatever coding the guys were doing, but you forgot to look at the APIs. Now this gets another risk. Why? Because the APIs are the gateway. A simple mistake by the developer in an API can actually extract the entire JSON data, entire data from your database and publish it, right? So these are risks which can get published or which can get missed out if you do not have, you don't look at APIs as security. Last, which is important point, second last I would say, is you need to look at security testing beyond web applications. You've got to look at APIs much more differently with a different viewpoint. You've got to have a dedicated team. You've got to have a team which works on looking at APIs. And last, which is important, which is in API inventory. So before you start doing, the security team or the QA team or the UAT team starts testing it out, they should have a clear-cut indication about what is the API inventory do they have, what are the list of APIs that developers are declaring, right? And then the security professionals need to interact with the application to figure out what are the other APIs which are being called across. So you've got to have this entire list or gamut of the list of APIs being consumed, right? And you should test every API for a vulnerability. It's not that you got to leave out a certain API because you feel, what, I don't think so anybody's going to hack into that API. So that's a mindset which the security team will never should utilize and say, okay, we need to test every single API being discovered within our application. So that's the last of my slides, and over to the team.
Well, thank you. That was Mr. Rampal talking to us on disrupting application architecture. And we now move on to our next segment, another keynote address by BlackBerry. And this is by Mr. John McClurg, Senior Vice President and CISO at BlackBerry, who will be talking to us about prevention first and AI as a business critical advantage. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon. It's good to be with you. After many years away, it's good to be back in India, if only virtually. I was thinking back to the last time almost the last time I was there. I planted a tree in Bengaluru, and I'm anxious to hear about how it's fared in the intervening time. Those have been interesting years. I'd say, in fact, let me start out with that preface. May you live in interesting times. I'd ask you, have I just cursed you or blessed you? I think growing up as a young man, I always thought that had to be a blessing. I couldn't think of anything worse than being bored. But actually, some friends recently told me that that's actually an old Chinese curse. Well, whether you believe it's a blessing or a curse, what makes these times particularly interesting is the rate and pace at which technology seems to be evolving. It's impacting us in such a way that we actually now have a result of it, what I call a new cybersecurity landscape, where the chaos, complexity, and the conundrums of the last couple of decades are being challenged by what Thomas Kuhn, he's an American philosopher of science, wrote in his book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, a period in which normal science are interrupted by revolutionary science. The new paradigms step up and challenge the rules of the game, our standards and our best practices that we've adhered to over the last couple of years. Tom Friedman, I think his book made it to India. The World is Flat. It's amazing. It's an iconic work. It's been out for 10 years now. I think was one of the first writers to observe that what would characterize the time and age in which we're now living is that traditional boundaries of interest would grow ever more porous. Whether that's the distinction we draw between cyber and physical interests, domestic, international, public, private, church and state, business and security, online, offline, or even, particularly with the COVID age, the distinction we draw between work and home. And that porosity that exists between those concepts is being exacerbated by what's being called the Internet of Things, or what I like to call the Internet of Everything, because not only is it household appliance, driverless cars, cameras, but also humans. Those with Hodgkin's disease are actually connecting their brains to the internet. And we as humans, of course, don't like to be called things. We like to be called humans. So I call it the Internet of Everything. It includes, of course, SCADA systems that control so much of our critical infrastructures. And with all this increased porosity, of course, has increased the connectivity and the increase in the threat vectors that our adversaries can now strike through as they seek to attack us. Now, in response to those attacks, of course, those of us who've been in the profession for some time now have, of course, always desired to be what I call proactively preventative. We wanted to be that proverbial gate at the top of the cliff, stopping bad events from happening, instead of the proverbial ambulance at the bottom of the cliff where we're functioning in a reactive detection mode. Unfortunately, that's the mode most of us for most of our careers have lived in. And those haven't been pleasant thoughts or memories. In fact, many times we don't want to remember them. But as the philosopher George Santayana said, those who cannot remember the past are going to be condemned to repeat it. There's probably no better examples of the importance of remembering than out of World War II, where we had the V-1 rockets coming into London. The response was a reactive detection response. Post-execution, they put barrage balloons up, anti-aircraft cannons and guns. They even sent pilots up in their Spitfires to try and tip those V-1 rockets off course. They were all very labor-intensive, complex, expensive, and ultimately ineffective. And because they were post-execution, a lot of the damage was occurred. It wasn't until we got smart, or the Allies got smart and moved to a proactive prevention approach against the V-2 rocket, where they targeted prior to execution the construction and launch site, that the tide started to finally turn. Now, each of us today may have had our own journey when it came to reaping the reactive life. Mine personally began quite early. As soon as I left academia and was recruited by the FBI, they sent me off to Los Angeles to join one of the early counterterrorism task force. These are individuals who very much hoped and wanted to be proactively preventative, but we found ourselves stymied in the world of the reactive. We worked the Lockerbie bombing over Scotland, the Oklahoma City bombing, the Unabomber. I don't know if these bombings made it to India news, but they were big bombings, and they were all reactive in the United States. And I thought, well, when we get to the cyber world, maybe things will change. But then I went up against one of the early freakers, an individual by the name of Dart Dante. And once again, I was going up after him after he'd already done us damage. I caught him picking the physical lock of the central office of the phone company, going in, gathering up passwords, manuals and equipment, and then advancing a far more sophisticated attack than he ever could have done, but for that physical vulnerability, the rusty lock. And that was really the model of what I saw unfolding, that we were going to see growing and growing interdependency between the physical and cyber world. It's one of those areas I mentioned just a few minutes ago. And then when I was actually sent by the FBI over to the CIA, lent to them to go after spies I found I was in the same reactive mode. I went up against the highest ranking CIA officer ever arrested for espionage, James Harold Nicholson, and was chasing him after he'd already done our damage. Not long after that, I actually was invited to leave government and to join the private sector, and went there with a keen sense and appreciation. In fact, a lot of my peers in the FBI were afraid that I was leaving before I had my pension. I was going to go in the private sector. The life expectancy of a CISO was 18 months. They said, "Are you crazy? You're going to get fired after 18 months. You're not going to have your pension, and you're going to be out on the street." And I knew, even in those days, because of the anemic, weak performance of signature-based antivirus, that that was very much indeed a possibility. That's why when I got to the private sector, I started chanting, if you will, of this mantra, not if, but when. How many of us have had our careers dominated by that phrase, not if, but when? I used that in managing the expectations of my leadership, because I knew in all probability, because of how weak signature-based antivirus was, that it probably was going to be very likely that I'd get compromised. And that's why I also then proceeded with many of my peers to build what we call these defense in depth structures. If you knew your antivirus is going to fail way up high in the kill chain, then you had to have a complex network of downstream measures to mitigate the deficiencies that you were going to have upstream. It was complex, it was costly, it was reactive, and it was post-execution. And we knew, because of these weaknesses, there was a call for a new paradigm. We needed to do something different. Now, in the United States, when the Snowden affair broke, of course, that pushed the government. They said, enough is enough. We need everybody, if you want to continue to do business with the US government, to develop what they called a viable trusted insider program. Uh, uh, Now, they weren't very specific on what were the elements of a trusted insider program, but I assumed that it had to involve some sort of use and demonstration of what was emerging at the time of what we called big data analytics. AI, machine learning, and math algorithms were just starting to emerge, but we absolutely knew we had to do something better in the wake of the Snowden affair. I don't know if you've seen this picture here in India or not. It's a picture of George Washington crossing the Delaware, but there's a story told that when George was fighting the American Revolution, a member of the press came up to him and said, George, what keeps you up at night? And it wasn't his troops that were starving and freezing to death. It wasn't the Congress that was not giving him the money he needed. His answer to their question was, they're spies, they're trusted insiders who were doing him bad. And for 240 years, the US has had experience with spies, and yet we still couldn't do any better than sending me into the CIA after the spy had already heard us to go after him. And it dawned on me why we were in this reactive detection versus prevention mode, and it's because it was a big data problem. We couldn't wrap our arms around cognitively around the early indicators. They were too numerous, too distributed across too many different repositories for us to wrap our minds around. So it wasn't until we developed software that allows us to pull data into algorithms that could be fed from numerous repositories that we started to have a solution. And I used those algorithms at Dell when the government said we had to come up with an insider threat program, and validated that using those algorithms, using big data analytics, that I could start to get ahead of the insider threat program. And by doing that, preserved our ability to actually bid on some very valuable contracts. Overnight, security became no longer a distasteful cost of doing business, but an indispensable, inextricable aspect of advancing it. No longer just the guns, gates, guards, and geeks of yesterday. And I say geeks because I always had physical and cybersecurity. It was a duty owed by all, including the wetware. Now, the wetware in my career have been it's been the bane of my existence. Hardware and software are challenging, but wetware, if you're not familiar with that phrase, it's human beings. In their brain, in their head, there's this organ, the brain. It's 76% water. It's the wetware that's been a challenge. I can tell them over and over again, don't click on unsolicited emails, but they come in with beguiling specificity. And what do? They click. I had a person who worked for me. His daughter was going to a soccer game. He was working on a project for me. He told his spouse, no, you go with the daughter. I got to stay and work. 2 hours later, they came back. She's a cute little girl, but she couldn't play at all. They came back, the house erupted into chaos. She had scored the winning goal. He felt terrible. He was a terrible father. The next Monday, he gave his project to me. He was pleased about that. He goes back to his desk, and the first message he sees is this: here's a picture of your daughter kicking the winning goal. What does he do? Because he's a guilt-ridden father, and because the bad guys know how to exploit our humanity, he clicks, and when he clicks, he launches that malware that's embedded. And even though he's a security professional, that's why, again, we get stuck with this not if but when, because of the humanity that we carry with us, and it leaves us in these positions where we have to answer these questions. How are our critical assets identified? How well did we enclave them? How quickly did we detect the compromise? How well do we contain it, expel the adversary? And because it always seems to happen over and over again, how well did we leverage and gain new insights from this compromise? This is that not if but when world that we've been living into. And it's given way to what I call expense in death, not a defense in death, but expense in death, because the signature-based antiviruses fell up above. It requires us then to build these elaborate detection and incident response and triage, damage mitigation, and remediation structures that are very constantly reactive. And with 90% of all breaches being tied to malware, at least that was a figure I got from Verizon a few years ago, the importance and the significance of having such a weak partner in the way of signature-based antiviruses was really brought home to bear. At Dell, we reached the end of our patience. We said, we're not going to do this anymore. No more sacrificing at least one endpoint of the computer in order to get a signature. We pulled together, as we canvassed the entire environment at the time, and there were 60 different what they called or claimed to be the new endpoint security solutions. We pulled together thousands of instances of 0-day, ran them against all those 60 contenders or companies claiming to be the next best thing when it came to antivirus. And out of that group, one little unknown startup called Silence emerged with an amazing 99.7% conviction rate, stopping pre-execution before it had a chance to execute. And this was just unheard of. I hadn't seen any behavior performance like that. I've actually told my team, go take this in the back room, run what the Chinese had just run against us and defeated us with. And when it fails, let me know, because I think this has got to be BS. Something's going on here. It can't really work. They came back a few days later and said, John, we tested it. We know you wanted us to tell you it doesn't work, but it does. And I was, from that moment on, my world changed. There I said, well, how does this actually work? And then basically the explanation that got given to me is that we took our mathematicians, they captured the good files, of the benign files and the malignant files, extracted from them millions of attributes, applied a numeric value to those attributes, and then ported it into an algorithm that allows them to use these patterns that repeat and can be fed with more and more data as to what is the benign and what is the malignant in a predictive way that allows us this kind of prowess, 99.7%. So this was an eye-opener to me. I said, yes, the predictive power of AI machine learning is going to just help us accelerate and keep pace at the rate at which the malware and the viruses are morphing. And it provides us an opportunity to develop pre-execution, a solution and a protection against what's plaguing us so badly, including ransomware. And it's more powerful than anything I've seen in the last 2 decades of my life in the industry. And though healthcare and insurance and high frequency trading were out ahead of us in their ability to do this, we're coming along now and we're seeing this new age, security emerging as a science. And we're taking this prowess. BlackBerry actually acknowledged the strength of Silence. John Chen, the chairman, wanted to take that prowess and apply it to the mobility space that the BlackBerry was famous for. People using our unified endpoint management system to be able to work anywhere, and is now overlaying across that full spectrum of services, the endpoint, the EDR space, the mobile threat space, and even into identity, where the strength and prowess of this math model now allows us to do continuous authentication, which gives way to a supporting structure underneath what we call zero trust, which you hear touted so often out there in the community. I don't like the word zero trust. I like to think of it as continuous trust, and it's a trust that we're enabled to advance because of the way the AI math model can ingest the millions of attributes of what makes us each unique, and could substantiate that any moment we are who we claim to be, and not somebody who's had their identity. So it's really that foundation that allows us then to advance the zero trust perspective, and in a way that comes with zero touch as well, which is a problem we've had for so long. Is the things we inflict on our customers and our employees comes with such friction that it just drives them to distraction. So it's the strength of the computer speed of AI that's allowing us to build this architecture. It gives us a predictive capability, pre-execution, that is just changing the world. It's infused new life into our world, and is allowing us to even take the threats that we've seen in the last 2 years, not to mention 2016, 17, and 18, throw it against the math model as she existed back in 2015, and find out that she still had the strength to defeat it without any updates, without connecting to the cloud, any of that. It really has allowed us to take the idea of prediction from the realm of fiction into reality. So this is it's got me so excited, why I'm so pleased to be here and to share this story of what BlackBerry is bringing to the space. It's really changing things, but wouldn't want you to rely just on my enthusiasm. What I'm encouraging you, I say, hey, test it for yourself. We have representatives there that can help you explore this new event and the way it's changing our world. So much so that the next time I visit India and I go up to any of you and I say, may you live in interesting times, I'm confident that all of you will know that I haven't pronounced a cursing upon you, but have in fact pronounced a new paradigm benediction. So I look forward to that and to those future engagements. With that, I'll say good afternoon. Thank you very much.
That was the keynote by BlackBerry, and we now move on to our next keynote address, which is by Trend Micro. Building cyber resilient enterprise is what is the topic. Ms. Sharda Tikku, who's technical director at Trend Micro India, will be addressing us all on building cyber resilient enterprise.
Hi everyone, I'm Shraddha Tekku, Technical Director for Trend Micro India and SARC, and today I'm going to talk to you about how to build a cyber resilient enterprise. Now, before we dwell into the details, the life of CISO in current times is quite challenging. There is business transformation happening at one end. We are seeing work from home and hybrid work environments taking the place. Of course, introducing a lot of complexity. The way the network was accessed is getting changed. In terms of visibility, there has always been an issue, and now with cloud adoption, this issue is all the more becoming more and more active. And on top of it, of course, the attacker behavior is also not becoming any easier. They're also becoming quite steady. So it's a perfect storm that we are seeing enterprises are facing. Now, what has also happened is that there is a perfect storm at one end, and at the other end, we are hearing a lot of noise. I'm not sure if it is right to call it a noise. We are hearing about a lot of technology terminologies like SASE, Zero Trust, XDR, CASB, EDR, UEBA. Are these the technologies that will help us, combat this particular storm? Now, before we discuss this, let's go into a little bit of basics. Okay, what has changed nowadays is that the network architecture, the way we do the business has completely changed, right? Earlier, the center of universe used to be data centers, whether it is your branch office or if it is your users accessing the internet, or it is your contractors, third-party vendors or partners. All of them would access data via getting into your data center, and that's where the perimeter was of very much importance, and your center of universe was actually your data center, right? And it was thick and static. Now, what has happened is that all of that has changed. The way we are doing the business has changed, and center of universe has now become an entity. When I say entity, it is actually a device. It can actually be a user. It can be an application. So whatever you are accessing, that has become a center of universe, that entity. That's where the security has to be tightly close to it. So gone are the days where data is concentrated in one data center. Now it is sporadically spread out. And that's where it becomes very important for us to understand that how do we, in this changing business model, how do we take care of the security? Talking about security, there are major headlines that have hit in the last couple of months, whether we talk about SolarWinds attack, we talk about ransomware attack, Kaseya ransomware, or there has been the most recently the Windows print nightmare. All of these attacks are bringing our focus back to one thing, which is vulnerability, which is exploits, and then the malwares that are using these vulnerabilities to spread. Now, talking about vulnerabilities, malwares, and exploits, I think these are the basics that have to be addressed. So vulnerability management is not something new, but with this attack surface increasing multifold, maybe the way we deal with the vulnerability or the way we do the vulnerability management also needs to be relooked. So one thing is something that we really can do is we can prioritize the threat landscape. So how do we do that? It's quite simple. We know there are all disclosed threats for which we know there are IOCs, threats for which we know there are patches available and there are signatures available, and so you go and right away you take care of those threats. But then there are certain threats which are relevant to your environment, right? Basis on the sector that you operate in, the kind of business model do you have, the kind of applications is used. There are certain threats which are relevant to your environment. Now, then there are certain threats which are widely exploited inside in the wild. What I mean to say is that there are certain vulnerabilities where the extent of exploitation of those vulnerability is quite high. Now, what are the things that we should prioritize? The things that have to be prioritized is this intersection. So threats that are relevant to your environments and threats that are widely exploited in the wild, this intersection is something that has to be focused. This intersection is the one that needs to be mitigated first so that your risk exposure to an attack is minimized. Now, talking about risk exposure and mitigation, what has been, let's look at the journey for detection and response that has been for the enterprises, since last few years. Now, we all know about good old EPP. EPP has been around for eons now, and of course, it has done a damn good job. We realized that industry wanted something more. It was, while EPP was a good preventive control, there was a need for a detection mechanism to be at the endpoint level, and hence EDR came into the game, which was giving good enough visibility of what is happening at the endpoint level, and so that all of these threats could be taken care of proactively. What happened now is that while EDR is giving a is doing a good job, enterprises are grappling with the situation wherein they are finding that they are finding that the need to do this detection and response on more places beyond endpoints. That's where there is a need for adding a detection layer at the email level, at the cloud level, at the data center level, at the network level, perhaps at the IoT level, and that's why the ambit of detection and response has now increased to include more sensors, and that's where XDR came into the picture, which means that it is basically giving you detection and response much beyond EDR. Now, that's not it. We are now beyond XDR. We are now talking about zero trust and SASE because of the changing business model, because of the cloud adoption, rapid digital adoption, and whatnot. The ways that we are working in. The need is to have zero trust and SASE framework also closely working with XDR. Now, before I go further ahead, the term XDR has not been new. It has been there for a lot of, I think, for 2018 was a time when XDR term was coined, but it has gained a momentum more recently, right? And then there is a lot of discussion going around. Hey, how is XDR going to fit into my already running SOC, which is running a SIEM, which is running a SOAR? Is it going to replace it? Is it going to complement it? If it is going to replace it, then what do I do with my existing investments? If it is going to complement it, how? I see there are a lot of overlapping features. So all of these are things that are basically getting debated, getting asked as this whole ecosystem is maturing. Now, Forrester has come up with a very good research that they have done on the landscape overview of around 29 XDR providers. So looking at the maturity of the XDR service providers, they kind of bucketed these into the late stage, the growth stage, the early stage, it depends on the kind of customer base the vendor has, the number of years the vendor has been around, also the maturity of the product, so on and so forth. And of course, Trend Micro is there in the late stage, which means that the product is quite matured and growth. it has good feature set and capabilities. But what is another thing that is interesting is the types of XDR that Forrester has defined, which is clearly articulated this confusion that has put in our minds. Right now, there are three types of XDR that Forrester has brought up. One is the native XDR. So native XDR is the XDR that has a tighter alignment with the vendor's own portfolio. Trend Micro is a native XDR, so I have my own sensors in the endpoint, email, network, cloud, everywhere, and then I deliver XDR capabilities on top of it. Then there is something called as hybrid XDR. Hybrid XDR is an XDR model that relies on integration with third parties. So for example, I have an EDR solution, but if you want a detection and response at the web, at email, at network, I will integrate with APIs at all of these levels. There are no native sensors. Third type is the security analytics platform. These are good old age-old SIM and SOAR vendors that are building analytics capability on top of them and then delivering XDR functionalities. Now, nothing is good or bad. I'm not trying to advocate one XDR over another, but then there are definitely certain clear distinctions that Forrester has laid out for a native XDR. One is the richness of the telemetry for the native XDR is quite high. The second is the native response capability. So when we talk about native XDR, so I have to deal with the sensors that I own. So the kind of integration I can do with my own sensors will be quite deep, right? And hence my response capabilities will also be evolved. It will definitely be simplicity will be definitely high in native XDR because I don't have to rely on third-party APIs for me to deliver the basic XDR capabilities. I don't have to worry about the fact that what if the version gets upgraded and the APIs break. All of that is taken care of because these are my own native sensors. And of course, last but least that is mentioned here is time to value, which is to say that how quickly would a enterprise see the value in investing on this particular product, which means to say how quickly are we able to see the effectiveness of the product working, which is something which is quite high in native XDR as compared to hybrid XDR. With this background, it gives me pleasure to introduce Trend Micro Vision One, which is a evolving threat defense platform, and we have multiple I would say solutions which are part of the Vision One platform. Of course, the core remains the XDR. It is a native XDR, and along with the native XDR capabilities, we also have added risk visibility, the policy and agent and policy management, sensor management can be done from this platform. And this platform also helps enterprise achieve that trust and insight. We'll see that in the subsequent slide. And this whole Trend Micro Vision One platform then integrates with SIM and SOAR and gives a true platform-based approach to an enterprise. How this Trend Micro XDR Vision One works is that if you can see, there are multiple sensors here at the endpoint level, email level, cloud, network level. All of these sensors pump in the activity data into the XDR data lake. In XDR data lake, there are a lot of detection models that come into the action. They work on this particular telemetry data and then give the SOC analyst the much needed high fidelity alert, an actionable alert, and it actually gives you that contextual visibility. Not to mention, we all know the importance of MITRE mapping. Whatever techniques are observed into a particular enterprise, all those techniques are mapped to a MITRE framework. There is also a threat intel collaboration that this platform delivers, which is by checking whatever IOCs are getting exploited in the wild. There is a proactive sweep that happens on the data lake telemetry, and if there is a hit, the alert is generated. So all of these methods are put inside the Trend Micro Vision One to make it a very robust platform, which basically makes the job of a SOC analyst much more easier. So since we are gathering so much insight, we are gathering so much so rich telemetry, it became natural for us to build a zero trust risk insight and it became very natural for us to, once we have the insight into the security, into the entity, once we have insight onto the kind of reputation the entity had, the kind of behavior the entity is doing, we are then in a position to control the access of a particular entity. So that's where we have built Zero Trust Risk Insight and Zero Trust Secure Access along with XDR in Trend Micro Vision One. Before we talk about zero trust risk insight in detail, so when we talk about zero trust, by definition, Forrester in 2009 said that trust is a vulnerability. You should never trust, we should always verify. So there should be a continuous assessment of risk and trust that should happen, and that is what even Gartner says. Now, keeping in mind this particular philosophy and the way Trend Micro Vision One delivers zero trust is by keeping in mind these two aspects that you see right now. There is zero trust risk insight, and then there is zero trust secure access. What I mean to say is that whether it is a user or a device or any other application or entity, I will know the risk that this particular entity carries. How? Because I will have my XDR sensors. That XDR sensors will help me determine, basis on what this identity has been up to, what this entity has been up to, I will get to know what are the risk that this entity is carrying. Based on that, there are certain scores that we give to a particular entity. Say, for example, I got to know that this particular device has accessed an email from 2 different geographical locations, and the user of this particular device also seems to be carrying another mobile phone wherein a known malware has been found. So my risk score will probably increase. And then basis these, I can create certain dynamic rules. Basis the risk ratings, I can create certain dynamic rules, which can then help me allow or deny the access to a network. Or I would want that, this particular entity looks fishy. So I may want this entity to go through maybe a second level of authentication. So I can maybe maybe I can isolate, I can do a multi-factor authentication, or I can completely throw out the entity from my network. So this is how we build zero trust along with Vision One. And we're not stopping here. You will soon see Vision One platform. Of course, it is having zero trust network access. It will have CASB, secure web gateway, EPP, and XDR is something that is already a part of the package here. So what I'm, in summary, what I want to say is, when we talk about zero trust and XDR, they have to work together. They cannot work as two separate islands. This unique approach of XDR providing you extended detection and response, correlated visibility, threat detection of the entire enterprise, and this rich telemetry then feeding into the zero trust approach, which helps you gain more visibility. So, and then in turn, zero trust as a framework is again, powering into the XDR by slowing down the attacker. Because if I'm not giving the entry to an attacker into my enterprise, I am slowing down the attacker. So this is how we are seeing XDR and zero trust working in tandem and defending the enterprise. So we're talking about cyber resilient enterprise. We're talking about cyber resilient framework. What are the different building blocks of this particular framework? We all know, we identify what are your key entities based on the criticality of the business, the servers, the workloads, the assets, everything. The identification is important. First and foremost is prevent. You prevent the threat. If you're not able to prevent the threat, detect the threat. Ensure that there are enough measures available, enough investment done to detect the threat. Once we are able to detect the threat, we can then respond effectively. And once we are able to respond the threat, we should be able to recover from an incident more effectively. And then maybe we should also be able to predict the threat. What should also be able to do the threat prediction. And all of this is possible only when we are having a risk visibility across identifying, prevent, detect, respond, recover, across all of this stage, right? We talked about vulnerabilities, vulnerability prioritization, trying to know, what is a vulnerability that should be prioritized, maybe a vulnerability that is relevant to me because of the kind of business I am in, and something that is getting exploited in the wild. That is something that I have to prioritize. Prioritizing the threat landscape, quantifying the threat landscape, attaching a risk score to each entity or to an enterprise in general, will help you, devise a framework for the cyber resilience. And that's what that is exactly what Trend Micro Vision 1 is working towards. We are working towards developing a platform which currently gives you XDR, risk visibility. You can build trust and insight, and then moving forward, this platform is evolving, like we said. So we are going to add more and more modules to this platform as and when it's relevant in the times, in the current times. Another good thing is that as enterprises onboard Vision 1 as a platform, we are also proud to share that Trend Micro is the first one to have this completely hosted out of India. So since December 2020, Trend Micro Vision 1 platform is hosted in India data center, and so is Trend Micro Cloud 1, which are the two biggest platforms that Trend Micro is investing in and providing you, the customers. So with this, I would like to end my session, and thank you for listening to me. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. With that, we have come to an end of this keynote address by Trend Micro. Ms. Sharda Tikku, Technical Director, Trend Micro India, was talking to us about building cyber resilient enterprise. And we now move on to our next segment, which is the fireside chat by Induspace. Before we begin this fire chat, once again, I'd like to remind all of our viewers to send our feedback, to share with us their feedback and their views about the program on social media using the official hashtag AISS 2021. And also, in fact, you can use the handle at the rate DSCI_connect. That's what our Twitter handle is, and tweet about today's event. Also, like I've also mentioned before, we have the leaderboard. You may be able to see the sign on the top right corner of your screen, and you can accumulate coins there. Refer to the point distribution chart, and by the end of the event, the top 3 winners are going to win cash prizes. So do not forget to interact, and you can also, in fact, visit the expo area and tweet about the event. So we'd like to now begin with the fireside chat, and we have Mayuresh Purandare, who is head of IT infrastructure and cybersecurity at Marico, and Ashish Tandon, CEO at Induspace, for this fireside chat. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. This is Ashish Tandon. I'm the founder and CEO of Induspace. For the benefit of those who are not fully aware of Induspace, Induspace is a Tata-funded web application and API protection company. We are securing over 2,000 plus customers across about 80 countries through our unique risk-based managed protection solution, Aptrana. Our solution, Aptrana, was rated #1 by Gartner Peer Insight report, Voice of Customer report, which came out in early March 2021. And we were the only vendors amongst our category who have got 100% referenceability from our customers. Essentially, every customer recommended us to other customers, which is a phenomenal achievement for us personally, as well as for the company. The global pandemic has changed the way the consumer buying decisions are going on these days. It's a tactical shift. Earlier, it used to be all offline, going to stores, buying stuff. And now I think there is a major shift towards buying online. I don't think anybody will disagree with that. And there's a report which suggests that there are almost about 700 million active internet users, which essentially means that the amount of ecosystem which is there and the amount of people who are going to buy online is increasing exponentially in the country and making it extremely lucrative. Both these points make the the consumer goods industry, which basically cater to all these potential customers, makes it very exciting for them as well. Not only from and what we are seeing is not only helps them in reaching out to these customers, but also helps them increase in the user, helping making sure the customized user interface, making sure that we make those buying decisions quickly, easily, improving efficiencies. There have been reports, which suggest that those consumer good companies which have invested in the digital infrastructure and are using these digital mechanisms not only for better sales operations, but also for their warehouse management, distribution, uh, supply chain, etc. There are reports which suggest that these companies will have a much better chance of and a larger success ratio than some of their competitors. Uh, while the sector looks exciting and the opportunity looks humongous, uh, because it's digital, it also brings in the challenges of how do we ensure that these applications and APIs remain secure, are continuously secured from some of these adversaries who are also trying to take advantage, right? To discuss and talk more about it, I have with us Mayuresh, who's the head of infrastructure and cybersecurity at one of the leading digital, sorry, one of the leading consumer goods companies, which is now the leading digital consumer goods company as well, Marico. Welcome, Mayuresh. It's an absolute pleasure to host you on this event. We are looking forward to getting your insights in terms of how you and your organization are making sure that your web applications and APIs remain secure or are protected from these ransomware and the DDoS attacks. Welcome.
Thanks, Ashish. Thanks for having me here. It's pleasure to be here on this platform, as well as associated with Indusfits. So, talking about the digital, right? So you rightly mentioned that the consumer goods companies are actually doing many things on digital platforms, and Marico is not the exception there, right? So we have been doing this from 1992. At that time, it was not called digital. Now it is called as digital. So I remember
Wow, 1992.
Yeah, our first DMS, the distributor management system, was made live then. And at that time, the internet wasn't very much there, right? So we used to connect our endpoint system to the servers using the SMS gateways. Right? So those were the times where we
Wow.
started.
Super.
Obviously, now we
Super.
have.
And Mayuresh, you have been a veteran in the industry, right? You've done amazing amount of, and spent a lot of time in various roles, for the benefit of the viewers. And maybe let me spend a minute to kind of, talk them through about your achievements in your career. So Mayuresh has been an industry veteran. He's led various roles in IT transformation, cybersecurity, ITSM, etc., etc., and majorly has been responsible for helping organization go through the digital transformation process. And he has been associated with various sectors, whether it's FMCG, utilities, commodities, aviation, etc. And has or global ERP integrations and implementations to managing secure operating centers or securing applications. So fantastic! It is absolutely a pleasure to have a veteran on this forum. Um, Mayuresh, like, as you said, Marico has been a pioneer, and 1992 is just, honestly, it is almost like starting the internet era there, right? So, clearly the company has always been focused on using digital and technology to, interact with their customers or their ecosystem. Uh, it would be great if we could spend a few minutes about, in the recent trends, with the pandemic increasing the amount of usage of technology and the way you deal with customers and consumers, make sure that the right kind of information is available to them online.
How has your journey been, and maybe some of the challenges you have gone through in the recent past in terms of the digital journey? It would be great if you can share some of those experiences with the viewers.
Sure, sure. So Ashish, I would say that the when the pandemic hit, right? At that time, obviously it was a panic for everyone in IT, everyone in business. We don't know how to go about it. But what we did at that time, we took a step back. We said that this is the right time to go digital. This is the right time to do new things. But how do we go about it? Because there are too many things to do, right? So what we did, we kind of categorized our efforts into four different buckets. The first one is the most important is our consumer. How can we reach to our consumers digitally, right? Then second category is our customers. So customers are our distributors, right? They are our primary customer. Consumer are our secondary or tertiary in terms of the sales hierarchy, right? While consumers are very, very important to reach, right? How do we also connect with our distributors? Third one is our business partners, right? How do we reach out to the vendors that we are working with? And fourth one is the members. Members are the employees. So we call them members in Marico. So in these four buckets, we said, how do we transform? How do we reach out to them better? How do we, deploy the digital technologies so as to make their lives better and make a difference for them? So when we created those four buckets, then we started doing a lot of transformation agendas, started driving a lot of transformation agendas. We launched a lot of direct to consumer websites where people can directly go and buy Saffola or Parachute. Then we also launched a WhatsApp store locator when it was a pandemic, right? People did not know which are the shops which are open, where I can buy what, right? So we actually created a WhatsApp store locator where you can, just send your location and it will show you what are the different things which are around you and what are the stocks which are available with them. Right? So those things we did. You must have seen the Marico honey, right? So that honey has a purity certificate. So you can scan the QR code and go there and verify how good the honey is, right? So all of these things were done in the consumer bucket. Right? In the customers bucket, we also started focusing on, even if the distributor is unavailable to work, unavailable to talk, how can we still reach out to them? What are the systems which can be deploy on cloud so that they can use it from anywhere? They can take the orders, they can fulfill those orders whenever the lockdown opens up. Right? So we did a lot of new implementation in terms of mobility, in terms of launching the inbound call center for them. So within a week, we actually launched a telecalling feature for them, and we started using that to take their orders for our retailers as well. So all of that we did for the customers part. Right? Business partner, we always are connected with the modern trade people, right? So modern trade are one of the important channel. So how do we do more and more API integration with them instead of they sending us some Excel files and we uploading it to the portals? Then how can we, our one of the major, the biggest business partner is the farmer, the coconut farmer. So we also created the portals for coconut farmers where they can actually showcase that how much is the farming that they're doing, when can we go and buy their produce, right? So all of that is the focus under the business partners area. And for the members, for the employees, right? We created um, a, a project called as Demigod. So Demigod is an acronym for Digitally Enabled Members Initiative, where how the members can be more productive, working from home, working from anywhere. So what all can be done for them? All of this on in within the last 2 years, all on cloud. And obviously, when we say time to market is a key, it comes with a lot of challenges in terms of cybersecurity and how do we go about it. But yeah, we are there. We are having solutions like you to help us with that.
Superb. This is just inspiring, man. In 2 years, and I love the buckets you put in, like clarity of thoughts. I have been following and been a fan of Marico for years. Especially starting from your leadership. But this is just unbelievable, clarity of thought, putting all the buckets there and then attract and making sure that all those stakeholders are properly addressed to get in more and more efficiency and make sure neither consumer suffers, for farmer doesn't suffer, the employees get all the right stuff. Just unbelievable. And all of this using all that newer technologies, API integrations, getting applications together, getting them portals, putting everything on the cloud. So, while all this technology is great and fantastic, I'm sure, it also brings in challenges in terms of how I'm going to make sure all these things are kept secure. While you have all the right intent, there are not everybody in the world who are really happy with your progress. So, how do you? What was your experience in terms of generally the security aspect of the entire thing? We'll talk about the application security a little bit later. But how did what are the key things that went on in the thought process in terms of making sure that everything remains secure as well, because that's very critical.
No, absolutely. So I'll tell you something. Generally, the most of the IT people are worried of a shadow IT, right? So in Marico, what we have said, we will not run away from shadow IT. We call them business-led IT. We don't call them as shadow IT, and we welcome them. So we tell everyone that if you have an idea, if you have a smart startup who can deliver that idea for you, please go ahead and start evaluating, right? Only thing is, what you do is you engage us with you, so that we will ensure that their onboarding to us is safer, right? So that's where we connect with business. We work with a lot of startups. We work with a lot of these new age solutions, right? And obviously, when we deploy so many things, we actually saw that our APIs, our portals that we have launched are getting a lot of bot attacks, the DDoS, right? So these things are actually increasing a lot, and we have seen that happening. We also saw that when we go to the startups, right? So for them, what is more important is the business outcome, right? They don't care about security. They don't care about the resiliency of their system, right? What they're more focused on, how can I take it to the market as fast as possible, right? So for that, even we have realized that many of the startups, they also use open source, and many of these open source come up with a lot of vulnerabilities. The old versions of code is being used, which is vulnerable, right? So, but we say that it is okay. It is okay, because you will also learn, right? Nobody is perfect. What needs to be done is the protection around it, right? So that is how we are trying to address that gray area.
Superb. And that brings into my favorite question, that you are absolutely right. This is exactly our promise in terms of customers, is that you will find code which is vulnerable. And as you rightly said, in this day and age, it's all about speed, going to market, getting the right products out, newer products out, because the competition is doing it very fast as well now. And when you are doing all those things, you know you'll have to integrate a lot of stuff, and when you'll integrate a lot of stuff, you will find codes which are vulnerable. You will have DDoS bot attacks, and this is exactly what we address. But instead of me talking about, I would love to get it from you as to how did you think our platform Aptrana, which is basically a web application and API protection platform, how did that help you in some of these initiatives which you took? So it will be great for us to hear, and I'm sure the viewers would love to hear it as well.
Sure. So, when we were evaluating different WAF products, what we asked ourselves is what really we want, right? Because we don't care what OEM has, right? What matters is what do we want, and how does that fit into the offerings of the OEM, right? So then we asked ourselves that do I need a real-time risk-based protection for my applications and API? Yes. So we created a kind of a matrix, right? And we compared all the products, and we said, okay, do we have the risk-based, the behavioral-based kind of a protection and analysis and protection? Okay, so I will actually split it: analysis first, and then the protection second, right? Because this is a specific ask that we had. Do we get a 0-day protection? Do we get automated patching of our vulnerabilities? Then do we get completely managed platforms? Right? Because we don't have, we are not a security company, or we are not a bank where we have a force of security people, right? So do we get everything as a managed service, right? And do I get, as a CISO, as a CIO, do I get best of the dashboards? Do I get something out of the portal where we can present that to the board? So those kind of the experience, right? And last but not the least is my application's performance, right? By putting additional layers of security, is my application performance going to get deteriorated, right? So we had those kind of parameters under which we were evaluating multiple vendors. That's where we found that Aptana is different, because first of all, they have, like most of the OEMs, they also have the real time protection as well as the behavioral based protections, right? Uh, but I would say there is a difference between a detection and a protection. Many of the platforms I have seen, they just detect, they just raise the alert, right? And then you need to go back and find out how to protect, right? So that is where I found that Aptana is different, because they promise that they will do a 0 day by creating something called as the automated patching, right? So I found that as a complete differentiator from many of the platforms that we have evaluated. um, I also like that the industry has a team of pen testers, right? So you can actually go and select that this application I want a manual PT to be done. So one is the automated PT, but second is where we rely many a times on a manual PT, and which is very important. And because at the end the automation is as good as the person who is coding it. Right? So if you don't trust that coder, then you trust a pen tester, right? So those options were also available. um, and CDN, I think I'll tell you one feedback about our one of the websites. We saw our website after putting under Aptana, the website was 6 times faster, right? So that is something, we thought that this is very important to have it for most of our applications. So we have around 150 odd applications now, with behind the Aptana.
Superb. And I agree with you. Like, I think that is exactly what our philosophy was. Right? And you rightly said, honestly, it's been about 20 plus years of mine in the industry, especially security. And my experience clearly tells me that whenever I've spoken to the CIOs and CISOs like you, they've always come and told me, Ashish, don't provide me with questions, help me with answers. These are my business challenges. This is what I want to do. My business wants to move faster. I want to do things quicker. Please come up with a solution which can help me get protected. And I should not be a blocker to my. So security guys were generally seen as blockers, right? They would tell the business guys, no, wait, I need to test this, I will do this, it'll take me this much time, don't move fast, etc., etc. And I think that's what the real motivation for us at IndusWays to come up with this product, where what we promise to our customers is continue with what you want to do. There will be code errors, there'll be issues, etc., etc. Don't worry, move on. We are there. We'll virtually patch it for them. We'll make sure that we can provide workarounds. But so we don't compromise your security for the cost of speed, right? So you continue, and the friction. And one of the biggest compliments I've got is a lot of my CISO friends have come and told me, Ashish, actually you have helped reduce the friction between business and us. Because earlier we were looked at blockers. Now actually we are telling them, guys, go ahead, don't worry, we'll figure it out. It's our problem. We'll look at it. So I think that's another one. And I really agree with you that especially a consumer-based application like yours, where interacting with consumer is and the experience is very important. Security cannot lead to slowing it down, right? The consumer experience is going to be paramount, and I'm glad that the CDN part is working out well. There also we work very hard. We don't unlike other vendors, we just don't throw a CDN and say these are 10 options, go click it and figure it out yourself. We kind of work with our customers, especially people like you, and say what all can be done to make it even better and stuff like that, right? So there's a team which works with you. So I'm glad it's working out well. Mayuresh, you briefly touched upon the DDoS and bot aspect, and you said that one of the key challenges as you integrated and went digital was you were seeing a lot of DDoS and bot attacks. Are you seeing those aspects to be in control with our product as well? Because that's one area we are very, very proud of, and we made a lot of changes and have some things which is behavioral based stuff, which is really helping our customers. How has that experience been with you?
So I think that was probably always a pain area, but there's a detection and protection, like two steps. So detection earlier was not that great. So that's when we were not even knowing that these many attacks are happening, right? So that was the first eye opener. That oh my goodness, so many attacks are happening, and all of them are bot attack, right? So it is a targeted attack, but it's a targeted bot attack. So they will come from various locations, various IPs, and I have seen the attackers are becoming smarter and smarter, right? So they will not put a rogue machine. They are actually buying, AWS instances, the Azure instances with a proper IP, with a proper SSL certificates, and then doing attacks. So I think in all that, it is very, very important to detect all these things.
You are absolutely correct, and Mayuresh, that's why we launched our latest version in terms of and improve our DDoS protection, where we put behavior in it, right? So what we do is now we just don't look at IP, we look at sessions, we look at IPs, we look at various other aspects. We have correlated data, we have big backend big data pipeline which kind of correlates all this information to, because you're right, the hackers are becoming smarter. It's not a cookie cutter IP and then you're done. It's like everything looks very, very normal, but still things are so great. This is awesome. Mayuresh, before I let you go, I have one of my favorite questions. And I believe this, but I don't know, I don't want to influence you, is this approach of now, I think would you agree that customers are now looking for more of a solution approach from their OEM vendor, and not from being a typical OEM software vendor where say, this is the software, go figure out whether it's your team, whether it's your whoever you want to do it, get involved, get it done, and then we will work with them and figure it out. Would you prefer that the OEM vendor is a solution vendor as well, so that he kind of helps you, as you rightly said, when there's a problem, he solves it and takes the ownership, and it's not that going through a different channel or a team and struggling. What would be your view there? Would you prefer the solution approach, or would you say, no, I need an OEM, let him focus there, I need somebody else to provide the services?
Right. So I think, Ashish, this also, connected to the word that we all say, right? Digital transformation, right? So nowadays, most of the CIOs are no more the people who keep the lights on, right? They are the people who drive the business, right? So for them, what is important is, are they delivering the business outcomes? For them, it is not important that this much is the capex I have given you. Have you invested rightly? Have you got a right set of hardware? Right? That is not the case anymore, right? So when you're focusing on business outcome, what matters is you should get the right solution, right? Just buying a box or buying a software, right? You first of all, you need to have that much of manpower, who can learn that thing, and then learning process itself takes 6 months, right? But that is where personally I believe that focus on the solutions, and as a CIO, as a CISOs, as the leaders, we should prioritize the business outcomes. Are we delivering those with the help of the partners like you and many others?
Superb, Mayuresh. Thanks a lot. It has been absolutely my pleasure to host you for this fireside chat. I've really enjoyed the conversation with you. And I think, I wasn't expecting anything different. With Marico comes, creativity, being ahead of the curve, doing all the right stuff, thinking it through. And my conversation and my experience today was no different. I'm sure the viewers today will gain a lot, and especially your thought process of being very outcome oriented. I am sure they'll gain from this. Thank you so much for taking time out. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashish, for having me.
Take care.
Bye.
Well, thank you. That was Mayuresh and Ashish on that fireside chat by Indus-Face. And with that, we have come to an end of this session. And before we move on to our next segment, once again reminding all of our audiences to keep sharing your feedback tweeting about the event, use the underscore DSCI, the @DSCI underscore connect handle to tag us on Twitter and share with us your feedback. And you can also post about the about the event on social media using the official hashtags AISS 2021. Now, as we have mentioned during the day, we are going to start with the innovation box at sharp 4:40. I'm sorry, at 5:45, and before that, we have a jury briefing, which will start in the next 5 to 6 minutes. So we'll take a quick break here, and in just a few moments from now, we are going to start with the innovation box. Stay with us. Good evening and welcome back, everyone, to NASSCOM DSCI's Annual Information Security Summit 2021. And as promised, it is time for us to now begin the Innovation Box. Well, this is in order to provide impetus to the growth to the Indian cybersecurity startups. DSCI conceptualized the DSCI Innovation Box. And this year happens to be the 8th edition of Innovation Box. Now, we once again have with us Ms. Rama Vedashri, the CEO of DSCI, and I would like to invite her on stage and to give the welcome note and to also introduce the jury members.
Thank you. A warm welcome to everyone who's joining us in this edition of the Innovation Box, a very hotly contested award category in at AISS. We used to have it on ground, and I'm sure that was a lot more fun. But this, all the startups who join us at Innovation Box compete very hard to be able to win. All the previous winners have really shown a lot of growth and success, and it's great to see this kind of nurturing and growth story of the all finalists of Innovation Box year on year. And particularly PwC and my team have been evaluating the entries this year. I see very interesting 5 entries who are competing for this. It's interesting that all of them have a different solution. One of them on ransomware detection, breach and attack emulation, risk prioritization, cyber risk scoring, and hardware-based security solutions for endpoints. It's a very unique format where we have an esteemed jury chaired by Mr. Raman Roy, former chairman of NASCOM, and of course, founder and chairman of Quattro. Then we have Rajneesh from Angel Network, Ratnaboli ma'am, CISO of National Informatics Center from Government of India, and Ketan from TCS. They'll be in the jury, but most importantly, the winner also gets selected through audience voting, where I urge each one of you to evaluate all the startups on the merits of their products, their solution, the team that they have, the solution architecture. And do participate in the audience voting so that we can select the best winner. The security product of the year has already gone through the jury evaluation and the finalists have been announced. And this is the last category where the winner needs to be selected. And thank you, jury, all the 4 jury members, particularly Mr. Raman Roy, for giving your time to be able to evaluate. I think leaders like you giving time to evaluate the startups, it's a lot of nurturing, and I hope post the Innovation Box, the 4 of you all will also be able to provide some mentoring and guidance so that they can really go to market and become successful. Best of luck to all the 5 startups.
Thank you, Rama. And we now have Rahul Agarwal, partner PwC, who is also our partner, our process partner. Over to you, Rahul, to tell us more about the entire process. Right. We'll now have an address by Rahul Agrawal, partner PwC. They're also the process partner to tell us more about the entire process. And there seems to be some technical error here. While Rahul joins us, just reminding our audiences to keep tweeting about the event using the hashtag AISS 2021. And you can also tag us using our handle @DSCI_Connect on Twitter to share with us your feedback and experience at AISS 2021. Okay, we have Darshan with us. Mr. Darshan Shantamurthy is founder and CEO at CISA, and he'll now tell us more about the innovation box. Over to you.
Thanks, Samriddhi. Pleasure being here. I hope you can see my screen. Just trying to pull that up. Okay, let me share my screen. Awesome. All right. Very good evening to everyone. I would start by making a comment. What we have seen is compliant organizations are getting compromised. That's one thing that we've been seeing. So, as part of this innovation box, I would start by sharing some of the key learnings that we've had as a payment forensic investigator. My name is Darshan Shantamurthy. I am the founder CEO of CISA. Many of you would know CISA as one of the first payment data security companies in India. And over the years, we have kind of developed many centers of excellence in terms of our services and products. And being one of the top 4 global payment forensic investigators, we have always kept innovation at the center of whatever we've done. And I'm so excited to be part of this innovation box and looking forward to the various nominees, the finalists, and then of course the announcement. So all excited to be part of this. As part of this keynote, a couple of things that I wanted to share. Over the years, we've kind of done tremendous amount of innovation, but having said that, the key heroes in our cybersecurity world are the cybersecurity defenders, the CISOs of organization who are in, who at the moment are at the hot seat trying to defend their network. So I'm excited to share a few thoughts on this aspect on how we as a community and the cybersecurity community need to innovate as we move forward. The one of the key things that over the years, from the post-pandemic in the year 2020 and 2021, what we have seen over the years, over these months, I should say 24 months, we've done investigations for small organizations, larger organizations across the world, not just in India, mostly in the financial services, and of course in the associated world when it comes to information technology. And what we've observed is we kind of put together all these investigation results and kind of mapped it against 8 broad areas where which was leading to compromises. First is of course how organizations were protecting stored data. And the second is about the network configurations. And third is, of course, how organizations have been kind of monitoring the entire ecosystem, detecting and responding to them. How organizations are actually, at the end of the day, managing their endpoints. And then, of course, some security hygiene like managing, passwords and credentials, including, multi-factor authentication, so on and so forth. And of course, the security testing, and of course, managing the cybersecurity strategy. So if you look at all these 8 broad areas, which we've identified as a possible way in which organizations could essentially get compromised. And then you would see the blue line essentially is the cause of these cybersecurity breaches, which is typically the failure of meeting best security practices, which is directly resulted in a cybersecurity breach. And then, of course, you would see the red ones, which is what we call as contributed. And these are the areas which have actually contributed, coupled with other control failures, which essentially happen. So this is what we are up against in terms of the cybersecurity, and drawing the the base for using these forensic learnings for innovation is what I wanted to just share some statistics. And something that you would want to really keep in mind, or notice here, is the fact that the log4j vulnerability, which has just got disclosed last week, is kind of very relevant in terms of the ingress in which all organizations are getting compromised, or most of them are being compromised. If you see the 27% cause of breaches, the ingress is always been through vulnerabilities, and we have seen that, and a number of investigators would also agree that the ingress point has always been either spear phishing, or vulnerable applications. And then the other point has always been about about the detection and response, which has been one of the key ways in which organizations are not able to kind of detect it on a timely basis, considering the fact that they are across, the environment is widely spread. So this is some data for us to chew on in terms of kind of setting the stage for this innovation box. But for one moment, if you look at what is really causing these breaches, is because the growing challenges which is essentially faced by the real heroes, which is our cybersecurity warriors, or people who are actually defending these organizations, which is our chief information security officers. So broadly, if you look at it, these are the five key growing challenges which we've kind of put together here for our for our consumption. So first is, of course, the fact that there is a distributed workforce across the threat surface. So post pandemic, very few organizations have been able to do enough preparation for this kind of a thing, and then 20% of the organizations have kind of reported a security breach because of distributed workforce. And then, of course, accelerated cloud adoption has created its own set of challenges to the CISOs, because typically, the CISOs have been sandwiched between growing threat landscape and business demand, and then cloud. And obviously, as the way it goes, as the saying goes, the security is an enabler for business, and so business is driving the cloud adoption in a big way. And then we see a lot of misconfigurations, a lot of cybersecurity compromises happening because of cloud challenges. And then, of course, the great resignation wave has taken us all by surprise, and the prediction is that would continue. And chronic talent shortfall is kind of plaguing the entire industry across board. And 49% of the organizations say that they have kind of unfilled positions in cybersecurity divisions, which is one other challenge that we are, as CISOs, are facing. And then, of course, regulatory oversight, extreme amount of regulatory oversight, because of the kinds of breaches that are happening. The regulators are obviously concerned, and rightly so, are intervening and asking for due performance in terms of cybersecurity. And then the insider threats. I've had a case in some of our customer organizations wherein people have come in and gone out without even meeting their peers or their managers, for that matter. So that's been the real other challenge that we are facing, is the insider threats have actually risen about 47%. So you've got people inside your network who are trusted, so-called trusted networks. And of course, we've had a number of sessions around zero trust, but the reality of it is that we've got increased amount of exposure, and 47% essentially are saying there's they're kind of seeing increased threat. So these are the real challenges that are being kind of faced by CISOs today, and it is being sandwiched between growing business demands and, of course, the growing challenges. So what's the option? So why are we talking about this in an innovation box event? It is the fact that this is the precursor for the need and the pain that we all have to kind of innovate and reinvent ourselves. So as Albert Einstein once said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. and we can't. And so we have fundamentally the operating system of all of us as cybersecurity defenders have to change if we were to essentially have expect different results. And that is where the innovation essentially comes in. I'm so glad that DSCI is doing this event and this session on innovation, because it's of a what I said in the earlier in our panel discussion. Innovation is no longer an option or a good to have; it is a necessity, and I'm so glad that we are all talking about it. So what do I, so as part of our keynote, what are my thoughts around redefining innovation, and how do we learn from forensics or the investigations that we do? So how do we marry both the forensic learnings and innovation, and how do we drive innovation through our learnings of of the investigations that we have seen? So I've kind of put up something simple, so for all of us to consume. So basically, the way I feel that even if we were to take any one of the three here, it's going to make a big impact. So first is a rapid automation, or automation first approach. We've talked about cloud first, and a number of other first concepts, but I think the automation first is one way of looking at things today. Faced with severe skills shortages, we have no other option but to actually automate as much as we can. And as a community, in the cybersecurity world, we've been talking about many use cases of artificial intelligence and machine learning, but practical applications of it has not been that. It's always been good to have, but now it's going to be a necessity. So I see that organizations as moving forward, and even technology solution providers like CISA will have to bring in increased amount of automation to benefit the CISO community, and provide that kind of leverage. The second is the single pane of glass view. So it is quite natural today that as CISOs, many of the CISOs are losing visibility across the organization because of heterogeneous systems, security solutions, point-in solutions. So integration is going to play a very, very key role. And getting a single pane of glass view across the enterprise is going to be something very, very, once again, a necessity for organizations today. And you've got work from home, you've got cloud, and in cloud also you've got multiple cloud environments today, which organizations are inheriting because of acquisitions, because of business compulsions, and so on and so forth. And the third, I spoke about this earlier in our panel today as well, which is the shift left, which is, so traditionally shift left has been a concept which has been in vogue in a security testing process. That's how the entire concept of shift left came in. And we've kind of, as cybersecurity professionals, brought it into DevSecOps. But the point of the matter is shift left cannot be restricted only to DevSecOps, but has to go into everything that we do, including the ultimate acceptance that we are going to get compromised someday or the other, and we need to be forensic ready. And I'm happy that many of the regulators across the world have also started, especially the central banks, have started mandating many of the financial institutions to be forensic ready, knowing very well that organizations have to be ahead of the curve and ability to contain the damage once actually these things happen. So my takeaway and setting the platform for this innovation box is these three takeaways, which is first, automation. Second is single pane of glass view, getting visibility, and then shift left. And then how does this play out? A classic example which we have done at CISA, I have kind of put it out so that people can relate and kind of experience how this innovation essentially actually translates to benefits for an organization. We had one of these, we had one of these banks, one of the first digital banks in Asia, which was born in the cloud with literally 0 branches. Entire workforce has never actually been at one place. They were all remote, working from home, and they were actually born during the pandemic. And the CISO of this founding team was grappling with 3 basic challenges. First, of course, is being completely on the cloud has its own challenges, and with people working remotely, the threat landscape is profound, right? And then of course, regulatory, being in the financial world, means at the end of the day, multiple regulatory compliances that essentially has to be met, and increased reporting. And of course, being being one of the first digital banks, their cost of operations and cost of customer acquisition is one of the lowest in the industry, which means that they have high potential business growth. And in fact, one of their entire deposits outgrew some of the traditional banks in the last 12 months. So the neck breaking business growth. So this CISO is essentially caught between at one side, rapid business growth, demanding business, and then at the other side, increased amount of security. So innovation this is a classic case of where innovation comes out and plays out. So one of the key things the digital bank essentially took was to have a complete control over the data across their environment, using one of our solutions on the radar, which essentially gave them complete visibility across both home, cloud, and on-premise, and including heterogeneous, including their on-premise environments if they were to actually go in the future. And then, of course, the complete monitoring of that, because at the end of the day, the detection and response has to be not contained only, or not monitored only for their cloud environment, but even at the endpoints. So bringing concepts like net flow monitoring, which was typically cannot be done in terms of the traditional systems, could essentially be done because they were completely on the cloud. And then using technology and using effective MDR solutions, which we kind of help them with, could actually resolve that particular monitoring. And then, of course, the fact that they had to comply with the regulators on a continuous basis has to be followed up with continuous compliance. And then we could do that with one of our solutions. So the end result of this innovation, or the concept of bringing in this technology, and was a single dashboard of management, and then of course preventing for both preventive and detective solution, and also being ready for any forensic investigation need be, which otherwise would have costed them millions of dollars in investment, and then the lack of security posture. So this is just an example how organizations have to keep innovation at the core of what they do. And I'm so excited that today, as part of the DSCI, the entire ecosystem is looking forward to many of the startups which have actually come out with the products, and I'm eagerly keen to look at each of the solutions that are there and contribute to this innovation that is there. And at any point in time, if you have any questions on the forensic investigations or any of the reports, feel free to write to me and I'll be happy to answer. So with that note, wishing all the best for all the contenders or the finalists for today's innovation box. With that note, Samriddhi, back to you. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Darshan, for talking to all of us. And I'd like to now invite Mr. Anas Vikar, Director PwC, for the process overview. Welcome, Anas. Over to you.
Sure. Thank you, Samriddhi. A very good evening, audience, jury members, and participants. So I'm Anas, Director with PwC. PwC has been a process partner to DSCI in the DSCI award since inception. So I will quickly run you through in terms of the process that has gone through behind this entire innovation box category. So I'll just take a few minutes in terms of explaining the process. So one thing is very important. I mean, we have the jury members. We need to have an active participation from all the participants also, because we have the votings being done by the participants. I will quickly share my screen. Just a second. Yep. So, just giving a little bit of introduction about the award. So, as we all know, I mean, so these DSCI Excellence Awards started from 2011. This is the 11th edition that we are running as part of the DSCI Excellence Awards. There are three segments that we have as part of this overall award thing: corporate, product, law enforcement. So today, the session that we are having is within the product category, which is around the innovation box. This innovation box category, we have this thing is started in the year 2014, and this is the 8th edition which is running. So PwC has been the process partner for DSCI in this entire DSCI Excellence Awards. We have been supporting DSCI right through the nominations, eligibility, and the evaluation process, just to make sure that and appropriate standard mechanisms are being followed throughout end to end. The whole of the objective of this innovation award really is that okay, we have seen a lot of cyber security companies taking initiatives within India. They are embarking on the entrepreneur journey as well, and there's a significant requirement which is there within the country also to encourage the innovation, recognize brilliant ideas, and support early stage startups to become established companies in the area of cybersecurity. So that is the whole genesis of this innovation award, and this has been running quite successfully for years now. And this time also we have got very good responses, very encouraging responses from the participants. And it was really hard for us to sort of take them, just do the entire activity processes in terms of evaluating and shortlisting the amongst the various nominations that we had received. Just quickly introducing the jury members. So we have Mr. Raman Roy, Chairman, MD, Quattro Global Services, ex-Chairman, NASCOM, founder. So he is going to be the chair of jury. So we have Mr. Ketan Vyas, Global Head, Software Security Assurance from TCS. We have Mr. Rajneesh Kumar, Managing Partner from India Angel Network, and Ms. Ratnaboli from DDG from NISE. So we have so jury members are going to evaluate the startups who are going to present their products. We also would request an active participation from an audience. We have the provision that okay, audience can also sound their support the startups in that manner with the products that they like. And the votes from the audience are also going to be counted in the final evaluation of these startups. So those are the things that we will explain subsequently over here. Now, in terms of the startups that have been shortlisted, so we ran a very extensive process in terms of evaluating all the nominations that we received. And as I said, we had quite an encouraging participation in this category this year. And we had hard time in terms of evaluating all the nominations and coming up with these 5 shortlisted ones. So we have 5 startups who are going to do their respective presentations today as part of the innovation box. First one is the Cyber Corporation. The other is Secnorex Technologies Private Limited. Third one is Seconize Technologies Private Limited. Fourth, Tax Security Private Limited. Fifth, Whitelint Global Private Limited. So these are the 5 startups who are going to sort of showcase their innovative products in the area of the cybersecurity. Now, broadly, in terms of what we expect as part of their, quick pitches that they're going to make. Not usually, and these are the sort of evaluation parameters also, which jury members are going to evaluate each startup on. And we will have the audience also voting for this for the individual startups. The evaluation parameters are broadly around 3 categories. So first one is the product idea, which is more in terms of how relevant this idea is with regard to the cybersecurity challenges which are being faced, the novelty of the idea, how new this idea is, the unique selling proposition for this, and what is the vision that the whole idea is sort of trying to put down in terms of solving the cybersecurity challenges. Second is around the product roadmap. When we say roadmap, that okay, we have this product which is there, but what are the relevant prospective features which are going to be there as part of this product? which will help resolve the cybersecurity challenges. What is the market strategy the startup is proposing for this particular product, and what is the monetization strategy also, in terms, just to make sure that okay, the early stage startups are also able to monetize their products and are able to establish themselves as the organizations. Last but not the least is around the organization profile, in terms of the leadership, management experience, and the promoters who are associated with the organization. So these are the three broad categories of the evaluation parameters based on which jury members are going to evaluate. And based on which we would request audience also to poll for their respective startups. In terms of for today's process, we will have a quick one by one. We will call upon these all the 5 shortlisted startups. They will do a quick presentation of 5 minutes covering those parameter areas and maybe the other areas of relevance that are going to be there. After a 5-minute presentation, we are going to have a question and answer round. And then after this thing, we will open this up for a audience voting, 30-second voting. Meanwhile, a jury is going to provide their marks, etc., and evaluate the individual startup. At the same time, for that particular startup, audience is going to poll within 30 seconds. We'll explain in terms of what the polling is, how the polling is going to be, and how you have to sort of poll for each of those startups. Now, in terms of the final evaluation criteria or calculating the scores, so we will have around 70% of weightages given to the jury members' score, and 30% of the weightage is going to be given to the audience poll that we are going to have. So we will have the we will compile these scores from jury members and the audience polls, and based on the different parameters which are being defined, based on the scores which are being given, we will have the final winners for amongst the startups that are going to present. But those winners are going to be announced tomorrow. So we'll have this entire activity of presentation, scoring from jury members, and voting from the audience today. Now, with regard to audience scoring, I think this is very important, critical. So would request each one of you to have a quick scroll through this one. So each presentation, audience would be asked to rate the product. So there will be a rating which will come onto your screen, and you can for each of the presentation did by the startup, you can rate on a scale of 1 to 5. 1 is the lowest, and 5 being the highest. And there will be around 30 seconds of the time we will announce that will be given to the audience to rate the startup which is there. So please do vote after each presentation, and your votes are really going to count in terms of who is going to be the winner. Okay, so what we will do quickly, before getting and calling upon the startups to present one by one, and we will have those presentations in the alphabetical manner. But before getting into those particular aspects, so we would just pause for a moment, take you through the scoring things, and we will have a demo poll also being done. So you can see on your screen, and we'll have the demo poll done. This will be demo. This will not get counted, so that you get accustomed to this particular polling. And to take you through this polling, I'll request my colleague Akshat to please come on stage and help the audience understand in terms of how to do the polling, and then probably we'll move on with the presentations.
Thank you, Anas, for that presentation. So we'll quickly do a demo for the poll, which Anas just spoke about, which is the audience poll. So can we put up the demo poll? And remember that 1 is the lowest score, 5 is the highest score.
Yes, that's important.
Yeah. So you would see a pop-up on your screen now. You can click on Go to Poll and select from 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So you would see that the percentages are also getting reflected real time. And we'll have a 30-second poll for this. after which the poll will close. So we can close the poll now. 30 seconds are up. You see the results. So we'll do that individually for each of the companies, which will get accounted to the audience poll. Yeah. So we move over to the jury now for the presentations. Hmm?
Well, thank you, Anas and Akshat, for taking us through the process overview and the steps. And I'd like to now invite on stage our jury members, starting with Mr. Raman Roy, the Chairman and Managing Director at Quattro Global Services, Mr. Ketan Vyas, Global Head Software Security Assurance TCS, Rajneesh Kapoor, Managing Partner India Angel Network, and Ratnaboli Ghorai Dinda, DDG at NIC. Over to you.
Thank you, Sumriti. All of your jury is extremely excited and looking forward. We still don't have the full panel there. Okay, Ketan is there now. All of us are extremely excited and looking forward to the innovations, learn about the innovations, and all of you who made it to this level, you're already the winners. So, what we will hopefully make an effort in choosing is the winner of the winners. And we are eager to hear what all of you have to present. Anyone else wants to comment? Rajneesh, Ketan, Ratna?
No, really looking forward to the session, Raman, as you say. It's always good to see innovations coming out of our country.
Yeah, there's only one thing. When you do raise money, we all want to invest in your companies.
True.
Okay, let's go.
So the first startup that we have is Cyberstank, and I would like to call Rohit on the stage to give the presentation. You have 5 minutes, and we'll intimate you after the end of 4 minutes.
Hi everyone. Yep. So I'm just sharing my screen. Just a minute. Are you able to see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I will start. Just a minute. Hello everyone, my name is Rohit Mankoti and I'm the founder of Cyberstand. We scrutinize file before ransomware run. Despite huge investment in people and products, many companies still struggle in detecting sophisticated malware, due to which attacks like ransomware are skyrocketing, and mimicking ransomware adversaries with breach and attack simulation is still not been addressed. According to Tech Republic, organization in United States reported the largest number of ransomware attacks, followed closely by those in UK to the Middle East and APAC region. At Cyberstack, we have introduced crypto caching technology as a new multi-tier approach that specializes in detecting ransomware using a self-learning behavior heuristic, which is very different from traditional solutions such as signature-based detection or periodic backups. And on the offensive side, we simulate technique used by different ransomware in a safe execution environment. After numerous years of cybersecurity experience and consultancy in mentioned company, I have understood one thing: team is as important as product. We have a mixed combination of sales, co-developer, and threat hunters with more than 10 years of experience, and our team is building new technology in new era. What we have done, we have entered into Microsoft Virus Initiative program, specially designed for antivirus company, and technology has been aggregated by AMSO, which is Anti-Malware Testing Standard Organization. We have associated membership with Maryland Tech Council and CIT, which is Center Innovation of Technology, which is Virginia-based institute. After that, we have been graduated from Mark 37 as later. Also, we have a 25 plus OEM collaboration, including Avera, Bitdefender, ThreatQ, where we are sharing our malware feeds and research. We are also working with open source, cloud source threat intel platform like Polyswarm, Opswag, while our virus total integration is still in process. Notable mentions. Here are some appreciation notes by our partner company. This is from Polyswarm CEO statements. Opswag adding our engine to the Meta Defender portfolio with other industry giants like McAfee, Sophos, Trend Micro, and Symantec and Microsoft Defender also. We have recently showcased a detailed technical case study of DarkSide Colonial pipeline attacks at AVR International Summit also. Products. Our three product enable the organization to address its cybersecurity posture continuously and automatically. SWOTbox is an advanced premium and scanner-based API for ransomware, where we provide a threat intel APIs also, so people can use in a premium basis, and after that it can change to premium also. After that, AstraBox is a platform that mimics and simulates ransomware techniques aggregated by Cyberstrength R&D Center. Scrutiny detect ransomware using crypto-casing technology, which is the first line of action for any kind of a ransomware without reliance on any signature. Product in glance. We have a product in glance with offering from premium to enterprise with easy deployment in cloud to on-premises with offline version also, and integration mode with security control like same endpoints and network control. So now we will run our live DarkSide ransomware sample with a password protected file collected from the Malware Bazaar, which is an open source platform, and detection it by scrutiny engine at a time of initial download. So you can see the file also that has been detected here. Secondly, we will start working with a next case with the Hive ransomware, which is collected
Your
by
4 minutes are up.
format, and emergency routine is here to stop any kind of an encryption process. And you can see like from the process sector that has been detected. Now this is our ransomware assessment and simulation test, which is the service to check and sanitize ransomware in a company environment by emulating a real-time ransomware attack. It is developed to help to cooperate, mitigate risk associated with the ransomware, and identify gaps for increasing cybersecurity readiness. Ripex is a dedicated online ransomware detection platform with a premium scanner, threat intelligence API. In-house, we scan more than millions of files per month collected from 60 plus source. Up now till we have 10 million plus ransomware-based IOCs and nearly 2,000 plus TTPs used in ransomware campaign. While also we are sharing these threat intels with top security companies.
Rohit, your 5 minutes are up.
Yeah, we plan to reach a wider market with our premium threat API that will help our potential client integrate them into security control for a quick validation, seamless education with OEM and MSSP with collaborative approach. And we are also started our ransomware.
So Rohit, the 5 minutes are up.
Yep.
We'll keep it at that.
We'll move to the jury questions.
Yep. And thank you, everyone.
So can
Thank
I
you.
start
Over to
with
the jury to
the
ask the
question?
question.
Talk to us. Rohit, talk to us about what is competition.
Just a minute. Yep.
What is your competition in the marketplace?
So we are thinking like Sophos has also started the same kind of a technology which is crypto guarding. So Sophos, and there is Acronis, which is another company who are working on this ransomware based protection. So Sophos and Acronis are the two competitors we see in the market.
Why are you superior?
So we have started this crypto caging technology, and we have provided that kind of a technology to other company also. Like right now, what we have done, the integration with the Polysom and OpSWAT that market us, like we are different from other companies, and we are like bringing a new innovation in the market also.
Rohit, would you not be competing with McAfee's and this world, because they also kind of, at least I'm thinking from a user perspective or the end user perspective, they have those
So
options.
right, so from last 5 to 6 years, we are working on this project for the ransomware detection. We are like collecting
No, I know, but
all kind of
the
different
end
kind
user
of.
has the option of installing a McAfee and similar antivirus tools. So are you not competing with those?
No, actually, we run parallelly with them, so we do not have to, compete with them. So, like many antivirus have a bypass policy, right? So, where we can work as a crypto caging technology, so it will be working as a parallel to the antivirus. If antivirus fail to or bypass any kind of a ransomware, so we will be able to protect that thing. So, we will be able as a second layer of protection in existing solution which have no antivirus.
Okay.
Maybe we can take another question from the jury. Yeah.
Ketan, you're on mute.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So compared to your competition, where do you stand with price point?
Rohit, did you hear the question?
Actually, what we have started as a kind of a lean team, we are concentrating mostly on the. Actually, I can't hear you. Yeah, but actually, when we started about the pricing, we do not work with on a B2C model or B2B model. Right now, we are just concentrating on OEMs and MSSP. So where we can put our engine there, and they can utilize our scanner app capability and intelligence what we are providing right now. So our main
So, Rohit, what does your sorry, Ratna, you have a question. Otherwise, I have a follow-up question.
If we can just restrict it to one last question, the 2 minutes for the jury round are done.
You may go ahead, please. I think because I was talking about integrating with antivirus, which is partially answered. So that's okay. You could go ahead.
So, what does the future roadmap look like, Rohit? Where do you want to go as a company
So
with the
actually,
product?
we want to stay here in the market till the ransomware. So yeah, so we want to stay here in the market till there is a threat, the ransomware threat in the market. So we will be like, maybe the company must be known like this is the company who work on the ransomware on the three field. Like we do the detection also, we do the sanitization of ransomware also, and we do the training of program for the ransomware also. Like we are building such a ransomware task force where people will be educated about the ransomware, and they will be know how they can mitigate or how they can like.
Okay.
They can encounter with this kind of attack in the future also.
If we can now move to the polls, can we have the poll for Cyberstan Cup? We can poll now, 1 being the lowest and 5 is the highest score.
Sure.
30 seconds are up. We can close the poll. Thank you, Rohit.
Yeah, thank you everyone,
will...
and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rohit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We can now move to Karthikeyan from Secnorex. Can we have Karthikeyan up on stage? Yes,
Hi,
Karthikeyan, over to
Karthikeyan.
you.
Your 5 minutes start now.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Karthik, co-founder and CEO of Sectoral. Tracking the evolving threat landscape. Today, the threat landscape is evolving. Advisories are employing more sophisticated techniques to defend against these advisories. We need a robust malware analysis platform, which can analyze even the most evasive malware. What we have built is a malware analysis platform in-house, which provides deep behavioral analysis of the malware and detect threats more effectively. With this as the core and with our extensive experience in cybersecurity and threat intelligence, we have built a technology stack that can effectively defend against the sophisticated advisories. We have built a vast storehouse of malicious communication data by actively monitoring prevailing threat in the wild, including the deep and dark part of the web. Our threat intelligence contains extensive IOCs and threat signatures. To make this rich threat intelligence more accessible to the customer and to put it to real use that benefits the customer and to defend against the evolving threat landscape, we built a platform that can perform automatic breach and attack simulation.
Karthik, I can't really see your screen. It is coming all fuzzy.
Do you want me to reshare it again? Let me try again. Is my screen visible now?
Yep.
So let me restart it. So tackling the evolving threat landscape. Today, the threat landscape is evolving and the advisories are employing more sophisticated techniques. To defend against these advisories, we need a robust malware analysis platform which can analyze even the most evasive malware. We have built a malware analysis platform in-house which provides deep behavioral analysis of the malware to detect the threat more effectively. We have built a vast storehouse of malicious communication data by actively monitoring the prevailing threat in the wild, including the deep and dark part of the web. Our threat intelligence contains the extensive IOCs and threat signatures. To make this threat intelligence accessible to the customer and to put it into real benefit and to defend the customer against this evolving threat landscape, we built a platform that could perform breach and attack emulation with the current and relevant threat data and analysis armed with continuous security validation, detection and response. The organization will be more secure from cyber threats and confident in their cyber readiness. All our technology products are built in-house with our team, and all our product and services are powered by this technology stack, and we are aiming at providing a proactive defensive service. The key difference that we bring into the table is the malware analysis environment, which is beyond the traditional sandboxing technology. We have the entire environment replayed on which we analyze our malware, which provides us the opportunity to understand even the most evasive malware and build comprehensive visibility into the network and process activity. The extensive IOC report that we generate contains network indicators, SNOTs, record signatures, device indicators, and Sigma rules. And our behavior analysis reports are available in VirusTotal. We are one of the 14 behavior analysis providers in VirusTotal. Since we have the entire environment, we are able to study the entire stages of malware attack, including the lateral movement, which includes initial infection, north-south communication of the malware, process creations, which will cover the living of the land, fileless type of malwares, east-west lateral movement, lateral process creations, and the call home from the lateral movement node.
4 minutes are up.
This intelligence that we have built is powering our Penetar platform. We take the most prevalent threat scenarios and emulate it in our Penetar platform to identify gaps in the customer environment and remediate any of the vulnerability that is identified with our threat signatures. The whole process can be automated to repeat at a given frequency to provide continuous validation. Penetta provides a single centralized platform that gives visibility across the entire organization stacks, on-prem, cloud, across geographies and subsidiaries and business units. Penetta answers the question posted by CSOs: are we effectively protected against the latest threat that is active in the wild? The value that we bring to the customers include assessing the cyber readiness against a particular APT, checking whether your security controls and SIEM are able to block malicious files, process, and other events.
5 minutes are up.
And our channels include direct alliances and affiliations. Our success story so far is one of 14 malware providers. We are actively monitoring malicious apps in the Google Play Store and reported to Google. Around 700 apps have been repeated. We are one of the only OEM providers in threat intel, and we have customer in North America and Europe. And I briefly touch upon the team. Our team includes myself, Bala, and Praveen with extensive experience. And our vision is to build a world-class tech organization that would cater to the cyber need of every enterprise, irrespective of its size, and to create an opportunity and spur growth locally. Thank you.
Thanks. We can move to the jury questions, and the audience can pose their questions on the chat board.
So, Karthik,
have you done this?
Sorry, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Have you done a study on the false positives that your solution might be detecting?
Yes, ma'am. We are constantly looking at the false positive and refining our algorithms based on it. We also compare our results against the standard, and that's how we minimize our false positive rates.
I wanted to understand your business model. Is it license? Is it is it B2C?
We are a subscription-based business model. We work with the customer's current security need, be it a single run or be it a timely run or a subscription over a period to run it continuously. We work with the customer and provide this as a tool.
Karthik, talk to us about your go-to-market. How do you find your customers?
So our go-to-market strategy involves with our technical team working directly with the CSO organizations, partnering with MSS, managed security service providers, next-gen SOC providers, and also we are building our affiliations with industry bodies, academia, to work and take this product to the market.
How old are you as an organization?
We were founded in 2018, bootstrap.
How many customers
take one.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, Rajneesh, go ahead.
How many customers do you have? And what's your revenue?
So currently, we have a telco in North America. We are working with some of the MSS in India and POC stage.
We can take one question from the jury. So the jury is asking, how is your product different from a traditional sandboxing solution?
Our product is different from the sandboxing because a typical sandbox involves one node on which where the malware is studied. Whereas we have built an environment which would replicate a real-world scenario in an organization, which includes multiple nodes, active directories, mail servers, everything in that environment, and then we detonate the malware in that environment, which gives the malware the opportunity to attack it as good as it is attacking a real-world environment. So this gives the opportunity for the malware to do a north-south communication. Even if you want to enumerate the network, it will find the nodes along the sides. You'll be able to enumerate it, move lateral to a subsequent node, do a process creation on there, and then do a callback from that lateral move node.
Karthik, if organization is following a zero trust networking strategy, how your product will fit in?
So our product would provide continuous security validation, meaning like it'll emulate the scenario wherein if you have a malware already inside your organization, and if it is starting to communicate with its external servers, the entire scenario will get replicated. And we are also able to replicate the fileless malware attacks where there is no real file that is written into the disk. It's only the process creation. We'll be able to enumerate the process as if it is getting created by a malware. Say, for example, if there is a partial command or a certain call that is made to delete the snapshots, we'll be able to enumerate it so that your alerts are triggered in your scene and your SOC team can really handle those scenarios.
So is this a agent-based system or agent-less system?
So this, so Penetar is a node-based system wherein we'll have one node in each of the customer's security perimeter. So that node will have Penetar on it. It need not be installed on every node in the organization. Only one node in every Penetar, every perimeter you have. And we also have a single pane of glass view from which you can manage all the Penetar instances across multiple perimeters. And it is also an automated tool where you can schedule it to run periodically, say it daily, weekly, or monthly, depending upon your current security need. Since we are actively monitoring the wild for new threats, once we identify any prevalent threat, we'll be able to update it to our Penetar suite over the air and get the perimeter validated in a matter of few hours. Say, for example, if there is a variant of Maze ransomware, and we find that that is not that is a newly cooking strain, we will be able to send it to our platform and validate it at the customer end, whether they are protected against it or not.
Let's move to the polls, please. Thank you.
Akshat, while the poll is happening, can I ask one question?
Rajneesh, actually, we are well over the 2-minute limit. So if we can, yeah. Yeah, can
So
we
if
have the
there's any more
poll?
question, I will be offline for any questions.
Yeah, the poll is up. So 30 seconds are up. We can close the poll. Thank you. Thank you, Karthikeyan.
Thank you very much.
We can now move to the third company, which is Seconize. Can we have Chetan from Seconize on the stage, please? Yes, Chetan, go ahead.
Hi, Chetan, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just bringing up my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
No.
Not yet.
No.
No?
No.
Share it, sharing. Let me do it again. What about now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Let me start. Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good evening, audience, jury members. Excited to be a part of this Innovation Box contest. I'm Chetan Anand, the CEO and co-founder at Seconize. We are a 4-year-old startup based out of Bangalore, India. And we were also recently part of the Cybersecurity Grand Challenge, the top 5 finalists in the Cybersecurity Grand Challenge as well. From our founders team, it is myself and Dr. Shashank Dara. Combined, we have more than 40 plus years of experience in the industry, worked with organizations like Cisco and Philips and so on. While we were working together at Cisco, that is where we came out to start Seconize. I have an MS and MBA, and also Shashank Dara is he is a PhD in cybersecurity itself. We are a team of 15 members now and growing as well. From where we started, so this was in 2017, and what we looked around is that there was a lot of digitization that was happening. And if you look at it, COVID has accelerated the digitization process as well. And given that the digital assets percentage has increased in the organization, it's around 85% plus, which means this is a big aspect of cyber risk or the enterprise risk for the organizations. And given the World Economic Forum report, it's again the top 3 risks for any organizations for doing business. And as also, the attacks are increasing for every kind of organization that is out there. And we started looking at the root cause. And this was also alluded by Darshan when he spoke about in his keynote address, that the root cause of all these things were some of the issues that were already known. So the question was, why was the organization not knowing that they had this issue? or even if they knew, why were they not prioritizing this issue? And being the top risks in the organization, even the management and the board is very interested to know what is happening, what is the posture of the organization, and is there a way that can be expressed in that business terms for the management as well. Not that the organization is not aware of the issues that are happening, but the management is not prioritizing the issues.
I suddenly lost the audio.
I think we've lost the audio and the video.
Video also.
Yeah. We'll have to log back in. You're all on stage, right? Hold on.
Yes.
Yeah, we are on stage.
Yes.
No, I thought I'd use the time to talk to other panel members. But then I can't if the audience is there.
Hi, there's a certain a little technical glitch from Akshat's side, and he's going to be joining us shortly. In the meanwhile, I'd like to tell our audience to keep sharing with us their feedback on the social media using the hashtag AISS 2021. And you can, in fact, also tag us using our handle at the rate DSCI underscore connect on Twitter. And we also have, in fact, over the next 2 days, we have another set of interesting sessions lined up for all of you. I'd like to remind all of you about the leaderboard. As you can see on the top right corner of your screens, there's a stack of gold coins, and those are, in fact, that is what you can collect, and you can refer to the point distribution chart on how you can accumulate those points and gold coins by being active and interacting on the platform through the 3 days on AISS 2021. And like we told you, the top three winners are going to win cash prizes. And in just a few moments from now, Akshat is going to be back with us and tell us about the next presentation. And we will, in fact, also be announcing the names of the winners by the end of the day. And the jury members are with us already. Akshat will be joining us in just a few moments. Please bear with us. Thank you.
Next would be tax security, and Akash is there.
So I think Chetan from Seconize has facing some issues. So we can have Akash from Tax Securities to go ahead with the presentation.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Can we have Akash from Tax Security? Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Akash. You got to us sooner than you thought you would.
Go ahead,
Right,
Akash.
So, let me just quickly share my screen, and there we go. Please let me know when you are able to see my screen. Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, it's up.
Okay. So let me introduce myself. My name is Akash Joshi. I'm Director Ease of AppSec at Tax Security. So we are the risk, the future of risk and vulnerability management, and we are the Gartner peer inside Customer First company. So tax security's growth spotted on NASDAQ in 2021. Tax security tripled out the business of vulnerability management in 2020, despite the COVID-19. And EaseOff is a product which helps manage risk and vulnerabilities for sensitive law enforcement firms and agencies in the United States of America. Tax Security is also hired by National Payments Corporation of India to assess all the UPI-based applications since 2017. Moving on to the next slide, there are the pain points that we have discovered throughout the industry. From the feedbacks from the CISOs, CTOs, and CIOs. These are the, I think, I just wanted to confirm if you
The
guys are
slides are
able to
not
see.
moving,
No, your
Akash.
slides have not moved.
Okay, let me quickly skip to the slides. Please let me know if you're able to see the slides.
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So I will just skip to the main slide I was just talking about. These are the pain points that we discovered in the market, which are, please, are you guys able to see my screen now? Is it visible? All the screens are shared?
Yes,
Yes,
Akash,
we
go
are
ahead.
able to see pain point slide.
Okay. Sure. So the pain points that we discovered through the feedbacks that we have, collected from the CISO CTOs is basically the limitations of the legacy VMDR tools. So vulnerability management tools, right? Basically, these are, one can only see the risk assets and scan the tools and don't offer any added data integration for the context and prioritization and remediation abilities. And another thing we discovered is, not knowing the top vulnerabilities and vulnerable assets in your environment. The next thing we have is basically, most of the organizations have multiple business teams and tech teams, and also the business unit, different business units. But the point is, they are not able to run multiple drills and manage the vulnerability posture throughout all their teams, and they are not able to eliminate all the risk in a timely manner, just because of there is too much to manage. And lack of integration, so inability to have your own complete view in one platform, that increases the remediation time and risk. So no consolidated view of the cyber risk, which is also similar to, right, you have a number of tools and you have multiple platforms to look into for the cyber risk scores and the vulnerabilities, but that is kind of like, there is no consolidated view where you can have a eagle eye view of each and every aspect from a cybersecurity point of view for your organization. So that is where EaseOff comes into the picture. EaseOff, it stands for Enterprise Security in One Framework. This is how your basic structure looks like when you're not using EaseOff. You have multiple tools, vulnerability assessment applications, and there is a bunch of data from the 5 key matrices that we have discovered. It's like applications, infrastructure, people, incidents, and GRC. And this is how, when you're using EaseOff, the whole structure looks like, right? It helps you out to provide a risk for the overall organization's risk score, and you helps you out to prioritize the analytics and the remediation playbooks to helps you out to patch the vulnerabilities, and also look into the things which to helps you out to prioritize and get you to the right direction. So how basically EaseOff actually works? We have multiple tools to do the analysis, right? EaseOff allows a single risk view of the completed IT stack. So you
4
have a bunch
minutes
of
up.
tools to create everything under one roof, and you can have a bird eye view that what exactly is going on in your cyber risk posture for the complete organization. We have multiple data onboarding, so there is a large amount of data that you have, the vulnerability data throughout all your assets. So with EaseOff, you can now seamlessly view, prioritize, mitigate all in one place. So when we talk about multiple business teams and tech teams, or either business units, you can maintain all your assets from one space and update all the teams collectively using EaseOff. When we talk about the prioritization, EaseOff helps you in prioritizing your vulnerabilities and vulnerable assets by the severity, enabling you to mitigate the effortlessly all the vulnerabilities within the timely manner. So remediations, basically, we have a kind of like a remediation playbook, which help all the organizations. While you onboard your assets, you have the multiple vulnerabilities, so you can select which remediations, apart from the general ones, will work for you as per the environment that you have.
5 minutes are up.
Okay, So these are just a few key matrices. I will just skip through that. And the cyber risk score, that is what I've been talking about. You get the
So
bird eye
Akash,
view.
talk to us
Sure,
about
sir.
how you get your customers.
So we are already in the market, and there are, we have more than 50 plus customers in the market, which are over here, but also in the US market as well, as we are also working with the governments, and NPCI, as I said, is one of our largest customer in India, and also we're working with Reliance. There are a few other customers I can name, but yes, we are already there in the market. We have the presence, and there are a bunch of
How
customers
do
in
you
the
get your customers?
So to get the customers, basically, we have the complete sales and marketing team who are, who approach the customers basically based on what exactly the pain points they are facing. We offer them what are the services that we have for the product. If it fits with their requirements, we go ahead with that. And if they have any different requirements, it depends on if we can fulfill that or not. We can customize the product accordingly, and then we can go ahead.
Akash, who do you compete with?
So as a product in itself, if we talk about, we don't have competitor because we are merging everything in one platform. But on a module wise, if we talk about like vulnerability assessment or penetration testing and source code review, yes, we have a bunch of competitors in the market. Let's say Qualys, Nessus, and there are a few in the market. So yes, those are our customers, and those are our competitors.
Akash, you mentioned, broadly, there are several vulnerability management solutions, and you mentioned a few of them. You talked about remediating. So, how does your remediation work vis-a-vis the availability of the service post the remediation? Because that is the basic challenge.
So, ma'am, the tool basically it helps the organizations when we apply the patches, when we do the remediation, it does the auto remediation, auto retesting of the same vulnerabilities again in the environment, and also in the same manner, if there is a exception or something, then our infosec team also comes into the picture, who can provide them, if they have any business dependency or either there is any version conflict is over there, they can provide them the tailored remediations as per the environment, which the remedies which will fit in the environment for the customers.
And how large is that infosec team?
So we have 50 plus people in the infosec team who are working on this.
Okay.
Ketan,
So,
if you have...
Sorry, Ketan, go ahead if you have a question.
Yeah. So, want to understand the licensing model for the product?
So the licensing model basically works on the number of assets. It depends on like how many number of assets you have. So we have different variations of the license depending on that.
Okay.
And apart
So
from the
I assume
licensing, do you also, sorry, go ahead, Ketan, go ahead.
Just an additional question. That's a agent-based license?
No, currently it's the platform is totally SaaS based, but yes, the agent it is already in the roadmap. So within a month or two, we are also launching the agent based system as well.
Okay, thank you.
How much of your offering beyond the license fee that you're charging is services, which is your infosec team, which is offering the what kind of efforts they're putting in. So I'm trying to understand your product services split.
So basically, the infosec team plays the most of the role in when it comes to the manual pen testing. Right. So if somebody is asked us to perform a manual pen testing for their applications or their infrastructure, and even if we can talk about the ISO audits as well. So even the ISO audits and everything can be driven through the platform. But if there is any in-person requirement is there, then our infosec team comes into the picture in those sort of scenarios.
Okay.
Can we take one question from the audience and we can move to the poll? So there is one question: has ESOF been able to identify and remediate log4j vulnerability?
Yes, definitely. So ESOF has a feature which calls, we call it threat intel. So it connects with NVD and also, gives you the insights on the 0-day vulnerabilities. So yes, even there is a feature on top of that, which actually superimposes all that data throughout the vulnerabilities that are discovered in your assets, and it can highlight which other assets in your environment can be vulnerable to, these relevant vulnerabilities.
Okay, can we have the poll for tax securities up? The poll is live. 1 is the lowest, 5 is the highest.
Once poll is over, we'll take Mohit on stage.
Hoping for the best.
30 seconds are up. We can close the poll. Thank you. Thank you, Akash. So we'll move
Very few people voted for TAC. Yeah, they got less than.
There were 30 votes. Yeah.
Yeah, there were 30 votes. Everybody else had at least 40. Okay.
So encourage the audience to participate, please. So we'll move to the next presentation. We have Dr. Mohit from Whiteland. So if we can have him on the stage, please.
Namaskar, Jury. I'm Dr. Mohit Soni. I'm from Whiteland Global, and I'll now be trying to share my screen.
Yeah, hi Mohit.
I'm having trouble. Just give me a second, please. I'm sorry, I'll have to share the entire screen. Yep. Is my presentation visible?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right.
So, go into presentation mode, Mohit.
Sure. So can I start? Right. Right. I'll be talking about wafer today.
We join from the phone.
I'll be talking about wafer today. We at Whiteland Global Private Limited, we are trying to push the envelope. We've begun with a product line which doesn't already exist in the market, and we are pushing the boundaries in terms of not just network security, but also network investigations, network forensics, and cybercrime investigations. And those are the services that we are also providing at our company. We are Viton Global is a parent company, and there are 3 subsidiaries already. We are largely each of the subsidiaries focuses on one different aspect of cybersecurity, be it training, be it academic consultation, or be it R&D projects, which we undertake for various organizations and conduct them here in house. When we talk about wafer, let's first have the first look of wafer. This is a single hardware based augmented firewall. It's an endpoint security solution, and its salient features are on the screen now. It's an endpoint security solution which derives its motivation from the user directly. Now, when we were planning this solution, we started to look at the problem of cybersecurity from the point of view of a user. And we came up with this B2C solution directly, where a simple plug and play device has been introduced here, which can be plugged into all the critical systems inside any given network of any configuration. And this product then promises 100% guarantee that your system can then not be penetrated. In order to do this, we first identified the kind of attacks that a user will face. That led us to 3 different variants of wafer. They're called wafer nova, wafer supernova, and wafer chip, depending on the end user they go to. Now, what we did here was we identified the sort of attacks that a user faces, like I said. We differentiated these attacks into internal attacks and external attacks. Uh, when I say from the point of view of the user, I mean all antivirus solutions. I mean all firewalls that are already existent in the market and all endpoint security solutions, also software based. They still allow a 0 day vulnerability to slip through. Our strategy is based on the content of the network packets. Through the hardware, we are able to capture all incoming network packets in the network layer itself. Through kernel inserts, we are calculating content based characteristics of these network packets. And over a research that has lasted for almost 3 years, we've been able to create a data library with identifying features of all known malware samples, in fact all known malware families. Based on the characteristics of the families, and it has been observed that all 0 day vulnerabilities that have come in the 0 day attacks that have come in the last attack vectors, I mean, that have come in the last 5 years, they've all originated from known malware families. We've identified 6,000 malware families, and we've identified their characteristics based on their contents. We are using this as our decision
4 minutes
maker.
up.
We are using this as our decision maker in order to identify if the network incoming network packet is malicious or not. If the incoming network packet is malicious, it is stopped then and there. The IPs are blocked, of course, and the malicious network packet never even makes it to the user layer of the device. So that means it can never compile itself, and you never have to volt or do something to a virus in your system. It never even reaches your system. When you attach this box to your critical system, this box will replace your computer from the network. It'll make your device absolutely invisible. And so all your incoming and outgoing data goes through my device. Now, how do we promise privacy in this day, in this day and age of
Right.
data privacy? We have a couple of models. We
5 minutes are
either,
up.
all right. So let me. I can answer a lot of them in questions.
Over to the jury.
So what we do here is, since it is content based, it is not dependent on signatures. It can work in augmentation to the firewall, the already existent firewall in the network. It can also work. It can also work against that disgruntled ex-employees, the people who try to attack from the inside. Internal attacks can also be fended off through this method. It goes a step
So,
ahead in inculcating
Mohit,
incident responses.
Mohit,
Yes, sir.
Mohit, tell us about who's your competition.
All right. Sir, in terms of a hardware based endpoint security solution, I have no competition. This is the first device of its kind in the world.
Globally.
Globally as well, there is absolutely no device, no hardware based augmented firewall that is currently existent in the market. Uh, Currently, I'm in the stage where I am sending across free boxes to a lot of international and national business houses, and I'm collecting proof of concepts from them. We already have a few proof of concepts from Axis Bank, where version 1 of my product was rolled out, and that is meant exclusively for ATM security. Version 2 of my product is meant for a regular user, and it will be pitched out to the customers directly. Version 3 of my product has an added feature, which is something that I was getting onto. We've automated incident response. By that I mean it automatically in real time captures all incoming artifacts of the attacker
You have
and the
to, too
location
much
of
of
the
your
victim.
2 minutes.
All
You
right.
have only 2 minutes to answer questions. So
I'm
hang on.
right.
There are other questions coming.
Yeah, Mohit, who has certified your product?
Sir, in terms of certifications, we've for version 3, there is a aspect of counter penetration as well in that, for which we have sent boxes to the ACG directly, end users. So I'm getting proof of concepts from end users.
He's not talking of proof of concept. He's talking of certification.
Like
in
lift
terms
or
of
something.
it's a patentable technology. So as of now, I have been granted an Indian patent, and we've applied for a US patent also for this thing. And in terms of certification, well, I haven't really gone to an organization as such. I'm going to end users first in trying to build a business case, and of course for certifications whatever is required, I'll be going to them
So
then.
at the moment, you have no revenue, is it?
Sir, we are less than an year old, and we've been based around this product itself. We started around this product itself. We have
Okay,
other
got it.
revenue generations from the other
Ratna, go ahead.
subsidiaries. So we have other revenue generations from the other subsidiaries that we've opened up.
See, a
But
lot
in
of the
terms of
traffic,
paper, it's nothing. So
sorry, a lot of the traffic that you would be encountering would be encrypted today. So
yes.
how would you take care of that sitting at the perimeter?
Ma'am, we've created a library of various values of different sorts of packets that come in. Our decision maker is based on that library. We've been able, okay, let me go step. We've been using content, entropy of packets as a measure of calculation, and we found marked changes between encrypted packets and malicious packets and PDF packets, and very similar files, similar packets. So we've gone up. It is based on our data that we've collected, the library of data that we've collected, and we've been able to differentiate between encrypted and malicious packets.
We can have one final question from Rajneesh and we can go to the poll.
I'm just trying to understand your network topology. I mean, where do you place this box? And in the context, especially of today, work from home, because we're talking about perimeter here. What happens
Right.
if the machine is off perimeter?
Can I please request for an extra minute and go back to my slide, because it
No,
can be best
we have
explained
to
through
wrap
my
it up.
Explain it. Mohit, I'll
No.
understand it. Go ahead and tell me.
Okay. In the presentation, I actually had a diagram where we can show that where I can place the device in any.
It's okay. You can explain it. You don't have to.
Now, okay. Okay, let's say that you are in an organization which has 50 users, 50 different nodes. In the 50 different nodes, it is identified that 2 or 3 of them are critical nodes. Now, these critical nodes could be in any configuration in the network. All you have to do is plug and play this box in front of your critical system. We can scale up the solution. We have scaled up the solution to accommodate virtual servers also, because in the US, as a security measure, you know, they don't deal in physical systems anymore. They deal out in virtual machines that are handed over on thin clients. These are regulated through one server. So a scaled up version can be put in front of a server also, and it will protect all the virtual machines that get generated. At this point
Thank
in
you.
time, the single
Yeah.
board computer that I showed you is meant for one single system. We can scale it up. It can accommodate up to 200 systems. So virtual servers are also covered.
Thank you. We can go to the
Thank you,
poll now.
Mohit.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Can we have the poll for white lit up? Yeah. So 30 seconds are up. 1 is the lowest, 5 is the highest. And request the audience to participate, please.
Even
30
lower.
seconds are up. We can close the poll. Thank you. So with that, we will move to the last presentation. Can we have Mr. Chetan from Seconize on the stage, please? Chetan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you see my
Okay.
screen now?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, just sorry for the glitch. Just a recap. So we are Synchronize Cyber Risk and Compliance Management organization. And I was just talking about the challenges that we saw and why we started doing what we're doing, which is the de-risk center, the product. Essentially, We're looking at how we can automate the whole assessment itself, how we bring it more holistic, looking at the entire digital footprint of the organization, both cloud and on-prem, and how we can do it continuously to understand what are the threats both from the inside and the outside as well. And while doing all these things, it is very contextual. It is bringing out the risks for the organization. So how we are answering this whole problem of doing the continuous assessment and making it very meaningful for the organization is the DD Center itself is a cloud-based product. It looks at the digital footprint of the organization, both the assets and the applications. I talk about assets and applications. It is all of the websites, web applications, mobile applications, the cloud configurations, AWS, Azure, GCP. Across all these things, it looks at what are the vulnerabilities, what are the misconfigurations that are there, how somebody can get attacked, and with that, it computes the likelihood of a breach, which is seeing what are the ways that they can get attacked and most likely to get attacked, and it also looks at what will the impact mean to the organization, and it brings all of this together and comes out with the risk score for the organization for every scenario as well. So it prioritizes all these things and helps them to remediate these by addressing these issues and reducing the overall exposure. And as part of the recent grant challenge as well, we incorporated the auto remediation feature as well, wherein the product does the identification, it does the prioritization of the issues, and also helps you to address those issues to bring down the overall exposure. And this is a hybrid deployment. It can be on the cloud, it can be on premise as well from the sensor component that we install on premises. While doing all this, we also do the corollary kind of use case, which is mapping out all the compliance gap assessments. So if it's ISO 27001 or NIST CSF and so on, or recently we are doing a lot for the BFSI segment in India, where there are RBI guidelines, IRDI guidelines, and SEBI guidelines and such. So from a feature perspective, of course, we start off with it's a risk-based vulnerability management, identifying the issues and coming out what the risk is. So we are the pioneers in this space, and also good to know that the recent PwC and DSCI report also said that the CISOs in India are looking at risk management approach in the ongoing future. We augment that with also the compliance management to give a view of not only from a risk posture, but from a compliance posture, how the organization is doing as well. A quick glimpse of the product visualization. It brings out the security posture of the organization. So you can see we use AI/ML internally to normalize all what we found. And across the different assets, you can see the different risks, and you can double click the risks and see what are the risk factors and then identify the remediations for it. From a compliance management point of view, this is a 27001, the different categories, the different subcategories and controls. It gives you an automated compliance gap assessment report as well.
You have another minute.
To the market. Thank you. So from how we go to the market, we license it as a subscription model based on the asset type and the asset count, and we do a continuous assessment. Because risk is a little complicated topic, we also help our customers understand what the risk is by also consulting with them on a fixed hours per month. Add-on module is the compliance module, where we have around 15 plus compliances that is supported in the product. The big advantage is that we're cloud, we can get started very quickly and then start assessing for the organizations, immediately bring down their exposure as well. So we focus mainly on the identify phase of the cybersecurity whole chain, which is where we can identify early, we can identify often, and reduce the overall exposure. By following a risk management approach, organizations have seen benefits of 80% or more reducing the risk in the organization. From a recognition point of view, we are recognized as one of the top 5 cybersecurity startups of India, part of the recent cybersecurity grant challenge, and also the winner of the Karnataka Elevate program. Our customers are trusting us. Our main focus now is in the BFSI segment, where we help them identify the risk and manage the risks, and also give them mappings onto all the regulatory requirements from the RBI perspective. Yeah. So
over to the jury.
Yeah.
So Chetan, what we have observed is the known or very popular products, they fail to solve the problem of false positives. Your product being a completely automated, how you are dealing with that problem?
Yeah. So from a false positive perspective itself, we actually
Chetan, you can stop screen sharing.
Okay. From a false positive perspective, we do assess all whatever we assess as part of it, and also we learn from our customers. There is auto learning mechanism where the customers, if we miss out any false positive, the customers can come and mark it as false positive. So we learn, the system automatically learns and doesn't start producing these results again. And once we learn over our customers, this is what is fed into the product. So they start seeing lesser false positives when they see. And we have seen, 99% plus our results are accurate. So we don't show false positives to our customers.
Thank you.
Chetan, you're sort of depending on your customers to give you the data, at least marking it. So it's almost like supervised learning, right? Uh, how do you incentivize your users to actually give you or mark that particular thing as a false positive? I mean, they could just be leaving it on the console.
Yeah, so what happens is typically what we have seen is there is almost nil false positives that once we go out. We also have security researchers looking at, ongoing basis our results as well. Now, sometimes what happens is it may be a security issue, but it may not be a real issue for them. They may be experimenting on some side, right? They may have a lab that they're running. So in those cases, it will not really be an issue for them, and that is where they come and mark saying that in that particular context, for their context, it is not an issue for them. And in that particular organization, that use case is identified and known, and it's not shown as issue on an ongoing basis for them.
Correct.
Okay.
So Chetan, talk to us about your competition.
Yeah, from a competition perspective, the typical ones are, even we go to the market, it is definitely the consultants. Our customers still use consultants. Automation is one leap for them, getting into the entire automation part of it. We also help them in terms of integrating with existing tools. VA vendors, the typical vulnerability assessment vendors, are our competition because people are doing it in different ways today. They have each of assessment happening for the different asset types. So one for their, say, servers, one happening for their applications, and so on. So that is still a competition. What we are trying to get to our customers is to appreciate the risk management approach is not really seeing the issues, but looking at the risk management part of it and addressing the risks instead of just the issues. So if I have to name them, Qualys is one. Tenable is slowly moving into this space over here. In the US, there is Balbrix as well, trying to do the quantification part of it. Many of them don't do the compliance part of it. They don't do the automated remediation part of it. So that is where we are differentiating ourselves as well. And through our product roadmap, we always have this differentiation of, we have done the remediation for AWS configurations now for the Linux virtual machines. We are doing it for Azure, GCP, and so on. So we have a very strong roadmap that we keep building into. And we are, I would say, pioneers in this space, in the risk management space.
Can we move to the poll, please?
Poll for Seconize.
Yeah, the poll for Seconize Technologies is up. 1 is the lowest, 5 is the highest. Audience, please participate. 1 is the lowest, 5 is the highest score. "30 seconds are up. We can close the poll. Thank you."
Thank you.
So I think we have wrapped up all the 5 presentations from the startup. So over to the MC now. So request the jury members to join backstage. We will do the compilation of the score now. And thank you very much.
Well, thank you, everyone. With that, we have come to an end of the DSCI Innovation Box. All of our participants have made their presentations, and all our jury members have also cast their votes. And we'd like to tell all of our finalists and all of our audiences that all those who've been shortlisted, the names will be announced on social media. So you can look out at that space for the names of the shortlisted. And the winners, of course, will be announced at the DSCI Excellence Awards 2021. We thank all of you for joining us today. And with this is the end of day one of the AISS 2021. Tomorrow we start again at 11:30, and this is in the auditorium. You can refer to the schedule tab on the top to refer to the program details, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. You have a pleasant evening.